Alrighty, hello everyone, and welcome, welcome back to The Rootrees Are Dead. Today we're actually going to be playing, it's kind of like another chapter of the game. It's called Roottree Mania, I believe, and it unlocks after you've played the main game. So if you haven't played the game yet, or you have no idea anything about the game, this whole thing might probably be spoilers. But what I think is happening is at the end of the playthrough, the person who hired us to help organize the family tree and understand kind of who potentially helps take on the family businesses and all of that stuff, they had mentioned, as long as no additional root trees come out, then everything should be set and fine for the lawyers. Looking at this title screen, it says I'm a secret root tree, so I think that there's definitely going to be some additional people who come forward claiming to also be root trees, and we're gonna have to try and figure out if they in fact are really a root tree or if they are lying. Because as we saw with putting together the family tree, there were some areas where there were some things going on that could look very confusing. But we figured it out. We figured out most of it. I'm curious how this one's gonna go because we've already figured out the family tree, so I don't know if we'll also have a family tree like thing going on. I guess we'll click in and we'll find out. Is this the same one? It is. So do you think I can put it lets me go back in. How do I get to Roottree Mania? Oh, right here. So it's Roottree Mania. Find out what happens to the infamous family and a whole new mystery. There we go. It will spoil unlocked content. Make sure you've tied up any loose ends before starting. I don't know, do you think I should go back in really quickly and try to figure out the family members? Well, I think I was only missing a couple wives, so this should be fine. 50 locked in. Yeah, we'll use this one. Oh, there is added onto the...
Hi, I'm Clark. Probably not who you expected to be knocking, but life's funny sometimes.
Whoa, you are Clark.
You've done well staying anonymous. It took us a while to track you down.
Oh no. The rest of the family has found me.
A lot has happened in the last year. Far too much of it public. But there's stuff going on behind the scenes, too.
Okay, so it's been a year.
I never wanted to be president. I'm not great with stress. With my mother's deteriorating
Uh-oh.
I'm sorry, I'm rambling. I'm not here for sympathy. I'm here because part of the fallout of Sam's book is that everyone's coming out of the woodwork.
Yeah, it got mixed reviews too, that's right.
Now that it's public knowledge that Clancy Trust covers any root tree despite their history with us, a lot of potential cousins have surfaced.
I thought so.
You may have seen that man on the cover of News Time. It was a disaster for us. And then Miracle went and made it all about himself.
Uh-oh.
The long and short of it is a lot of potential cousins just showed up. Sam's helping some of them, but she's not really going about it the right way. And she's not taking calls from anyone in the family. I let it slip through a mutual friend that I found you, and I was stopping in. It's manipulative, but I'm hoping she'll reach out to you. You can let her know I'm on her side. In the meantime, if you're willing, I can share our files with you. Pass them along to Sam if she reaches out. I'm genuinely hoping she'll realize I'm an ally. Feel free to do your own research. I've been told you enjoy things like this. To each their own.
I did kind of enjoy doing things like that. So it is interesting to me. Sam, like, really wanted to cut off. I guess we'll zoom in, right? Ooh. 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 All right. So Sam was really upset with the 5 pieces and her grandparents. But what was interesting was that we did read some things where Gwyneth actually was able to talk Elias into letting her come to family events. So why still the hatred for her grandmother is interesting. So really quick, just looking at this tree. So it is separated from everybody. Did it fill in everyone else's? Yeah, it did. So he was married to Helen, Edith. No, it was mainly the wives. So it looks like everyone got filled in if it didn't. I'm missing his photo. Maybe we can still find it. So down here, this is really interesting because we have a lot of infidelities going on. So I'm wondering, possible infidelity 3, 1975 to 1982. So the greens represent person is also on the original tree. They had 3 infidelities. Oh. First affair, second, third, fourth, fifth. Somebody had 5 different affairs. Oh, wow. And there's another top secret. You can open this envelope after the whole family tree has been filled in. You have to be extra sleuthy this time around to deduce the truth. Pay close attention to what you find and be sure to look into loose ends. Are my notes still here? I'm going to try to do a better job of my notes. I think if anything, the way my note page looked was really representative to my chaotic brain and ADHD. Let's add a page, but we'll try to be a bit better of keeping it a little bit more organized, hopefully. I don't know, they really do a good job of like throwing all this information at you, and I was like, I just want to not miss anything. Okay, so it's gonna start with people that are already on these trees. We did get some evidence. So, notable events start here. 6 pieces, the Roottree Rift, Clark Rafferty LaRue, which interestingly, we already know that he's somebody who has had an affair, right? He was married to Jane, right? Which is Diamond's sister, but then he got caught having an affair with their youngest sister. But Clark Rafferty, so now he is, and we can add another photo of him. He is now the 6th president of the candy company. So he would potentially come up with stuff. 5 P's. That's got a gold star. Roottree Mania and Anonymum. So today is August 3rd, 1998. It has been 8 months since you helped Sam Madsen with the research necessary for her book. Sam was true to her word and paid you an incredibly large sum of money. She never mentioned you by name, however, so you've managed to keep a low profile. The Roottrees, on the other hand, have not. Below is a summary of notable events since the book's release, though you can refresh your memory in full detail by searching online. Yeah, we will do some searching online. So now we have 6 pieces. Sam Madsen's book about Elias Roottree was released in February. It was a bestseller for a few months. At the time, Carl had not been replaced. So Carl hadn't been replaced by February. So that's 2 months after the accident because it was in December, right? And she labeled it 6 pieces because there were technically 6. Her parents had her out of wedlock. And Edward Clancy Roottree and Clancy Edward Roottree are twins. But because he was gay, he got disowned from the family. And because she was out of wedlock, she was also kind of disowned from the family, but they allowed her to live with him. So she grew up with him being her dad, even though he's technically her uncle. But even at the end there, it was really nice. She still maintained that, like, Edward is her dad. Elias Jr. isn't. That was really sweet. The Roottree Rift. In March, the Roottree Company stumbled publicly as they attempted to respond to the book's release, with multiple conflicting press releases and a clear lack of leadership. Clark Rafferty LaRue. Clark was announced as the permanent successor to Carl Roottree and welcomed Sam Matson to the family officially. Well, that was really nice. The company hired an outside legal group to handle the changes to the Clancy Trust. This included any other new questions of lineage. Because the Clancy Trust, anyone who had any Roottree blood was guaranteed to receive money from the success of the candy company. And I guess also the fashion company. They ended up putting that on too. 5 Ps. After this announcement, there was a rash of different people claiming to be Roottrees, mostly dismissed as opportunists and scammers. The highest profile of these, by a wide margin, was a rapper named Felix Fellows, who changed his moniker to 5 Ps as a publicity move at the same time. 5 Ps is the only notable person on the updated tree. Ah, okay. We can look him up. Roottree Mania. And another high-profile misstep, Miracle Roottree publicly and vehemently, God, that word, I'm not even going to try it, denied that 5 Ps was a Roottree. The Roottree's legal team then offered to do a DNA test to get 5 Ps to drop his claim, and in a moment that caught what seemed like the entire world by storm, the test proved he was a Roottree. Suddenly, the world was obsessed with the Roottrees. Oh, so do we have to find out who his parents are? Anonymom and Jane Doe Roottree. In July, an anonymous woman, who the press began to refer to as Anonymom, appeared in interviews with her face and voice disguised. She claimed that an affair with a Roottree led to the birth of her daughter, aka Jane Doe Roottree. If true, this would make her daughter yet another secret Roottree, and therefore entitled to a share of the Clancy Trust. Nobody knew it at the time, but this would turn out to be the last chapter in the Roottree Mania saga. As more and more of Anonymom's story came out, people began to notice how much it echoed 5 P's in nearly every significant way. The court of public opinion began to turn, confirming the world's suspicions. The DNA test, orchestrated by lawyers on both sides, proved that her daughter was not a Roottree. This final event caused public disappointment, smugness from doubters, and countless accusations of the entire ordeal being an elaborate hoax or attempt at fraud. Things got a bit ugly, and the fun of Roottree Mania seemed to disappear overnight. Now, a month later, feels like a distant memory. Sorry, I messed around with my volume a little bit. Hopefully still okay. So previously on The Roottrees Are Dead. This is a new investigation with a new focus after many months of newfound interest in the Roottrees. It is recommended you try to catch up with some of what happened since last time. Some web searches may yield new or different results, and some books and magazines from your previous investigation may be relevant to your new one. It's also a much more widespread search. The list of first and last names you can choose from will contain red herrings. Not all of them will be used. Below is a reminder of some of the most notable beats of your initial dive into the Roottree family tree. All evidence from before is still available, and for your convenience, any searches that do not lead to new information still function as they did during your first investigation. The Roottree Candy Company was founded by Elias and Gwyneth many years ago. The entire family has a financial reliance on the health of that company. Most of the action took place in or around Butler County, Pennsylvania, where the company was initially located. Elias, Carl, and Raina were on the cover of magazines. Other notable Roottree, such as Lauren Roottree, Miracle Roottree, and Jim Roottree, had physical media such as record albums, books, and movies associated with them. Movies. Lauren's 2 diaries were probably the most useful resources overall, mentioning many of her relatives directly. The 5 pieces, Elias's children, could be identified based on the initials of the original candy flavors. I remember that really screwing me up because it took me a while to find the original one. I was looking at the most recent one and I was like, there's no M's here. Like, there's no flavors with M's, right? And then I found the original one and I was like, something's interesting about this. There were 5 presidents of the Roottree Company. Many were featured in periodicals. Stephanie Jones and Brian Jones were featured in campaign posters and led to Caroline Morden's art book, which enabled you to fill out more of the tree. Many of the younger Roottrees were found by following a complex rabbit hole through a conspiracy site that led to finding a searchable web address for Chris Rafferty, Lauren's grandson. Yeah, that was definitely a crazy rabbit hole. November Roottree was really difficult to place. Her occupation could only be found via Brian Jones's company website. Ronald and his brother Robert Roottree go by Ron and Robbie. Both worked on a TV show called Brother Trouble until Robbie embezzled money and fled to Paris. Ron unsuccessfully tried to have Robbie removed from the Clancy Trust. Sam and her father were cryptically mentioned in a book about historical letters. There are also a few dead ends and red herrings. Aloysius Herring Roottree, who claimed he was a Roottree but was not. Family Man, a book about Elias Roottree, turned out to be propaganda and not useful. Lauren's other books, historical romance novels, were not very useful on their own, though could lead to other information. That's true, it did lead us to information about one of her brothers being actually a professor. And Caroline Morden's sculptures were not useful. And so this is an unexpected visitor. Today, August 3rd, 1999, there was a knock at your door. Clark Rafferty LaRue, the current president of the Roottree Candy Company, explained that multiple people have come out of the woodwork to claim to be Roottrees. He has been trying to work with Sam, but she has not answered his calls. He also handed you a letter that said you could share with Sam that said the following. To both of you. The company I hired to help us with the Clancy Trust is busy pouring through the entire family's history, as well as people they may have had contact with. That said, the family is not particularly happy with this and are doing their best to slow things down. Many of them are actively avoiding our interviews. Every time there's a high-profile public case, it causes headaches. So please, I don't mind if you do your research, but I ask that you stop going to the press. Instead, we have a highly trained team of lawyers to back you up. We're ready and willing to verify anyone and everyone you believe could be realistically part of the relationship that led to the birth of a new Roottree. Just tell us who to investigate by filling in the sections of the tree, and we'll take the time to handle verifying that the timeline checks out. But keep in mind why we're here. If someone didn't have a child or has already been disqualified by our lawyers, like in the case of the girl with the negative DNA test, there won't be a place for them on the tree. We're not just looking for affairs and infidelities, we're only looking for the ones that led to potential new Roottrees. Some spots in the news section will be marked with a tree icon. Those areas are reserved for members of the original family tree you filled in 8 months ago. Just like last time, be sure to use birth names for everyone you add. Married names or nicknames won't be enough. To start sorting out the infidelities, I recommend you turn your eyes to the men in positions of power. That's a good point. I'd love to say that's only because it could have been a lot harder for the women to hide 9 months of pregnancy and birth without the family noticing it, but I can't. So we shouldn't keep women out of the picture as far as the infidelity tree goes. But maybe a majority of them could be men. I'll be blunt, I'm no stranger to infidelity. I wish I could claim that I was a perfect husband, but you've seen the family tree, so why pretend? Some of us learned how to wield our family name and fortune to our benefit. Consequences be damned. I can't change the past or unhurt those who I betrayed. Instead, all I can do is be honest with myself, and to you, refuse to make any more mistakes, and do my best to sort out the various messes we've left behind. So please, fill in the tree, and together we can figure out how to begin to make amends. Good luck and thank you both. Clark. Okay, so we got a lot going on here. Why don't we start? We had a name. So this is... Oh, this is all of the archived evidence. Perfect. So we had 5 P's. Let's get back into our computer. Oh yeah, we gotta log in again. Handshaking. My parents used to get so mad at me because I would just like be on the internet all day. But that meant that the phone line was busy. And then they would get pissed off because they'd be like, how are we ever supposed to expect phone calls? My bad. We have 5 P's. 5 P's, aka Felix Fellows, is a rapper who has found some recent radio play after being publicly confirmed as a long-lost Roottree and entitled to part of their fortune. So, why don't we highlight? We can do a note. Rapper confirmed Roottree. I'll go back to it. So that way this is bigger and it's easier for you guys to read too. His alias, 5 P's, is a play on 5 pieces. An article you find on a website known for their particularly harsh reviews of modern music gives his most recent album, Root of All Evil, 1 star out of 7 for whatever reason, with the headline, More Poser Than My Action Figure Collection. Okay, so he has an album. Roots of All Evil. The review mentions his name. His real name is David, and he used to go by Dirty Davy. And the author rues the fact that this rebranding was a blatant marketing stunt at the expense of his mother's tragic past. She overdosed when he was 16. Apparently, only one of the songs on the album is new, and the others were simply rewritten to turn blatant references to sex, drugs, and violence into clumsy euphemisms. So, real name is David. Also went by Dirty Davy. His rise to prominence was kickstarted when he appeared a few months ago on the cover of News Time, holding a photo of his mother with Guy Hudson. At first, the Roottree company denied it. I'm not even going to try that word again. Miracle Roottree even appeared on the same magazine a week later. But since then, they've backtracked and publicly welcomed him into the family. Oh yeah, because they proved they proved that his DNA was accurate. Their press release at the time stated that they had new evidence that confirmed his story. So, Let's add that really quickly. Was on cover of News Time, and we're also going to look that up and see if we can see the photo. Holding photo of his mom with Guy Hudson, who's on the main tree. So, also I think I learned I can click this and go through it like that. I did not know that or realize that. So, let's look up News Time. Cool, so we got a periodical. News Time is a major news periodical that releases a new issue every week. The rapper 5 Peases famously appeared on the cover claiming to be a Roottree. Then 1 week later, Miracle Roottree did the same, denying that he was. It's also saying just Miracle, so I'm assuming that's the oldest one, like the one that is a part of the 5 Pieces. Because of this high-profile back-to-back disclosure, right before the start of Roottree Mania, they appear to be the de facto publication to get news about the ongoing Roottree saga. So this seems... info about the Roottree Mania saga. I just want to put that in so I don't forget, so maybe we can look up other people in it. They reported record subscriber numbers during this time, which lasted until the end of Roottree Mania, when the world generally stopped paying much attention and they went back to reporting on more traditional news. News Time appears to be available via your periodical search. So if we go here, or we still have all the other ones. I wonder if it'll also... Well, Modern Music Monthly, I think that ended. Let's type in 5 Ps. Felix Fellows, aka 5 Ps, famously appeared on the cover of News Time, kicking off Roottree Mania. Then, a week later, Miracle Roottree appeared on the cover of the magazine in an article that focused heavily on 5 P's as well. I don't know if that's 5 P's or 5 P's. A summary of both articles, as well as a close-up of the photo 5 P's is holding on the cover of this issue, have been added to your evidence. So really quickly, let me look on here. So we do have one with a gold star. So this, I'm gonna assume... Oh, God. This one I'm gonna assume is Mr. 5 P's. If his mom was holding a photo with Guy Hudson, does that mean that Guy Hudson could have possibly been the one having multiple affairs? He was the one, he is 3rd president, had no children with his wife, and they are also the ones that passed away in a car accident. Oh no, things are getting scary. So, oh, so this is the one, News Time Weekly with Felix Fellows. Could this rapper be the next Sam Madsen? What it says down there. We'll take a photo. 5 P's, aka Felix Fellows, appeared on the cover of News Time holding a photo of his mother and Guy Hudson. The article concerns his insistence that his father was Guy Hudson. The story was dramatic and sensational and initially dismissed as fake until a DNA test proved that he was related to Guy Hudson. 5 P's says that his mother, Joanna, was Zach Morden's secretary when he retired. And then Guy Hudson's secretary for only 1 or 2 weeks after that before she quit. Oh. So we have Joanna, mother to 5 P's, Felix, secretary to Zach Morden, when he retired, which then led to, because he was, okay, so he was second president, and then to Guy Hudson for 1 to 2 weeks. Before she quit. The first few weeks that he was president, his parents divorced when he was 4, after his father learned of the affair. Felix and his mother then moved to Portland because she was afraid for her and her son's life. Oh, yeah, so she was married to someone else. So, let's start here. This first name, Felix? Oh. Fellows. But his name is technically David. Didn't they say that? Oh no. Oh no, I didn't think I was gonna have to put in both first and last name. He is a musician. But they also said his name is David. Hey, there's my name. Oh. I'm nervous. We know his mother's name is Joanna, though. So we have to find their first and last name. Interesting. Okay. He grew up with her until he was 16, but one day his mother never came home from the movie rental store where she worked the register. Movie rental store, so she worked retail. Is retail an option? Yeah. The next morning, they found her dead from an overdose in her car. She had stolen all the cash from her drawer and spent it on heroin. As Felix went through her belongings, the only things he had to remember her by were a hairbrush she always used, some photos, and a stuffed animal from her childhood. But when he found it, a box hidden in the back of her closet. Inside were love letters and photos related to Guy Hudson, as well as a letter from his father containing threats. He threw it all away, with the exception of one photo he appears with on the cover of News Time. He says it was the only one where they were dressed, the only one not from the affair itself. The picture is shown in full inside the magazine and was added to your evidence. The magazine also included some additional history about 5P's career. Felix Fellows was born to Riley and Joanna Fellows, but is never wrapped without a moniker. He tried to find success by opening for other artists and even by selling CDs on street corners in Portland. He has only recently started going as 5P's to harness the power of his lineage. So he's never rapped without a moniker. So moniker is like 2 names that start with the same letter. So that's why he went by like Dirty Davy, and now he goes by Felix Fellows. So Fellows, we can say, is his real last name, but his first name is David. And so let's pull this up. Did I just erase something? Dang, I did erase it. Can I reorder? Put this up top. Okay. I'm going to edit. So he is born to Riley and Joanna Fellows. Always wrapped with a moniker. So that explains why the FF, the DD, etc. So his name is David Fellows. His dad's name is Riley Fellows. And his mom's name is Joanna Fellows. So we need to get 4. So every time you get 4 additional key relatives in the family tree completely correct, name, occupation, and portrait, they will be locked in. All the other relatives and small portraits are optional, but placing them in the tree helps. Okay. So now I'm also going to assume that this is Guy, right? But we'll keep reading really quickly. The writer did some research into the truth of these claims and was able to confirm that Joanna did work for the Roottree Company as a secretary sometime during the early to mid-70s. It also confirms she died of a drug overdose and that Felix went into foster care soon after. They were unable to track down his father. They also reached out to the Roottree Company, but at the moment the company's blanket statement was, since the release of a recent book, Roottree has seen an overwhelming number of false ancestral claims. None have been factual, and nearly all have been knowingly dishonest. We encourage individuals to reach out to us in an official capacity as opposed to attempting to use our name in the media for publicity. So let's look at this photo. Roottree Family Picnic. Well, she did work for them. She worked for them, though. So even when she was a secretary for Zach, holding this Polaroid of his mother Joanna when she was Zach Morden's secretary at a company picnic. He claims that Joanna and Guy Hudson, also in the photo, were having an affair that led to his birth. See, the thing is that, like, this doesn't imply anything. What he did say, though, but then he found it. A box hidden in the back of her closet. Inside were love letters and photos related to Guy Hudson, as well as a letter from his father containing threats. He threw it all away with the exception of the one photo he appears with on the cover. He says it was, quote unquote, the only one where they were dressed. The only one not from the affair itself. So that's, like, heavy. Because here's the other thing. Granted, they don't have children, but they have really red hair. And her children have, you know, they're auburn and, like, strawberry blonde. So why would he have a child, even out of wedlock, that doesn't have auburnish hair? His hair is kind of auburn, too. I mean, not that it DNA, biology is crazy. So I was almost kind of thinking, like, what if he is the one, but he also kind of has, like, auburnish hair. And his children all have auburnish hair, too. She has children that have dark hair. So I don't want to throw him in there just yet. I'm also wondering if dates are to make a difference. Let's read this one with Miracle. Charlatations and thieves, Miracle Roottree fires back. Oh, it's got the reflection of the other guy in his glasses. Interesting. Miracle Roottree appeared on the cover of News Times shortly after 5Ps did. He denied that 5Ps was a Roottree. This article was before the DNA test that proved it. Miracle doesn't focus much on the details of 5Ps' accusation regarding his mother and Guy Hudson. Instead, he comes across as exhausted at the events that have been going on behind the scenes, as well as the character of those he feels are attacking his family. He starts with 6 pieces content. He says that although most of the book was based in fact, it left out anything that wouldn't fit the agenda. He points out Sam's daughter still earns a generous salary for overseeing the farm division of Roottree, and that Sam did the same before her. That Sam's family was not destitute, and that it was only her son who chose to take on a job with no salary. So that is because her son was president, and I don't remember exactly where it was stated, but it's because when someone becomes president, their salary is very low per year. But for most of these family members, because they are Roottree related by blood, it wouldn't have mattered because they're already gaining so much money through the Clancy Trust, right? But for them, they didn't, right? Until I think maybe it was later proved that they could, right? He claims that though they didn't have to, the family helped pay for her son's medical bills after voting that it was the right thing to do, which I'm pretty sure Carl was the one who talked them into it. Miracle also says that the story about his father, Elias, shunning EC was one-sided, leaving out Edward Clancy's blame in the whole thing. Elias gave him a simple ultimatum: stop sinning or be disowned. Miracle says it was EC's own choice, and that Elias allowing him to earn food and shelter on the company's dime was a kindness, especially considering that he and John continued to live together. Miracle then pivots to the fallout from 6 pieces. He recounts a deluge of claims to the Clancy Trust that the family have been subjected to. He doesn't cite any specifics, but says that every time someone comes forward, the family devolves to arguments. They've had to hire an outside legal team to help, but so far every case has been demonstrably, laughably false. All they do is tarnish his family's reputation. He focuses on 5Ps who appeared on News Time before him. He calls him a grifter and a delinquent, and says he is using their name and products to sell filth to the masses. Of all the accusations, he says this is the most dangerous because it exposes the world to hatred. He cites 5P's lyrics as violent, sexist, and ungodly, and prays the boy will repent, retract his lies, and find religion. I don't know what to think right now. Lastly, he turns to the future. Miracle states that those that wish to hear the true story can join him on his farewell tour this upcoming fall. Oh yeah, that's right. He is so much younger. He's 14 years younger than his closest sibling. So most of them are probably gone. The Miracles Roottree are planning on touring the country's churches one last time, and that now at age 71, Miracle is the oldest living Roottree. While he plans to continue preaching at his own church in Butler County after the tour, this is your last chance to hear the truth from a man with the most complete recollection of one of America's most notable families in your own hometown. But wasn't he the one that got caught scamming? Just a thought. The article mentions that Miracle's son, Miracle Jr., did not wish to comment and has a statement from Clark Rafferty LaRue through the Roottree's law firm. Miracle does not speak for his entire family. We're working carefully on a plan to definitively disprove any claims of infidelity in our family's past. The article also does not refute Miracle's claims that he's the oldest living Roottree, despite Sam Madsen being born the year before him. It was unclear if Miracle made the claim out of ignorance or spite. Probably a bit of both. So, we can take a photo of Miracle, right? Did we take it? I did take it. It won't let me add it in. It can now be used in the family tree. Huh. Miracle. I wonder if you're being added somewhere down here. So I think what this does... Should we type in Miracle Roottree now? News time. What if we type in Guy? You know, let's type in Miracle while it's on my brain, because I will forget. Or was it Junior that got caught scamming? I don't remember. Appeared on the cover denying that Felix Fellows was a Roottree. Okay. Let's type in Guy Hudson now. Felix Fellows famously appeared on the cover of Newstime kicking off Roottree Mania. Then, a week later, Miracle Roottree appeared on the cover of the magazine that focused heavily on 5 Ps. A summary of both articles, as well as a close-up, is holding on the cover of his issue have been added to your evidence. What does that have to do with Guy Hudson, though? What if we type in... This page hasn't been updated for at least 8 months and may now be irrelevant. A small article from 1977. Guy Hudson, along with his twin sister, are no strangers to the public when it comes to Roottree snacks. Oh yeah, I think I did read this a little bit. I'm going to read it again, though, just in case it sparks anything for me to type in. They both appeared in the company's advertisements as children during the Boys and Girls Agree era. Now Guy is taking over the Roottree company at the end of the year. Who would have known that one of those 2 adorable redheads, Guy credits his mother and father, Angie and Christopher, with providing his fiery due. So maybe his dad is also a redhead, and that's why. Arguing over everything but chocolate would grow up to take over the whole company. Guy's uncle and current president, Zachariah, has decided to take an early retirement to focus on traveling the world with his wife. Zach was quoted as saying, "Now that our daughters have started families of their own, Clara and I plan to reflect on a life well lived. Guy is new to the business world, but he's family. We at Roottree have faith in his innovative ideas, and he's eager to share them with the world. We like to think that Boys and Girls Agree that he's ready to succeed." Butler County Times. Yes, this is about them passing away in a car accident. Yeah, I did remember reading this. He had no music. Okay. There's an older version of this page in the Time Travel Archive. Okay. I can click on that in a second. Let's read this. Guy Hudson, who was only president of the Roottree for a few years in the late 70s and early 80s, had mostly faded into obscurity except for the fancy flavors debacle. So, let's highlight. So, he was 3rd president? Yeah. What did it say? Only for a few years. In late 70s to late 70s and early 80s. Wow, if that's actually him with the 5 affairs, he got up to a lot of trouble in only a short amount of years. Had mostly faded into obscurity except for the fancy flavors debacle. Yeah, let's add that again. During Roottree Mania, he suddenly rose to prominence again after 5Ps appeared on the cover of a magazine holding a photo of Guy and his mother. A few people that existed adjacent to the company in the 70s have come forward with stories about debauchery and swinger parties. Guy liked to throw large holiday parties whenever he had an excuse, and they often got out of hand. Oh boy. Huge parties that often got out of hand. Quote unquote. So maybe him and his wife were just swingers, but they were getting people, like maybe she also got pregnant from somebody and he also got people pregnant, but because that would have been like really looked down upon by their family, they just kept it hush hush. This fact has led some people to speculate that the night he died in a car crash, he was drunk or impaired in some way, but the Butler County Police have released multiple statements and ample evidence that proves decisively that it was not foul play and that no party had taken place. Roottree's lawyers have been quick to threaten litigation to anyone who has tried to disparage Guy or the company in the public. So what's the older one? Fancy Flavors was an addition to the 5-piece product line for less than a year in 1979. Fancy Flavors added to 5-piece product line for less than a year. 1979. It was Guy Hans's first and historically most cited move as president. In an attempt to cater more towards what he thought the average person wanted, Guy looked at his own wealth, which was often a source of envy for others, and decided to tap into the idea that they added fancy flavors to 5 pieces. Anyone could live like the wealthy. Oh yeah, this was with the caviar. Fancy Flavors. Oh, nope. Go back. Okay. So where were we at? So how would we look up about him having parties? So what was his wife's last name? Patricia Jones. Maybe we can start looking her up. I know most of these she's probably not gonna come up in. Okay. We look some stuff up on him. So it said look up more notable people. What if we start with Zachariah Morden? Let's see what we get hit with that. Did I spell it wrong? I did. Okay, nothing there. So let's go back to Business Watch. In 1959, there's a small blurb about Zach Morden, son of James and Gwendolyn Morden, the grandson of Elias Roottree inheriting the candy company. He is quoted as saying, "Elias entrusted me with carrying on his legacy, and that's what I plan to do. Along with 5 pieces, our chocolate maple products are selling incredibly well. We will not be making any changes." So we have Zach, Guy, and there's Ernest Madsen Jr. Article from 1982 announces that an Ernest Madsen Jr. is taking over the day-to-day operations of Roottree after the previous president died unexpectedly. Little is known about Ernest, but sources close to the family who have asked to remain anonymous have made it clear that he is more than qualified. There are rumors that Ernest had originally trained to succeed Zach Morden, but have been passed up for unspecified reasons. Business Watch also managed to get a quote from the company's publicist. "The last 4 years at Roottree have been tough. In an attempt to keep our products relevant to the modern audiences, some of our decisions have had unintended consequences. From the fancy flavors misstep to the batter up bar, we have taken a bit of a tumble in the public eye. But Mr. Madsen is committed to getting back to the basics." Wait, what was in our evidence? Notable events. 6 pieces. I guess maybe I should look that up. So we know that that's a book, right? What if we author name Samantha Roottree? 6 pieces. Samantha Madsen? It's so weird that the book wouldn't come up. There's an older version. Okay, so 6 pieces. Oh, that's because I didn't have the whole name in there. Unwrapping America's Sweetest Family by Sam Madsen was released in early 1999 and perhaps assisted by the still relatively recent plane crash shot to the top of the charts. Book is 6 pieces. Reviews were mixed, and its time on the bestsellers list was limited to only 2 months. Most reviewers agreed that the core of the book about Samantha's fathers and the struggles they faced was compelling and that the takedown of the hypocrisy of Elias Roottree was deserved. However, many took umbrage with the timing of the release and the tone of the book, which seemed vindictive. The fallout from the book led to the Roottree company scrambling to release a statement, and due to a conflict of leadership, famously released multiple conflicting official statements over 3 days. This confusing move was referenced in popular culture due to a late-night sketch about indecisionitis, but more traditional analysis have been calling it the Roottree Rift. A few months later, due to Roottree Mania, the book re-entered the charts and sold even better than the first time. So we do have the Roottree ripped on here, and we do have Roottree Mania. Okay, so I'm not going to go adding all of that onto the things, but now we have 6 pieces. What is it called again? Unwrapping America's Sweetest Family. Is it just by Sam? There we go. So now we have another book. Sam Matson's book was released earlier this year and details the truth about Elias Roottree, as well as Sam's fathers, Edward Clancy Roottree and John Miller. You helped verify her story, so much of the book's core contents are familiar to you. That said, Sam had some sections on other family secrets and rumors. Much of it didn't matter to the primary purpose of the book, and some of it is new to you and may be important to your new search. These sections have been added to your notes. Awesome. So now we have 6 pieces. Unwrapping America's Sweetest Family, Sam Matson. That's her dad. Aww. Sam's book has a few different passages about her own history with the company and the rumors and gossip she collected during that tenure. She ran the farm for a period starting around 1968 after the death of Elias Roottree until her daughter Gwyneth took over in 1984. Most of the relevant rumors coincide with the reign of Guy Hudson, who took over as president in 1978. But she was on the farm, right? Yes. Sam was very much not a fan of Guy, and according to 6 pieces, it was an open secret within the family that Guy was very much not a fan of remaining faithful to his wife, Patricia. Many of their hires at the time were young, single women, and Guy often spent a lavish amount of money on private parties. Okay, so now we know these are private parties. Open secret within the family that he was not a fan of remaining faithful to wife Patricia. So maybe now what I said earlier about maybe they're just swingers and they, hooked up with other people and stuff. Maybe that's not as truthful. Maybe she didn't know about those things, like the parties and stuff. This was 20 years ago, and Sam warns that most of it is hearsay. Still, you find the following information that may be relevant. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who also worked as one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Who eloped? According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Rumor has it that her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Guy's main positive contribution to the company involved expanding to markets previously untapped by Roottree. However, when he went on trips overseas, they were often for weeks at a time, and Guy was known for spending more time and money on unofficial business than meeting with distributors and manufacturers. It was said that he bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. There is also a section where Sam speculates that Elias may have also cheated on Gwyneth. Gwyneth was always much kinder to Sam than Elias was, and was the first to invite Sam to family events. While she has no hard evidence, Sam always got the impression that Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias into allowing Sam back into the family using some kind of leverage instead of it being a natural course of events. Oh. She mentioned that Elias and Gwyneth were known to loudly argue, sometimes about other women. Sam also says her son Ernie once asked her, "Who's Beth?" because he overheard them yelling about someone with that name. As far as Sam knows, Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth, a different Elizabeth than the supervisor from the farm, but she never met her. Okay. So. So, okay. A farm supervisor, Elizabeth, daughter, worked as one of Guy's secretaries. Oops. Maybe I should actually add it here. Guy and a secretary were caught at a party by a caterer from a local restaurant, Antonelli's. We're gonna look that up. I think we should probably look that up now. There's a lot in here, but let's actually look in the periodicals. So if we look up Butler Times, Antonelli's. Antonelli's is an Italian restaurant and has been in the Butler County Times twice. The most recent time was when it closed in 1992. The owner, Rochelle Zimmer, sold the land the building was on, and at the time of the article, she was unsure if the restaurant would move to a new location or if she would retire. Many years before that, there's a puff piece from Valentine's Day, 1978, that asks recently married residents of Butler County how they met. Christine Garland responded. She and her husband Steve, who was a chef at Antonelli's, met years ago when she delivered produce from her mother's farm. Interesting. Steve used to work extra hours just to be there during her deliveries. Although they grew apart when the restaurant switched suppliers, they reconnected by chance and eloped at the end of last year. Now she has a bun in the oven and they're both working as much as they can. She's a secretary, but went back to delivering produce on the weekends, trying to save up money to move to Boston and open their own restaurant. Okay, so we have some names. Let's add them. So we have Rochelle Zimmer, who owner of Antonelli's. Move that up there. And then Christine Garland, married to Steve, chef at Antonelli's. Used to deliver produce to the restaurant. They reconnected years later and eloped. Is now a secretary secretary, but delivers produce on the weekends still. Pregnant. Trying to move to Boston. I don't know if that matters, but we'll just add it in. So she is pregnant. So let's see if Antonelli's comes up any other times. I don't think it'd be in any of these. Okay, so Business Watch. We had Rochelle Zimmer, right? So Rochelle and her husband Mark Zimmer have a few mentions in the Butler County Times. Both were local business owners. Rochelle owned Antonelli's, an Italian restaurant, and Mark owned a local bookstore called Bookmarks. Both closed in 1992. Mark was also mentioned once in the Butler County Times when he was sued by Steve Garland. Oh, that can't be good. Uh-oh, what's going on there? Husband to Rochelle owns or owned Bookmarks. Closed in 1992. I should add that to hers as well. Closed in 1992. Was once sued by Steve Garland. Ooh, things are getting crazy now. So now we have Mark Zimmer. Let's look through Business Watch about his bookstore. Nothing. You know, while we're on here, we have Christine Garland. Steve Garland is mentioned in a couple of articles. The first was an article about how he met his wife Christine when he worked at Antonelli's. The second is from months later in September of 1978, a listing for his weekend cooking classes, Gourmet for the Groovy. The blurb mentions that he's been giving lessons from his home kitchen for the last month so that he can keep an eye on his son. The third was from 1991 and is titled Local Author Sued by Former Butler County Resident. It seems that a local author by the name of Mark Zimmer was sued by Garland after Garland saw Zimmer promoting his book Kitchen Tales on television. His recipe book was partially plagiarized from the recipes that Steve Garland would give his students during his cooking lessons before he moved. Interesting. So we probably need a Steve Garland now. So, he used to give cooking lessons from home kitchen. Mark, or we'll put sued Mark Zimmer for, so when it says like, you know, Garland saw Zimmer promoting his book Kitchen Tales, and I thought that meant like it was Steve's, but it's not. So sued Mark Zimmer for promoting a book Mark wrote, Kitchen Tales, and I'll confirm that in through the public library. Because it was partially plagiarized from Recipes Steve would teach his students. Ooh. Okay, we got that down. The article mentions that although recipes are hard to copyright, Garland accompanied each recipe with a short fiction about how he learned it. These usually doubled as a way to remember certain ingredients. Garland's bean salad, for example, involved making a trade with a gnome for some magic beans. Oh, that's really cute. As somebody who loves cooking, I absolutely love cooking. And I do wish that I had more like cooking books, and like I always want to like write down my own recipes and have like my own little cookbook or like cooking like cards and stuff. I think that's such a cute way to like help people remember things, because I am often am like, oh crap, do I need to look up that recipe again, or like did I actually forget something? But like if you have like a cute little way like that, like when I'm at the grocery store, I can kind of remember certain things, right? Rather than like going up and down every aisle and being like, wait, did I need something down here? No, I don't remember. Apparently these stories were found word for word in Zimmer's book, in addition to additional stories that followed the same format. So very quickly, let's go to the public library. Let's look up Kitchen Tales by Mark. Oh, there was an older one. So it was coming in fall 1999. Okay, Mark Zimmer. Full title: Mark Zimmer's Kitchen Tales, published 1982, out of print. No copies available. Re-released as Garnishing the Truth. The entire description of this book, according to the library system, is a recipe book that contains stories. So wrote Kitchen Tales, released it as Garnishing the Truth. Get it? Because you garnish plates and stuff. My mouse is acting up today. There we go. Should this then be Steve Garland? Okay. So it was re-released under Steve's name. Interesting. The introduction of this book is a series of acknowledgments from Steve. The first is Christine. Thank you for everything. Your support means the world to me. You are the apple of my pie. That's so cute. The second is to James and Robert. You're becoming amazing men and incredible chefs. I'm guessing I'm a good teacher. The final is to Mark Zimmer. You proved my storytelling approach to recipes could be popular. Without you, this book couldn't exist. There's also a foreword by Mark Zimmer. I first met Steve in 1978 when he taught a cooking class. The next time I saw him was over a decade later when he was suing me for stealing his recipes. Yes, really. So you might wonder what I'm doing in this introduction. Well, it turns out that Steve and I had more in common than we thought. Instead of settling in court, we settled it at McCarran's brew house over a game of darts. They said they'd give us the first drink of the night free for an entire year for mentioning them. Okay. We highlight that just in case. By the end of the game, he and I agreed we'd both rather make a ton of money together than spend a ton of money on lawyers. It's pretty rare to meet your best friend so late in life, but when I decided to retire, I moved to Boston just so we could hang out. So if you're browsing this book in a bookstore, please, please buy our book. We need more money for when the free beer runs out, and the bookstore could probably use the sale. Okay. Is there something in Boston we can look up? Like a Boston periodical? I'm not quite sure how this is helping us on our journey. Maybe not yet. So McCarran's Brewhouse is a pub in Boston and they have a website. Apparently the bar has been around a long time. On the site, there's a list of famous people who have had a drink there, including former president of the United States, not of the Roottree Company, Kennedy. There's also a few listings of television shows and books that have mentioned McCarran's as well as how they came up. One of them is Garnishing the Truth, which the site has this to say about. Local and regular Stevie G wrote a book about food. We prefer cocktails, but he gave us a shout out and we ain't gonna say no to free press. So grab a bite at his kids' joint Friday and then swing by to meet him for a drink. Friday. Yeah. Friday is a fairly popular restaurant in Boston. They don't have a website, but many locals seem to mention them in various places. One more in-depth review explains that it's not a full restaurant, just a front door and a very small interior with a window. Unusually, the restaurant only serves vegetables, but a lot of reviews say that in spite of that, it's delicious. What? Yeah. As someone who mostly eats a vegetarian-based diet, I would love this so much. Vegetables, I love it. And that's cute because his mom, so if it's by Steve's children, their mom was the produce that would bring it to the restaurant that Steve worked at. That's really cute. You also find a story about it listed on the website called My Boston Homepage. Whoever runs the page seems to just link to random sites related to Boston, tell personal anecdotes related to Boston, and give their relatively short opinions on things in Boston. It's very unorganized. It has this to say about Friday. Wicked, overrated. I saw it in a chef's signature, so I went and there was a huge line. They didn't have a single meat dish. What's even the point? It's not always about you. Okay. So restaurant ran by Christine and Steve's sons. I forgot their names. James and Robert. Let's look up My Boston homepage. It's run by someone with eclectic taste. They claim to rate things on a scale from wicked awful to wicked wicked. The most recent thing to receive a wicked awful was an antique store called Bees Things. Apparently the owner, Beatrice, is not very friendly. The most recent establishment to receive a wicked wicked is a comic book store in Cambridge called The Million Year Picnic. As far as you can tell, nothing besides Friday seems to be connected to your search in any way. How is that even connected to my search? What am I doing again? What am I looking for? How did we get here? How does this relate to this? Like, it started from this? I don't understand anymore. Bees Things is an antique store located in Boston. The owner's name is Patrice, and the store name appears to be somewhat awkward attempt at bee stings pun. This is supported by what can only be described as a swarm of bees related imagery and puns on their website. Their logo has a pastel yellow and black striped theme with clip art insects all over it. It mentions that all of Boston is buzzing for bees. There's even a listing for vintage armoire that mentions it has plenty of room for all your yellow jackets in it. At the bottom it states, "Fly on down, honey, and make a deal with Beale." Nothing appears to be relevant to your search. The Million Year Picnic is a comic book store in Cambridge, Massachusetts. It's one of the oldest comic book stores in the United States, founded in 1974 and named after a short story by Ray Bradbury. If you decide to visit Million Year Picnic for the first time after playing this game, please tell the owner, Tony, that you heard about his store from a video game, The Rootrees Are Dead by Jeremy Johnson. Fair warning, he has no idea I did this, and he will probably be somewhat confused if you're the first person to tell him. That's cute. So it looks like they put some local stuff in there. Okay, let me go back to my avatar. How did we get there from here? Oh, Antonelli's. Okay, now I understand the rabbit hole that I went down. A caterer. I feel like I need to bounce around all over the place again. So that is from the 6 pieces, but I'm not quite sure what else it gave us. The Roottree Rift. Let's try that. Okay. The 3 press releases from the Roottree Candy Company after the release of 6 pieces were referred to as the Roottree Rift due to clear conflicts between them. The first was fairly standard. It stated that there was no president of the Roottree Company, but that the entire family was made aware of the release of the book and that they would be meeting as soon as possible. Only then could they verify the legitimacy of the claims it raised and decide next steps. The second release was emailed to business newspapers 3 hours later and announced that after a vote, Ron Roottree would be taking over temporarily as an interim president. So that's Gwen's son, Ron. Okay, thankfully not Robert, because he embezzled and stuff. It also went on to state that Ron was aware of the book, had verified the claims within, and would look into compensating Mrs. Madsen and her family immediately. It also stated that the company lawyers would be taking immediate steps with the family to revisit the Clancy Trust terms to make sure nothing like this could happen again. It was quickly clear to business reporters and analysts that the time between the 2 press releases would not have been logically sufficient to gather a majority of the family, even using conference calls. This was reported on many news channels, and a third, much shorter press release came the next day. It claimed that a draft of the announcement was made prematurely and that Clark Rafferty LaRue and Ron Roottree would be taking over the company's first joint presidents. It also stated that any compensation plan would be based on stringent verification process. What? Alright, let's look him up, because he is on the list. Okay, so this is the newest article. So Clark is the new president of the Roottree Corporation. This does not include Root, which appears to have its own new leadership. Interesting, so there is new leadership there. Is this different? The Root website has a small memorial section to the deceased members of the family, but it contains no new information. The most recent catalog, spring 1999, had an entirely black cover with no text on it. On the leadership page, you learn that Root is currently managed by a designer who was apparently Brenda White's second in command. You don't recognize her name, and she seems unrelated to your search. There's also a scholarship page. On it, you find information about the Roottree Sisters Fashion Scholarship. It is awarded to 3 underprivileged high school girls each year who wish to pursue a career in fashion. Apparently, it also gives them an opportunity to show off their designs on professional models on real runway. According to the site, the fund was created directly from shares that would have contributed to the inheritance of the Roottree sisters if they were still alive. Like other aspects of the Clancy Trust, is managed by Ruby Legal Enterprises. I feel like I'm just going down a never-ending rabbit hole and a lot of it seems like it's not related to what my current like objective is, and it's really confusing to me. Ruby Legal Enterprises is the name of the law firm that has been hired by the Roottree Candy Company. The company is named after its head lawyer, Ruby Spratt. You can't find much about the company from before this year, though all of the articles tell the same tale. After the fiasco of 6 Pieces and the revelation that the Roottree's internal law group was complicit in such a cover-up, they hired outside counsel. The Ruby Legal Enterprise Group now seems to have ties to multiple aspects of the Roottree Corporation, including the Candy Company and Root. They were recently in the news due to a high-profile lawsuit they raised against Cicely Sanchez. Current law firm for Roottree Candy Company. Head lawyer Ruby Spratt. Okay. Ruby Spratt, like her legal company, is relatively elusive. The most complete source of information you can find from before her time with the Roottrees is from the website for a magazine owned by a major airline. Oh, what are they called? She was the subject of one article from a reoccurring series about modern-day success stories. Ruby grew up in foster care but excelled at school and earned a scholarship to study at Mid-Eastern University. There, she graduated at the top of her legal class and was quickly hired as a lawyer for a prominent firm. I'm not sure if that's relevant to anything. Actually, you know what? At this point, nothing feels relevant to anything anymore. I've totally lost the plot of what I'm supposed to be doing here. There are a few high-profile corporate-involved cases she was a part of. One was a legal consultant for a class action lawsuit against a manufacturer for steering wheel covers. Another was to help a local gas station chain in her hometown of Portland with a rollout of promotion that allowed gas station customers the ability to bet on the price of gas. The blurb ends by calling her new firm a double threat. Her company's services are a cross between a traditional lawyer and a PR manager. Cicely Sanchez is the author for the best known for Portrait of a Changed Man, released in 1979. Her follow-up, Foreign Gospel, 1984, did not perform as well critically, but still sold quite respectably. She has written a few more books since then, including a biography of Van Gogh, but her first two are her claim to fame. According to a site about authors, Cicely is known for her nonfiction with a focus of exploring darkness in the human psyche. Ooh. Recently, they appeared in a magazine called Picote with an article about a book she had been commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. The magazine and Cicely herself were immediately issued a cease and desist due to its inclusion of pictures that she never had the rights to publish. The issue was pulled from store shelves, making it an instant collector's item. Okay. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, let's highlight this. So they are an author. So we have Portrait of a Changed Man. Could be about Guy. 1979. That's around the time he was there. And then Foreign Gospel, 1984. So there's a magazine, we'll look that up. Commissioned to write a book for Guy Hudson. Issued cease and desist for using pictures she didn't have the rights to publish. Interesting. Save that. Let's look up this magazine. Let's see if we can get it in our stuff. Category of flower with an outline around the edges of its petals. Can I look it up here? It won't. But how am I supposed to spell that? Let's look up. Okay, so we got it there. That's interesting. In an issue that focused on a talking toy fish and the demonic messages it supposedly said as the batteries ran low, Picote had an article about a canceled book by Cisley Sanchez. The book's subject was Guy Hudson, and the issue was said to contain pictures that Cisley did not have the rights to publish. I don't know if I'm saying their name correctly. I apologize. Because of the pictures, this issue was pulled from the store shelves, making it the subject of some conspiracies and an instant collector's item. Due to this recall, the version found in these archives is incomplete. June 1999. Basilbub? Could this popular gift be filling homes with satanic messages? Reveals Roottree secrets. Plus, okay. This was the issue of Picote magazine that contained an article about Cisley Sanchez. The story concerned an unreleased book she had written about Guy Hudson. It seems that it used photos of Guy that Cisley did not own the rights to publish. Unfortunately, the magazine was issued a cease and desist by the Roottree's lawyers. The magazine was pulled from shelves, and the version you found on your periodical search had the relevant pages removed, rendering this magazine useless unless you want to read about the potentially demonic toy fish. How do I get 8 clues about this, though? Here we go. Publication that, as far as you can tell, has no consistent theme. It tends to contain tabloid-esque articles that appeal to a wider variety of audiences and appears in many grocery stores near the checkout line. Unlike traditional tabloids, it doesn't typically feature celebrities on the cover. Instead, it tends to latch onto and create sensationalist headlines about whatever subject appears to be popular at any given time. In recent years, this has included Beanie Babies. Oh my god, remember Beanie Babies? Magic eye images, and even Red Bull. Wow. I just had one of those today. It has often come under fire for printing fiction along with facts. Picote gets around this by stating in every issue that all of its articles are all the hearsay that's fit to print. At one point, Picote ran an article about Cisley Sanchez, an author. She claims to have written an unread book about Guy Hudson. The article was not even the main focus of the issue, yet the magazine was threatened legally by the Roottree Corporation. That particular issue, the Big Sass Sea Bass issue, was pulled from shelves and now has become a collector's item, especially amongst conspiracy theorists attempting to figure out what the Roottree company was hiding. You find a recently finished online auction that listed a copy at over $1,000, though nobody bid. What am I supposed to do with this? So this is the talking fish that sits at the fake mount on your wall. When you press the button to speak into it, it mimics your voice and then insults you. Many people consider it a ripoff of a more popular wall-mounted communication-based fish decoration, but the package makes it clear that this one does not sing. Instead, what the advertisements say set Big Sassy Bass apart from its competitors is a sardonic and sarcastic wit that will leave you reeling with laughter. It's oceans of fun for the whole family. You'll be hooked on the Big Sassy Bass. The words reeling oceans and hooked are conveniently bolded to ensure you recognize how clever the copywriter was. Recently, it appeared on the cover of Picote magazine. In the same issue that a Roottree-related article appeared, that issue was removed from stores of the Roottree Sue the magazine. Okay, this is all the same stuff. I feel like there's something here. I almost feel like I need to use the duck already. Because I am just like I feel like they added so much stuff to look up and look into as just a means. Like, I don't, like, right now it feels like it's not related to anything. So it was all that just added as a means to make this seem longer? Like, I could very well put Guy Hudson here, but at the same time, I feel he's definitely got to go somewhere on here, but I don't want to just assume it, and I need 4 of them anyways. So what else? We have Roottree Mania and Anonymom. Let's do, I guess we're going in order. I feel like I'm picking up on things and then I'm like not seeing what I need, maybe. So because of the 5-piece saga, an underlying thorough line of how pop culture treated Roottree Mania was an excuse for everyday people to claim they were also Roottrees. Daytime talk shows had I'm a Secret Roottree episodes, late night hosts and guests made jokes about other lost members of the family, and there was a widely shared website where you could fill in your own name to find out if you were a secret Roottree. When you submitted your name, it simply said no with an image of Clark Rafferty LaRue giving you the finger. Roottree Mania lasted only a few weeks, just long enough for 6 pieces to re-enter the charts, and to trigger new printings of other Roottree-related media. This includes Lauren's Diaries, VHS releases of Gwen's old movies, as well as countless other unauthorized biographies, which mostly seem to attempt to capitalize on the Roottree sisters Carl and Brenda. These re-releases were too late to successfully capitalize on or extend the craze. As a result, most of them were failures, and countless novelty shirts that had variations of I'm a Secret Roottree became immediately unfashionable, though some people still wear them ironically. So there's re-releases, so Lauren's Diaries, VHS tapes of Gwen's old movies, unauthorized biographies. You think that's anything? Oh, that's not what I meant. I kind of wanted to just look it up and see if it was anything. No. Anonymom was the second high-profile case after Felix Fellows of a potential new Roottree being added to the Clancy Trust. Instead of claiming herself a Roottree, however, she claimed she slept with Guy Hudson and that her daughter was a Roottree. The accusation came during the height of Roottree Mania and began with a brief TV interview. She appeared in the shadows with a disguised voice and promoted an article about herself in News Time. Okay, so we can look up Anonymom in the News Time. In the TV interview and the article, she referred to her daughter as Jane Doe Roottree. The name Anonymom was not self-inflicted. It seems to spring up ironically because nobody knew how else to refer to her. The day after the news... Oh wait, we've already confirmed that they're not a part of it though, so what's the point of looking them up? The day after the Newstime article, Sam Madsen publicly supported Anonymom due to some parts of the story she found particularly credible. With the momentum from Sam's endorsement, Anonymom went on media blitz. Untimely, this backfired. As more details came out, people became skeptical of her story due to the extreme similarity to 5Ps. Her accusation even included many of the same details as his mother's story. This included her job, secretary, and the time period, late 70s. After fumbling the 5Ps story so publicly, the Roottrees were more prepared to handle all Clancy Trust-related cases. Within a week, a DNA test proved that Anonymom's daughter could not be related to the Roottrees. This was announced at a joint press conference with lawyers representing both Anonymom and the Roottrees. Each party ensured their respective clients provided accurate samples. Immediately after the negative results were released, many of those who had already been skeptical felt vindicated. Others who had built up hope that history would repeat itself after 5Ps felt duped. Many people suspected the whole affair had been a hoax to gain fame and money. Many demanded that Anonymom be held accountable, and some people even began to attempt to track down her true identity. The Roottree company felt pressure to put out a second statement to try to curb some of the backlash, even going as far to say, though it was scientifically proven that Jane Doe Roottree is not a Roottree, this doesn't mean that her mother and Guy Hudson were not involved in an affair. She had every right to make her claim, as it has been verified that her stories about Guy Hudson were not exaggerations. Please leave their family alone. Many people claim this high-profile anti-climax and public backlash was the beginning of the end for Roottree Mania, since much of the fun was the shared fascinations about secret Roottrees. Others think that, like any fad, it just ran its course naturally. Regardless, this was the final notable event related to the release of the 5 pieces, and things soon went back to normal. Jane Doe Roottree has already been eliminated as a potential new Roottree by the company's lawyers, who are the ones verifying your work. Anonymom's affair does not appear to appear on your updated tree. Why is it something for me to look up then? What is it here that I need to find? We get stuff though. An anonymous woman appeared on the cover of Newstime holding a picture of her daughter, Jane Doe Roottree. The first and only mention of the phrase Anonymom in the Newstime came this week after, when they issued an apology for featuring her in the first place. Okay. It was determined through a DNA test that Anonymom's daughter was not a Roottree. This article, which did refer to her daughter as Jane Doe Roottree, but did not coin the phrase Anonymom, came before all of that, right around the time of her first TV interview. This is the summary. An anonymous woman appeared on the cover of Newstime shortly after 5Ps was confirmed to be a member of the Roottree family. In an homage to the previous cover, she holds a photo of her daughter. Unlike 5Ps, she wished to remain anonymous, and both photos were obscured. The anonymous woman claimed to have had an affair with Guy Hudson while she was working as his secretary. She and other women were hired at the same time, including a transition period while many of the secretaries that had worked under Zach Morden were already gone. She says that she and the other women were both underqualified, as neither had typewriter experience. According to other staff members interviewed, Guy had his own requirements for hiring women. Guy Hudson liked to throw lavish parties, and the longer he was president, the more excuses he found. The anonymous woman posted that these parties mostly seemed to be an excuse to have after parties at Guy's home, featuring much more alcohol and other substances. She claimed she slept with him at one of these after parties. She confronted Guy when she found out she was pregnant. Guy didn't seem fazed, and they came to an arrangement. He paid her a significant amount of hush money on a reoccurring basis under the table. She used it to move away and start a new life with her daughter. When Guy died, the money stopped coming, and she assumed things had run their course. She went back to work at the department store and hoped that nobody would ever look too closely at how she paid for her house. She told everyone that her daughter's father walked out one day and never came back. She claimed that after seeing the fantastic article in News Times, she realized that she wasn't the only one this happened to. While she never worked at the Roottree company at the same time as 5P's mother, Joanna, their stories seemed eerily similar, and she knew Felix was telling the truth right away. The article presented no tangible evidence of the anonymous woman's time at Roottree, and all of the payments were allegedly made in cash. However, using details that she provided to News Time, the reporters were able to reach out to another woman hired at the same time who also remained anonymous. They successfully fact-checked the timeline of both women and confirmed the existence of the infamous after-parties. 5P's case was strengthened and this news story was subsequently published. So how do we look up after parties? Do you think we could type in, like, Guy Hudson after parties? So, possible infidelity 1921. So that would be like him. 1949. This fits in with the years that he was president. And then family tree update. So this could be Guy. He was the third president. 1949. We could take Miracle's photo, so I wonder if Miracle is one. They would have had this child, and then this person and their spouse had this child. Oh boy. Oh, we haven't looked up her books yet. Let's look up those books. I was like, I thought I had books I could look up. So author is Sanchez. So 1979, that's around the times for Guy Hudson as well. Portrait of a Changed Man. The book's description has this to say: what if everything you stand for, everything you know to be true today, could disappear in an instant? All of your politics, relationships, gone in the blink of an eye. Would you still be you? Sisley Sanchez tells this powerful true story about a man who woke up after being saved from drowning in his backyard pool and became an entirely different person. Included are interviews from those that knew him best, as well as one-on-one chat that paints an entirely different picture. You won't be able to put down without wondering, what if that were me? Do we know of someone who drowned in their pool? Foreign Gospel tells the tale of a man from the Catholic Church who claims he was told by God that he should travel to Thailand and begin to preach, specifically with the goal to convert 10,000 people. It says it's nonfiction, and we know some preachers. He returned to the United States after just over 2 years, claiming to have succeeded. This book tells his version of the story, but the author, Cicely Sanchez, also traveled to Thailand to investigate these claims and talk with some of the so-called converted. That's giving me miracle vibes. How does this help us? Seems Miracle Senior is going on a new tour of the United States in late 1999. Previous flyer for 3 generations of miracles has been replaced. Be a part of history, the oldest living Roottree reprises and retells his incredible true story. Miracle Roottree grew up as one of the famous 5 pieces, living a life of wealth and luxury. But fortune was nothing compared to the powerful force of the Almighty. Doctors determined he was destined to die young, but fate had different plans. He's lived a long and fruitful life. However, he's now in his 70s and his age is beginning to take life on a road more difficult. So consider this your last chance to see him in a town near you before he settles back down in Pennsylvania. In this intimate evening, Miracle will reminisce about his famous history. He'll discuss his family's saints and sinners and provide a unique perspective on one of the most notable families in the United States today. Learn what originally drove him away from his fortune and into the arms of religion, and learn how his life has become more wealthy in spirit than it ever could have been from his inheritance. The site also lists the churches he will be appearing in and mentions that tickets can be purchased through their local services. Notably absent are mentions about Miracle's new appearances. The older one, Miracle Network. Maybe Junior's the one, because it says he has since left the life of glamour and glitz behind to reach those places that need it most. Was that a periodical? No. Somebody mentioned something about I think it was in here. I feel like there's something in here. So how would we look up a farm supervisor, Elizabeth? Since Six Pieces, the candy company has placed much less of an emphasis on Elias as a historical brand-connected figure. But there have also been those who have argued that it was his right to decide how to split his inheritance and that he did nothing wrong. This has led to some heated television exchanges and countless whatever that is. The first Anderson Maple Farm only used to be a popular tourist attraction during the summer months when it had special tours. However, it has since seen an explosion of off-season business as some religious and political groups decided to visit to show support for Elias and Gwyneth's traditional values and financial rights. This rise in support was in turn followed by pickets from gay rights activists when some particularly inflammatory organizations made their pilgrimages. Amongst all this conflict, the farm has since shut down seemingly indefinitely. The website says check back later but has no date listed. The quotes from Bess Williams' book appear to have been taken down. It's older. Well, yeah, because this book didn't have anything. May now be irrelevant. Just curious, like, how do I look that up? Who's Beth? I think I'm gonna click on the duck. Let's see. I am very lost. 5Ps is a musician. It's possible some of his music could be helpful to you. Oh. So. What if we look through... We have 5Ps, right? I don't think it'll show up in here because this is an older one. Teen Blast. He's in Teen Blast. Popular and attractive enough that even though his music is not targeted towards teen girls, they seem to be paying attention anyways. While he hasn't done any interviews with the magazine, they've listed him amongst the hunky hotties for the past few months with small bios that tell you various facts about him. This includes his real name, David, his birthday, February 9th, 1977, his star sign Aquarius, and where he grew up, foster care in Portland. A letter to the editor also claims that it's not possible that he was born in 1977, as he claimed in a song called 17 Magazine that he turned 17 in 1992. The editor responds with a statement that they've reached out to his agent to ask about the song and were told it wasn't performed by 5Ps and they shouldn't print rumors. Okay, we can look up his album. "17 Magazine," sometimes referred to as 17 Magazine, is the title of an unreleased and controversial song by Dirty Davy. Oh, we should also look that name up too. There's mentions of it on a few sites claiming that it was on the first release of his first mixtape but was removed. There's no audio or visual evidence of it existing, but there are independent accounts from people who have claimed to have heard it, and they do generally line up. According to the recollection, it was about many different loosely connected occurrences of the number 17, mostly violent. The intro states it was written on Davy's 17th birthday and involved a fictional but glorified series of murders at a fashion show for a teenage magazine with a similar name to the song title. The person doing the violence was apparently trying to beat Dahmer's high score. Jeffrey Dahmer had pleaded guilty to killing 16 people in 1992. Due to major acts of gun violence in schools earlier this year and the subsequent backlash against violent music and video games, it is generally considered in very poor taste to bring it up. Most of the people that enjoy mentioning it online are either trolls trying to shock people or come from the morbidly curious corners of the internet. Okay. Yeah. He used to sell records and perform live shows in Portland under that name. There are some people selling his old mistakes on auction sites. One is apparently called Dirty Devil and another Dirt Poor. Okay, so we have some more albums. And Dirt Poor. So his one album is Root of All Evil. According to various sources, the album is mostly material that 5P's recorded for his mixtapes before he became notable, but re-recorded with lyrical differences and professional production. All of Your Problems was the first and only single released. After dropping the single, 5P's announced he retained the infamous celebrity lawyer Stevie Whitlock to sue his family. To date, it doesn't seem like he's followed through. At first, the single didn't make much of a splash, but Whitlock, known for publicity stunts, paid thousands of teenagers a few dollars in an hour to call and request the video on MTV, which increased its profile. MTV eventually caught on and banned the video altogether, which in turn received national news coverage and made the song even more popular. Oh, we got the song. This track is the only new song on the album. The subject matter of the song is the hypocrisy of those that claim money is evil. He points out that the only people who think money is evil are those that have it, those that can afford not to be greedy. In the song, 5P's triumphantly talks about taking the Roottree's wealth due to it being his birthright and giving it to those who need it most. You find a copy of the song on a suspicious-looking website and download it to your records. This is the only single from 5P's album Root of All Evil. It received some airplay but didn't make a big splash critically or commercially. Still, it's kind of catchy. Uh-oh. Okay, let's listen to it. Attention, Roottrees. It gives me Eminem vibes. But let's listen for clues.
Hypocrites sitting back in your massive estates, built from the cash that your ancestors gave you, acting like you somehow deserve it based on your family's creations. But look at here, sonny, don't you come for our money, or you might burn bright in hellfire someday, like that Madsen chick and her two dads. My pappy's cleansing trust should keep you away. Yo, it's disturbing catching a sermon from a geezer who's never known hurt, but blurts out these claims that somehow we're sinners cause we didn't earn it. When all of your worth it came free with your name, you expect me to treat your lectures on greed as some expert creed from he without blame. How about instead I turn my other cheeks and spread them? When you give me a kiss, you'll know just where to aim.
It's so totally Eminem, like coded. It didn't say that it didn't have any clues in it.
So once more with passion, tell this poor tragic orphan your mansions and Porsches are actually horrible. How I'm better off penniless, grasping for morsels. I wanted my share. That's actually extortion. With your candy ass name, synonymous with sweets. Oh, you wanna call me classless? I'm gangster from Portland, but I play that game. I came up on the streets. The only streets you reppin' are Park Place and Boardwalk. Hypocrisy, monopoly is toppling. When I knock, have G's. Top off my pockets, please. Cause the same God that got to steal my mom from me is what he wants, right? With you to live in poverty. And if you're suddenly not eager to unhand that fortune, that's unfortunate. I guess I'm gonna have to take my portion, and I'll do it all legally. Class action, courtroom, decorum. I'm way past your fancy ass dormant.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away. Bring the choir in. You say money.
It looks like it starts repeating. So he soothed them?
Let me take those problems away. You say money is the root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
I wanted to look up his lawyer.
Just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burning spoons for the needle. Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burning spoons for the needle.
None of this seems related to the Roottree. Okay. So we looked up this song. So let's look up. This was the first mixtape. There's discrepancies and debates about what year actually it was released based on some of the pop culture references, with the range thought to be somewhere between 1992 and 94. One of the songs, Yes I Can Jump, seems to be at the center of the confusion. Some fan sites claim that there are multiple versions with different track lists and song links on them. Though because there's very little evidence of the mixtape online as it is, it's even harder to verify that information. Yes I Can Jump is a song that was on 5 Pieces mixtape Dirty Devil. It seems to be the only song that didn't make it into the studio album that people thought should have. In it, he references a popular movie from 1992 called White Men Can't Jump. This reference has caused some confusion amongst the fan side. Because of it, it's agreed upon that the mixtape had to come out in 1992 at the earliest, but others point out that Felix references seeing the movie on his 17th birthday. This would have been in 1994. Some take this to mean that the album had to have been released in 94 at the earliest. Others claim that he is likely just trying to make himself sound older, since in response to some of the more questionable lyrics, he has stated multiple times that he was a dumb kid when it released. I don't think this has anything to do with anything. Yeah. So the other album is Dirt Poor. This one was released in 96. There's a lot of online discourse from people who like to point out that in one of the songs, Felix includes someone that would be revealed to be his own distant cousin, Raina, in a list of attractive women. The lyrics to one of the songs, Heat, mentions a few different prominent female actresses, models, and musicians from the 90s and provides a crude pun or line about what fellows felt for them. When re-released in 1999, much of the rhetoric was toned down to be less overly profane, and the line referencing Raina was clumsily replaced by Dana, a reference to a character from the X-Files. Yeah, because then he found out it was his cousin. Okay. So this version of him doesn't pop up. What does this have to do with his music? He Found a lot of important information in your last investigation. Now that some time has passed, it's worth looking into some of it again. Your evidence, reminders in your evidence goes over the most important people and events from the last investigation. So maybe we should just start at the top. Elias Roottree. It looks like we gotta start Googling everybody again. So this is a newer one. There is an older version. Elias and Gwyneth Roottree were never really celebrities, but the general public's perception of them as classic faces associated with the Roottree Candy Company had always been in somewhat high regards. This was Elias's intention as a family man with his family brand. Since Six Pieces, the candy company has placed much less of an emphasis on Elias as a historical brand-connected figure. But there have also been those who have argued that it was his right to decide. Didn't I just read this? I did just read this. One of the people mentioning reminders is Caroline Morden. She seems like someone who would have spoken up about everything going on. Okay. After the release of Six Pieces, Caroline Morden did a television interview. Someone has uploaded a partial transcript of that interview on the television section of a messaging community. The transcript is only her answers and is missing the questions. This creates a somewhat confusing reading experience, but does give you a bit more history about Caroline and some of her family members. That's right, she didn't get along with many of her family members. 45 minutes, the Caroline Morden interview. This was a cable news interview. A transcript of only Caroline's answers has been posted on a site about television. Thanks for having me. I've never really fit into the family, so it didn't surprise me. She could have put me in if she wanted to talk about the time during my activism days when I almost got arrested for stealing the spark plugs out of all her tractors, but I don't really think it fit her narrative. Yes and no. They never tried to kick me out or send me to live on a farm, if that's what you mean. But I was already pretty unpopular, and once everyone learned why I divorced my husband, few people paid me any attention. Oh, so it was almost kind of like certain family members maybe like they were like double standards. She's my wife, not legally, but we've been together for half our lives. Call it what it is. I was 20 and had just had my daughter. I hate to look back on that time because I was a terrible mother the first few years. I left my daughter with my ex-husband and followed Guy on a private jet to Europe. He lost a tooth and a client. I found love and a better understanding of who I was. Still, in our family's eyes, his trip was somehow more acceptable? Explain that. No, I couldn't stand him. Our family wrote off his behavior like he was some huge fan of romance or women. But he didn't like the entire woman. What? But he didn't like the entire woman. It was doubly awkward for me because he was more supportive than most. I slowly figured out it was because he assumed I would be as shallow as he was. He was a workaholic. He seemed nice enough and did a good job. I didn't know him well. That was one of Sam's problems with our family. None of us did, except Carl. Honestly, I get why she's pissed. I'd rather not speak ill of the dead, not unless you want more stories about Guy. With Carl, though, all I can say is we used to be friends before they sent him to private school. He came back a lot judgier. It made sense when they made him president. He was a lot like my father after they disciplined the fun out of him. After I started protesting the farms, he stopped returning my calls. Oh well, he's harder to label. When I was a teenager, he was basically drunk or high or both all the time. He actually used to sell me pot. His problems with women were different than guys, but he never really judged me. I guess he knew it would be pretty hypocritical to judge anyone for anything. Back then, he was destructively unreliable in every way, but nowadays, he's just kind of boring and old. I prefer that to how he used to be, and to Guy and Carl, but it's still a cautionary tale. I hope I'm never that boring and old. So she went on a trip to Europe with Guy. How does this help me, little duck? Okay, now it tells me Lauren was your best source of information. Maybe she can help us again. In the wake of Six Pieces' release, Lauren Roottree, author of A Life Between Wars, was tracked down by a reporter as being in one of the most upscale memory care facilities in Pittsburgh. She was relocated back to Pennsylvania when she began suffering from Alzheimer's. There was a minor backlash towards the reporter that tracked Lauren down because they were caught standing on a ladder and holding their camera over the privacy wall to take a photo of Lauren and her son Clark sitting on the bench outside near a small pond on the premises. Hi, Piep. How are you? Welcome. Oh gosh, Piep, I've been doing this for 2.5 hours and I have made no progress. This is perfect timing though, because I'll fill you in on what's going on. I'm okay, Piep, thank you. And then maybe it'll help me like think better about everything that's happening. So, we're doing Roottree Mania. Apparently, when we ended, after we solved everything, Sam, this person, wrote a book called Six Pieces. And when that came out, this situation, what they're calling Roottree Mania, happened, where a bunch of people were like coming out of the woodwork and claiming that they were also Roottrees because they heard about the Clancy Trust and how when that was set up, every person who was related to a Roottree by blood would obtain money from the Roottree company. So that's anything that they earned from the candy company, and then later on anything that was earned by Root, which was the clothing company set up by Carl and his wife and his daughters modeled in. So now we're experiencing trying to find other people because other people are claiming that they are also a Roottree. One person, this person, came out with that claim because he had a photo of his mom, who used to be a secretary to Guy Hudson when he was president, and claimed that they were having an affair. They did a DNA test. It proved that he is in fact related to the Roottrees. I don't know if Guy goes here, but I'm kind of feeling more confident that it is because it's the time frame when he was the president. I'm thinking this is Elias, the main guy, 1921. 1949, I'm thinking that this is going to be Miracle because we could take a photo of him, which is very interesting. So you also got to discover if they are relatives or not. Exactly. So we did have somebody else come out and claim, they remained anonymous, and they claimed that their daughter, who they called Jane Doe Roottree, was also like a daughter to Guy. Okay? But they ended up doing DNA testing and proving that she had no relation to the Roottrees. But as we can see, if this is in fact where Guy Hudson goes, he had many affairs. He had 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 of them more than once. Okay? Things that we are learning about Guy. Here are some things that I've learned that I've written down. He's the 3rd president, only for a few years, late 70s to early 80s. So this is mid 70s to early 80s. He liked to throw huge parties that often, quote unquote, got out of hand. Also known as private parties, also known as swinger parties. It was an open secret within the family that he was not a fan of remaining faithful to his wife, Patricia, and Guy and a secretary were caught at a party by a caterer from a local restaurant, Antonelli's. I know, Piep, there's a lot of stuff going on. I looked up Antonelli's. I found a whole bunch of stuff on it, and I don't know how I would ever piece together. But I still feel like there's something there. So right now I've been using the duck for help because I have found a lot of information. Like I said, I've been doing this for 2.5 hours, and I've been writing stuff down. I've been looking up stuff, and I'm like, I don't know how any of this relates to any of this. So either, one, it will end up relating in some way. I'm just not there yet to piece all of that together. Or 2, there is a lot of additional stuff in this to really kind of like, to be red herrings, basically, to pull you in other directions that don't have anything to do with this. I don't know, though. We are slowly figuring it out. So, once again, Duck, I looked this up. Maybe she can help us again. It's possible her diary has new information for you now that you have a different focus. Let's check. Her diary? Should I re-look up her diary? It is bringing up new stuff. When revisiting Lauren's book, there's a single passage that focuses on potential affairs in her immediate family you've added to the rest of your evidence. Right on. Okay. An entry entitled Cruelty from Lauren Roottree's diary, written in 1963. It focuses on the relationship between her mother and father. While it offered only redundant information during your previous investigation, it mentions the subject of affairs and may be more useful this time around. I am no stranger to true love. Jacob and I married at an age that most deem unfit for marriage. But he was also enlisting at an age that most deemed unfit for war. We had no choice. I knew in my heart that our marriage was one for the ages. He and I would still be together today if not for Okinawa. That was nearly 20 years ago. There is an emptiness in my soul. I do not understand my contemporaries. Whatever. So many girls I went to school with have taken multiple lovers. So many of my girlfriends' husbands have been unfaithful. If I am able to remain true to the ghost of a man with no chance of physical reciprocation, no potential for long conversation, how could it be so hard to love someone you can reach out and touch, someone you can joke with? I've not had to deal with such madness at home. My parents are a perfect match, in the worst way. My mother's cruelty is a perfect fit for my father's general spite. In turn, Pops' status enables her incessant need to gloat and feel superior. I have grown up with their cruelty and disdain for others my entire life. Even my family remains unspared. They make fun of my grandpop and his family sayings. Blood is thicker than syrup. but nothing's thicker than Elias. They mimic Grandma Gwyneth's lisp and see her kindness as a weakness. Elias, please remember Sam. So it's supposed to be Elias, please remember Sam. Not even our family melodies and religion go unmocked. Remember, God only put one eye in miracle. I can say without a doubt in my mind that my parents have never had eyes for anyone outside their marriage. They're too self-centered to look astray. What am I supposed to get from this? I do think that Elias is one of them. The main guy. But it says that there's one clue here. I don't have any photos though. Someone had a very useful website in the last investigation. I wonder if it's been updated. Things got really complicated. Absolutely, Piep. Not only in the game, but in this whole family. That person was Chris Rafferty. You found him using his email. I think I still have his email written down. Do I? What if I just type that in? Okay. The older version? Yeah. So Chris Rafferty's Prodigy site seemed to have been discovered by the masses. So, and that's the other thing is like, how am I supposed to sit here and remember every single piece of evidence? Because it's no longer on here. How am I supposed to remember every single piece to relook up? Because this is 8 months later. To relook up to see what's been updated. So I feel like that duck is way more useful to me now in this like chapter than what it was during the main game. I did start to use it towards the end because I was like, I am very confused. I don't know where to go. Gone are the art pictures of his cousins. Instead, it's a list of questions that people kept emailing him. The most relevant ones are the following. Are you the son of Clark Rafferty? Yes, but I didn't grow up with him. I remember him from when I was a little kid, but I moved away with my mom when I was very young. We left Pennsylvania and moved back home to Virginia. We lived there with Pete. My stepdad. My dad and I spoke a few times when I found his phone number on a check he sent us in the mail when I was 15. He was happy to hear from me, and now he calls me once a month and came to visit me at college. He tells me about things I don't remember, and people like Guy Hudson and Ernie Mattson. My dad and I get along, but obviously, we aren't very close. Did you ever meet the Roottrees? I used to know the Roottrees, but never the sisters. I was in the office sometimes when I was a kid, but I definitely met Guy Hudson before he died, but I don't remember. My memory is weird. It's hard to know what I actually... There's like some typos and stuff. Remember, and what I only think I do because I have pictures. For example, I have a photo from when I was 5 and in the office with my dad, and Guy was there. I made myself sick by eating chocolate and some woman who I don't know cleaned my face. I don't know if my memories of that come from the picture or not. The photo has been added to your evidence. How did you have proof of Ernie Mattson's heart condition? I knew Ernie had a heart problem because my dad told me on one of our phone calls. I asked him about the poison because I saw it on the Roottree Curse website, and he emailed some old stuff including the proof, but even with the proof, the website didn't take it down. You spelled fiance wrong. I'm not good at spelling or writing. I'm good at painting and other art, and I'm going to school to learn how to edit movies. I want to make cartoons someday. Lulu is much better at spelling. And Lulu was his fiance. So here we have... Okay. There's another one. This photo was on Chris Rafferty's website. According to Chris, it's a photo of him, his father, and Guy Hudson. While they were distracted, he snuck into the supply of chocolate they kept for visitors and tours. Chris Rafferty did not know who the woman in the photo was. Ooh, we can take her photo, though. So, we can add another one for him. We can add another one for him. But we have obviously another secretary. But he doesn't know who's in the photo. Okay, Duck. Where do we go from here now? Oh, so the book could potentially be useful now? Let's go back. What is the book name? Family Man. Roottree Legacy. Bess Williams. A reprinting of an old book about Elias Roottree is blatant corporate propaganda. We can take a photo, so that's leading me to think that he's a part of stuff. The dictionary defines propaganda as information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view. But if they were to replace that definition with a picture, it would be a picture of this book. The book tells you nothing new about Elias, and from what you know of his true feelings towards some of his extended family, you're not sure it tells you anything true about Elias either. The reissue of this book was so lazy that they reused the famous photo of Elias from Business Watch, whose copyright had expired. The best thing it has going for it is that it's only 85 pages long. So here's what I think. I think that woman's picture does go down here, but we won't know who. He said maybe we can kind of determine it based on the year. I think that's Miracle. It is supposed to be someone who was on the original tree. So this would be Miracle Roottree. He was a preacher. Who had an infidelity and had... Okay. And then this one, I think, is Elias. Who was the first president? Perfect. So the guys are correct. Booyah.
Has Clark reached out to you? Well, let me give you a short history lesson about the last few months of my life.
Okay.
3 different people contacted me, claiming that somewhere in their history, they might be Roottrees. First, that young man, the rapper. I ignored that one. He seemed dubious. But then I saw the news. I felt terrible, so I began helping the others. Because my doubts with Felix were so misfounded, I ended up putting too much faith in the second person that approached me. I went to the media prematurely. I admit my mistake there. But the third person who contacted me also had a credible case. Before I could help, the company got to them somehow. The fact that the family silenced them doesn't seem to fill me with hope when it comes to Clark's intentions.
Ah.
But you're making progress based on the leads he gave you. It's really hard for me to get a read on him. I'll let you handle it. I've sent you the case I've been working on, and some company records I managed to track down.
Nice.
The records are quite dense, but hopefully they're useful. Good luck.
Oh, yay. So, we were able to obtain some new evidence, which, let me just look at this really quickly. I kind of went out on a limb here. I made guesses, because we had their photos, right? And then I was kind of looking at the years, which now I'm thinking that the years and dates and stuff are going to be pretty helpful for this, and I have not been paying much attention, so that stinks for me. But we got it confirmed. She did not get confirmed though, and that's his mom. Do you think it only confirms 3 of them? So I think I got her job title wrong. She was technically a secretary, but I used her most recent job, which would have been retail. So maybe I'll change that to secretary and see if that gets accepted. This is someone on the actual tree. So that's going to be interesting to figure out. And we also still have a top secret thing. So, okay, let's look over some of the evidence that got provided to us. We actually have a photo here, so let's look at this. This photo was given to you by Sam Matson. A woman named Regina Clementine came to her and claimed that her husband had confessed he thinks he's a Roottree. The details of this case can be found in your evidence. Stuart is the older boy wearing the vest. The woman in the photo is Mary Beth Clementine, a singer who may have had an affair with Miracle Roottree. So there's her husband. She could have had a... Oh, Clementine. So Regina would potentially be Stuart, right? So when we look at this, Miracle could have had... Interesting. Oh boy. Yeah, that's a doozy. So let's focus on this one and look things up. So we have Mary Beth Clementine, a singer, may have had affair with Miracle. Let's start with that. Nope. So Mary Beth Clementine was a singer most popular in the years between 1942 and 1959, which also confirms 1949, 1959. Okay, so it's within the time frame. She traveled around the country performing at churches, which would also correlate with have a correlation with Miracle being a preacher. Her repertoire was a mix of religious and popular songs, and although she recorded a few records, they seem lost to time. The only one you find mentioned was on a cover of He's Got the Whole World in His Hands, released under the label New Edison. One thing Mary Beth was known for was her adoptions. She's listed on many sites that mention adoption and history of adoption. She adopted 2 children in the late 1940s, Stuart and Mark. This gets a little complicated. Okay, let me write some stuff down. adopted 2 children in late 1940s. Stuart and Mark. She also spoke as an advocate for the benefits of adoption in front of the United States Congress in 1949, who were convening to debate and discuss the then recent first adoption of an African American child to a white family in the United States. She was specifically there to detail her experience going through the system to adopt Stuart. Her other son was adopted later and according to a single line in one adoption site under unusual circumstances. In 1959, it surfaced that Mary Beth had been twice divorced, both times through her manager, Sterling. This ended her career with the religious audience she had been catering to, and while she performed occasionally since then, she mostly faded into obscurity. Mary Beth passed away in 1994 at the age of 76 of a stroke. So it sounds like adoption to Mark was done under unusual circumstances, which is weird because I think it's Stuart we were looking into. Divorced twice to her manager, Sterling. So let's look this up. Okay. Well, she recorded a few songs they seem lost to time. The only one you find mentioned was a cover of He's Got the Whole World in His Hands, released under the label New Edison. New Edison was a small record label based in Los Angeles that existed for a few years in the 40s. It raced to release cover records of songs that were gaining in popularity. According to a website about the history of recorded sound, it was named after its founder, Sterling Edison. Its biggest claim to fame was being sued by the estate of Thomas Edison and Edison Records for its Edsel. You also find a few references to New Edison and Mary Beth Clementine on sites about old records. One collector says that the Holy Grail is a re-release of the Old Rugged Cross and says that the first edition was originally published before she legally changed her name. Another site claims that the police had to be called to New Edison Records after its owner Sterling Edison got in a physical altercation in public, leading to a divorce. There are no cited sources or evidence, and the site's content seems user submitted. There's an email address at the bottom and the phrase, "Send me your stories about old Hollywood," and I'll add them to the page. Okay, so now we have Sterling Edison, which is her husband. Oh, it comes up with the same thing. Edison Records was one of the first record labels named after Thomas Edison. The history of the company seems very unimportant except for potentially a lawsuit they filed in 1949. A website about lawsuits mentions this is a fun case because the name of the lawsuit was actually the biggest problem for the person being sued. A record producer who called himself Edison was immediately outed as not actually being named Edison. Edsel was a German last name, and at the time of the founding of the company, the US was at war with Germany. The company's founder immediately settled to try to get the case to go away, but the damage was done. Okay, so then this is a re-release song. The Old Rugged Cross is a popular hymn that has been covered by many, many artists. You won't find much relevant about it online. I wonder if we could find about her here. Mary Beth Clementine was reviewed and advertised many times in Modern Music Monthly, but the most popular recording was the release of her cover, He's Got the Whole World in His Hands. It was released on... Okay. Very positive review of her cover, and the writer complimented her voice and the tone of her guitar. The review had nothing to say about Mary Beth herself, so it's not of much use to your investigation. There are also some other Mary Beth Clementine releases that appeared over the years. One of them was the Overhead Cross, which was the only song advertised but not reviewed. So, I wonder if this is... Do they have like an actual like Mary Beth? Yeah, Mary Beth Clementine. She is technically divorced. She is a musician. She was married to Sterling Edison or Etzel. We'll go with Etzel because that is technically his name. We can add a picture too. I guess it would technically be him. And then she had 2 children. This one is older. Oh, this one has the red hair though. Oh. He had blonde hair though. So his name would be Stuart. And then there's Mark. So maybe we should look up their names. I guess that would also make sure that... Clementine isn't that popular of a last name, and you managed to find a Stuart Clementine listed as one of the many names on an emergency services website in New Orleans. It seems he's a police officer. He has no web presence. Well, that gave us his occupation. Right? Firefighter, police officer. Okay. So they took her last name. So I need to change that. Stewart? It did technically say that she adopted them. And Mark. And then we got a hit on something. Crocodile Clementine is listed on the website titled The Infamy List. It's a massive list of criminals who are known for odd crimes. Oh. Although Mark's nickname would imply he hails from Florida, a lot of others on the list come from there or Australia. Mark is listed as being from Los Angeles. He's a pretty big entry. He seems like a real piece of work. There's a very small note about him being the basket baby of 1950. Okay. Trying to see if I can get a highlight for him. I guess I'll just do this. We have Mark Clementine. Okay, I guess I'll do it like this. Like they have it. Crocodile Clementine. Let's put down... We don't forget. Basket baby of 1950. He was adopted. Very small note about him being the basket baby of 1950, but most everything else comes from his adulthood. He lost his job in 1975 as a pilot for a regional airline after he tried to board the wrong airline's plane. He was drunk. He was charged with trespassing and assault. Do we have pilot? Yeah. I'm gonna put it in just for right now. We'll see how it all goes. Maybe I should make a note of that too. My spelling. Pilot until 1975. Boarded wrong plane. Drunk. Charged with trespassing and assault. Okay. In 1982, he was arrested for transporting smuggled animals over the Canadian and Mexican borders for an illegal reptile supplier in Los Angeles. He was apparently quite successful for the first 4 years, but was caught when he had to make an emergency landing in Portland after he was bitten on the foot by a crocodile, hence the nickname. Apparently, the Portland Telegraph is credited with having given him his nickname. Ooh, do we have a new magazine? His mugshot from this incident has been added to your photos. In 1993, he was released on parole. Okay, Piep. In 1993, he was released on parole, but his freedom didn't last long. He was arrested in 1994 in San Diego for violating it in an attempt to visit his daughter's graduation. He famously punched the principal, a man named Billy Sims. This incident received national press. Oh boy. So, 1982. Arrested for transporting animals across borders. Caught from being bit in the foot by a crocodile. And then 1993 released on 1994, arrested for violating parole, visiting daughter's graduation, punched the principal, Billy Sims. Wow. So let me look at this really quick. So we know that this is probably Mark, because he did end up having children. Okay. Let's look at the photo that we received. Dang, you found this mugshot of Mark online. It's Mark Clementine, who was arrested for smuggling reptiles into the United States. I don't know who his wife is, though. Didn't have any... maybe we'll learn something. So, the Portland Telegraph. Perfect, because we have other things coming out of Portland as well. Like for... what was that guy? The rapper guy? He was doing stuff out of Portland too, so he might come up in it. Run-of-the-mill newspaper based out of Portland, Oregon. They have a website with a lot of dry statistics about how many subscribers they have, how many issues there have been, and awards they have won. The website doesn't appear to have any useful data. Okay. Let's look this up. A few sites about true stories focused on and around religion mentioned that in 1950, a gospel singer named Mary once found herself dealing with a real-life baby Moses situation. Apparently, she was a rather prominent supporter of the concept of adoption, and someone decided to test how much. They left a baby on her doorstep in a basket. According to the site, she adopted him without hesitation and raised him as her own son. Although it wasn't national news in many circles, he became known as the Basket Baby, and he even went on tour with her as he grew up. None of the websites state who the woman or baby were, likely to prevent people from looking into either of the people too closely. From context, you know that it's Mary Beth Clementine, who would later be shunned due to her personal life, and her son Mark, who would later be known as Crocodile Clementine. Let's look up Billy Sims now. Billy Sims is the principal of Sandstone Canyon High School, who had his 15 minutes of fame in 1994 when he was punched by Crocodile Clementine at a graduation ceremony. Pretty much every news organization, from Trustworthy to Tabloid, seemed to have their own take on the altercation. It wasn't the punch that captured the nation's attention, however. Instead, it was Billy Sims' matter-of-fact response to the threat and his comments afterwards, as heard in a now-famous audio clip from someone who was recording the ceremony. Welcome back, Yep. Billy saw Mark hop onto the graduation stage and said, "Sir, you'll want to sit down or we'll have a problem." At that point, Crocodile reportedly sucker punched him in the face. Billy, apparently only slightly dazed, said, "All right, sir, I guess we'll have a problem." Clementine tried to throw another punch, but Sims anticipated it and performed a maneuver that spectators described as a wrestling move mixed with a backward somersault, which immediately brought both men to the floor, with Sims straddling Clementine, keeping him neutralized. As security arrived, the recording captured someone asking, "How did you do that?" And Sims' response was famously, "Trust me, I'm as surprised as anyone." Sandstone Canyon High School is in San Diego. There's not much information about it, though it is mentioned a lot in articles about Billy Sims' incident. Okay. We have a new Portland Telegraph. I want to type in 5Ps, because he had some stuff in Portland. Since Felix Fellows, aka 5Ps, was confirmed to be a Roottree, there's been a myriad of articles in his hometown newspaper that mention him. Nothing appears to be new information. All rehashes the News Time article and his web search results. The newspaper's music critic did review his last album. They gave it a 3 out of 5. Okay. Crocodile Clementine. The Portland Telegraph was the one that provided the nickname Crocodile Clementine and has some details about Crocodile Clementine's first major arrest. He was flying weekly between Los Angeles, Juarez, and Vancouver in a small plane. His flights were very low, literally under the radar. He was only caught because he was bit by a crocodile on the leg and had to call in a mayday because he was losing blood. He tried to tell him that he was a crop duster who somehow cut his leg on a loose piece of metal in the cockpit. But his story seemed very odd, and controllers quickly alerted the police without informing him. When he landed, they were waiting, and he was promptly arrested. So we don't know things about his wife, or either of their wives. When I looked him up, it said he was like really... Did it say where he was a police officer at? New Orleans. Okay. We have his other photo. We know he has a daughter. In 1994, so this is 5 years later, so she could be married. So let's look at some of our other evidence. Company records 1975. So that was through Guy's time. So this is Regina Clementine email, though. From 6 Pieces at prodigy.us to genealogygenie at prodigy.us. This is all the information I have about Regina Clementine, N.E. Salazar, from New Orleans, Louisiana, and her husband Stuart Clementine. Okay, so now we have his wife's name. And that does confirm the New Orleans one. She wrote me about a month ago. Apparently the Roottree lawyers went after her since then. By the time I received her letter and called her, she told me she couldn't cooperate anymore. Her husband, who is a police officer and never knew his father, told her he thought he might be a Roottree, but he's estranged from his family and didn't want to pursue it because he had no proof. She wrote to me behind his back. Normally, I wouldn't be so sure, but she has some pretty credible facts. Some of it I've been able to confirm. Stuart's mother was named Mary Beth Clementine. She was pretty well known in the 30s to 50s, a singer who went on tour to a lot of churches. You can look her up online, and she was a pretty big prominent of adoption. Oh, big prominent? Yeah, I guess. I know for a fact that she came to Butler County a few times. I remember her from when I was younger. Okay, so we can look through the Butler County times. We'll try that. And Regina said that Stuart told her that they always seem to spend a lot of time at the Miracle Church. She sent me a photo to prove that she's who she says she is. I've attached it to this email. Sam Madsen, 6 Pieces, Unwrapping America's Sweet. Now, please consider saving a tree and not printing this email. So what we got from this? Regina Salazar is his wife. Let's look up in the Butler County Times. Mary Beth Clementine came to Butler County a few times and played religious hymns at the Miracle Congregation's church. She's mentioned 2 times, though the first visit from 1949 was significantly more substantial. What do you know? Miracle Congregation welcomes Mary Beth Clementine with open arms. The article mentions that the church's leader was moved when he heard Mary Beth's recording of one of his favorite hymns, His Eye is on the Sparrow, and reached out to her personally. His Eye is on the Sparrow holds a very special meaning to me. As you know, I've had a very difficult upbringing, and it's no secret that my own eyes have always been a source of struggle. The song is about overcoming sadness and hardships through Jesus. If God can find a way to watch over every sparrow, he can certainly watch over those made in his image. My family's fortune does me no good as a man of the Lord. It is much better spent spreading his word, and I've felt a kinship with Mary Beth ever since I heard her voice. When I learned her personal story, I knew I had to help her in whatever way I could. The Bible is full of adoptions from Moses to Esther. Spending your life taking care of those helpless to help themselves is incredibly noble. She and her son are welcome to stay in our guest home. The second visit was a few years later, in 1953. The article mentions that her first visit was a massive success, and at the insistence of Miracle's congregation, she returned for an encore performance. It also mentions that the unusual circumstances of her second son's adoption have prevented her from touring recently, but doesn't clarify. So the unusual circumstances with her second son is just because he was left in a basket on her porch. That's what I think that is. Okay. This piece of evidence still has 3 things in it that I could add in, unless it gets confirmed. So something about them isn't right because... Oh, I need 4, right? Yeah, I need 4. So I need 1 more big name person. So maybe we can find it here with this. Confidential. You were given some partial staff records to cross-reference by Sam. These records are based on old tax mailing information and only detail the employees that work directly for Roottree or in their corporate office. The many laborers on their farms and in their factories are not listed. Damn, because we do have someone named Elizabeth who was on the farm, right? You are not sure how helpful it will be, except for cross-referencing Guy's secretaries and visits overseas. Spider-searching people just because they are listed in these books will likely be very time-consuming and a waste of your time. I'm probably going to do it anyways. Leadership, President Zach Morden, Special Management, Ernest Matson Jr. Office staff, Edward Roottree, Lloyd Carpenter, Carl Monroe, Elizabeth Cravensworth. There is an Elizabeth there. Oh, but this is under Zach. Product management, Eli C. Roottree, Fred Cross, Albert Cross, Douglas Rosenberg. Secretaries, Juliet McCullen, Joanna Robertson, Doris Mays, Beth Knox. Is that what it is? Oh, and then Farm and Manufacturing, John Miller, Elizabeth Farrow, Thomas Green, Fred Gleason, Stuart Todd, Sam Harmon, Robert. Okay, so I think that's another thing. Not only did I have... I think I'm going to put this back to retail. And her last name was Robertson. Let's try that. It's supposed to use her last job, which was retail. She was a secretary. You know what? I'll keep a secretary. So something about these is not correct, because I have 4. But I feel like I definitely changed her name, because you're supposed to use, like, their birth name, right? Maybe he shouldn't be considered a pilot anymore? I don't know what would fit with him. I mean, he was a pilot. But he was... I guess I'll leave it as pilot. Major expenses, none. Okay. In 1977, it was announced that Zach would be retiring and Guy would be taking over at the start of 1978. They held a retirement party in November before spending the final month working on the transition. During 1976 and 1977, the following changes took place. 1977, Guy Hudson has replaced Ernest Matson Jr. as Special Management. Office staff, 1977, Patrick Decker was hired. Product management, 1976, Eli Roottree is no longer employed by Roottree. 1977, Ernest Matson Jr. is now listed under product management. Secretaries, 1976, Christine Farrow was hired. (1976) Joanna Robertson is no longer listed amongst the secretaries, but Joanna Fellows has been added to the list. Joanna Fellows and Beth Knox are no longer employed by Roottree. 1977, Christine Farrow is no longer listed amongst the secretaries, but a Christine Garland has been hired. That I have evidence. So Farrow, she was married to Steve, who was a chef at Antonelli's. Is now a secretary, so she did work for Roottree Company. But she has the last name Farrow, which is the same as Elizabeth. So... So one of Sam's farm supervisors named Elizabeth, so now we can assume Elizabeth Farrow. She had a daughter, who I assume to be Christine, who Sam never met, but who also worked as one of Guy's secretaries. So that correlates too. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Caterer, but he was a chef. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Rumor has it that her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. So I mean, she could potentially be here. Maybe that's why. And they had a child. I don't think there's a photo of her, though. It could be her, though. Christine. Trying to imagine what year this would be. Let's just put this in. Right, her husband was Stephen Garland. Beth Knox. Okay, let's move on. In 1978, Guy Hudson took over. This began a particularly volatile period in the company's staffing. Many travel expenses were listed, and Guy began trying to develop new 5-piece flavors. 1978, Guy Hudson replaces Zachariah Morden. 1979, Edward Roottree, Elizabeth Cravensworth, and Lloyd Carpenter are no longer employed by Roottree. 1979, Rafter Tunes is now listed as office staff. But that was made by him. So how could she, in a photo with him as a kid, like this is confirmed though. So this was the first one. Because Rafter Tunes is made up by Chris. Or Clark. Rafter Tunes site that once held a photo of Clark on it no longer exists. Instead, it redirects to a site for a telephone number called 1010-250, which frustratingly keeps popping up in advertisements in new windows every second. So you manage to close them, but it sure is annoying. Oh, we got a virus. Oh, wait a minute. It could be because actually the little boy that she's looking at in this photo is him. It's his son. So she could even be here. We don't know yet. It didn't click through to anything, unfortunately. 1979, Albert Cross and Fred Cross are no longer employed by Roottree. Did we look these guys up at all? No. So 1978, Christine Garland is no longer working for Roottree. 1978, Patrice Watts and Corinne Schwartz were hired. 1979, Juliet McCullen and Doris Mays are no longer employed by Roottree. Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewig were hired. We're making some very slow progress though. Yeah, like I'm throwing things in, but like because we have more than 4 of them, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it hasn't gone through. Something is weird. I'm probably on more than one of them. know if I should put secretary or retail here. And oh, I don't know. I just don't know. I think it's gonna get to the point where I need to just start looking up all of the secretary names and see if anything pops up. Farm and manufacturing: Thomas Crane, Michael Crane, Elizabeth Farrow, and Jack Keatings are no longer employed by Roottree. Emily Seinfeld and Sam Cottrell were hired. See, and that's a name that pops up too. Like, they added all of their names in to really confuse us. Yes, in this case, it definitely requires more time. It's definitely made to be harder than the previous investigation, for sure. I definitely see that. But now I'm like, man, all that information I found earlier, and I was like, I feel like it has nothing to do with anything because I don't know how to plug it in. It now has meaning because we found out that she actually was one of his secretaries. So this is all crazy, man. All right, let's look through the next one. The volatility continued. Many new employees didn't intend to stick around very long. The following changes were recorded. So office staff: 1980, Terry O'Connor was hired. 1980, Susan Ford has been moved to office staff. 1980, Douglas Rosenberg is no longer employed. 1980, Edward Morrison and Robert Andrews were hired. 1981, Edward Morrison is no longer employed. Secretaries: 1980, Corinne Schwartz and Patrice Watts are no longer employed. So, and that's the thing, is like, especially his secretaries coming and going. I think it's because he was having affairs with all of them. I literally think all of them. And then they were finding out about it and getting pissed. And then some of them were also getting pregnant. It's cool the fact that a lot of the stuff can be linked with things you found previously. Thankfully, I was getting really nervous because I was like, did I just do all this for no reason? Is it gonna link? Is it not gonna link? But we did find it to link so far. Guy Hudson died in May of 1982, so the first few months of that year continued along the same pattern as they had been. Things quickly changed when Ernie took over. Most of the extraneous expenses ended, and all the secretaries most handpicked by Guy Hudson were let go. Sam left Roottree in 1984, so this is the last set of books you have access to. Okay. Secretaries: Angela Ingram, Linda Lewis, and Catherine Garrett are no longer employed by Roottree. From here on out, no secretaries are directly employed by Roottree. Roottree instead uses a temp agency called Worktime Temp. Worktime Temp is a company with many offices all over the United States. The Roottree Candy Company is listed on their site as one of the companies they do business with, though it's far from the only one you recognize. Okay. Maybe I should have been looking at the expenses. Yeah, see, he had a whole bunch of parties. New Year's Eve ball, 4th of July spectacular, Christmas tree bash. Grandorf Dove donation. The Grandorf School for the Deaf, formerly Grandorf Dove, is located about an hour from where the Roottree offices used to be in Butler County, but it serves much of that part of Pennsylvania and nearby Ohio. According to their website, it was formerly named Grandorf Dove from 1923 to 1990 because Grandorf was the last name of the founder, and Dove is the Danish word for deaf. Founder had issues with government translators, leading to an odd transcription issue. In 1990, it was renamed to better represent the school's purpose and to correct the embarrassing lack of effort and awareness demonstrated by the government officials of those early days. The staff is listed on the website. You scan through all of the biographies and find the principal. Miss Ford is fluent in 5 languages, including American Sign Language. She has been working at the school for over 15 years. Miss Ford's bio also mentions she's not deaf herself, but rather learned sign language to communicate with the deaf. It mentions that she was responsible for securing funding for the Hudson Wing. Guy Hudson? Didn't we have a Ford somewhere? As a secretary? Susan Ford no longer works in the interpreter. Okay. The Hudson Wing was an expansion to Grandorf Dove, now Grandorf School for the Deaf, first built in 1982, which was the year that Guy Hudson passed away. In a separate, much smaller building, half a block from the main campus, and operates as a smaller independent school that offers free American Sign Language courses for the family members, friends, and caretakers of deaf children. According to their history site, they got their name after the president of the Roottree Company generously donated $250,000 towards the construction of the building. There's also a very vague history section that you can somewhat fill in with details from other information you've seen around about the school. It mentions that the donation came at the insistence of an employee of Roottree at the time. It mentions that she learned American Sign Language from the main school before the Hudson Wing even existed, to surprise her future husband, who was deaf. After realizing how useful a service like this could be to non-deaf people that wish to better serve those with hearing issues, she convinced Roottree management to invest in the school. The Hudson Wing opened and she became the first teacher at the new campus. At first, it only operated on weekends, but since it has been added afternoon classes on some weekdays. So, named after Guy Hudson. Built in 1982, the year he passed. He donated $250K to Grandorf Dove. From insistence of an employee. Susan Ford? Question mark? And like, why was the insistence there? Was she like, was something going on? So let's look back at this. That's the only thing that pops up. Do we think these have any relevance? Probably not. Okay, let's go back another year. Yeah, Special Services Interpreter. 1979. Susan Ford was hired under a special category that only existed for 1 year. She was getting married. 1979, so it would be towards the end of his time, to a spouse. Could it potentially be Susan Ford? Is like interpreter a thing? She is technically a professor, I guess. Teacher. Just a thought. Australia, China, France, and Brazil. 1979. I feel like this has some significance. I'm just gonna highlight it. This seems like... How would we... do I have about her? Used to deliver produce? So this is from the Butler County Times. Used to deliver produce to the restaurant. They reconnected years later and eloped. Is now a secretary, but delivers produce on the weekends. Yeah. That definitely fits into that fact. I just don't know if this is where she goes. I also don't know if that's her photo. It could be a different one. But if we're looking... Okay, if we're looking at times... Okay. When did he create Rafter Tunes? It's gotta be after this. Because they were musicians. So that's probably here with him as a kid. Or here. Or here. I don't really know. Wonder why that didn't go through. I want to look up some of these names. I know it said not to, but I'm going to anyways. See? Corinne Schwartz. Comes up in a few articles from local news stations in Pennsylvania. Some of the people attempting to track down Anonymom were harassing her. She recently had to take a leave of absence because people showed up at the car dealership where she works. She's begging people to stop the accusations so that way she can get back to a normal life. In every article you find, the journalists involved have independently verified that she is not Anonymom. After she was named in a national tabloid, people have come to her place of work and have accused her of being Anonymom. The article explains that it's impossible for her to be Anonymom because her only child is still in middle school. Unless her son's gestation period was approximately 10 years, it doesn't appear like Corinne could have been involved in any of the potential affairs on your tree. And not to mention, Anonymom has a daughter, right? Huh. Because her name came up, I am going to highlight it and leave a note. If needed yet. Okay. So see, this is why I feel like, well, Joanna has to go here because she's guaranteed to be his mom. But then the Christine would be here because they're around like the same time frame, right? So we did this one. Let's look through this one now. Nothing. Oh, she no longer works in this department because she's been moved to office staff. What is that? Chinese word for watermelon. How do I look up his time? Because he traveled. China, France, and Brazil. In her interview, follow guy on a private jet to Europe. I lost a tooth and a client. I found love and a better understanding of who I was. Still in our family size, his trip was somehow more acceptable. Explain that. Europe. That's the only thing that we have showing he flew anywhere. Was in 1979. France. Should we type in like Family Tree Update 1998 is interesting because it features 2 people from the previous tree. Yeah, that's weird, isn't it? Notably, the child of those people was not in the previous tree. It's talking about this. But what does it mean? Was anyone pregnant in the last game? You should spider search them again. Is anyone pregnant? Stephanie Landon. Stephanie Jones? It seems Brian Jones has been busy updating Stephanie Jones's campaign website. 2 new sections exist. The first is baby photo. Here you see a picture of their new family together in the hospital. According to the site, our daughter was named after her grandmother, which ended up being very fitting considering she was born right before Christmas. The second is what's next. There's not much of substance there right now, but it lists some small accomplishments and finishes with the recent rise in popularity and controversy surrounding my extended family, there's been some extra attention on me. Stay tuned for announcements in the coming months about how I plan to use this publicity to accomplish bigger and better things. Named after her grandmother, Caroline. So, now we have a photo. Nope. Aww. Brian Jones posted this photo of his family together in the hospital following the birth of their newborn girl. His new daughter is wearing an adorable little Santa hat, and his wife Stephanie is giving her signature thumbs up move from her campaign feature. So we have... This was Stephanie Landon, Brian Jones, politics, there, Carol, Jones, occupation, baby. Okay, we got some correct now. I know some of them are not correct though, so I'm curious. Stephen Garland is correct though. Oh. So this is correct. Well, I technically didn't keep the picture in, because I don't know if that's her. So they do go there, unfortunately. Hers still didn't register. Where did I see the thing telling me I need to use their I don't know how I keep screwing that up. Hers didn't go through either. Well, it'll only take 4, but I wonder... Something must be wrong about it. Oh, and I can put his picture in now. I don't know, do you think her last name should be Etzel? I don't think so. Okay. Okay, so... I don't even know where to start. So, okay, last time we put them in, we know that these are correct. So the thing is that last time I was finding a lot of information, a lot of evidence, right? And at the time I was like, how does this matter? How does Christine Garland and her husband Steve, who are married and have children, why does this matter for the Roottrees and potential affairs, right? So I felt overwhelmed because I felt like I found so much information and I had no way of knowing what to do with it. It just felt like, is this just added info to throw us off? Like, that's how I truly felt. But now we're finding out she is now a secretary So, and she was one of his secretaries. So I do need to find a photo of her, and I also feel like I need to update this because I don't think she is a secretary. So we'll have to see a little bit about that. The other one was here. So what I'm gonna do is, because we need to do their birth names. That's her birth name. And their most recent profession. I had a fucking brain fart there for a second. Which was retail. I don't remember if I had already tried all of those combinations. We will see. So you gotta find a photo of Christine. And secretary, I'm gonna put housewife right, you know what? I'll put unknown. Because it needs to put her most recent one. Now that version said she is now. But this was some time ago. So this was his book, right? Christine, thank you for your support. Thank you for everything. Your support means the world to me. And they have children. Amazing men and incredible chefs. So in 1994, her children would be old enough. Uh-oh. So if they're gonna be chefs, yeah, how am I gonna get, this was the other thing, is how am I gonna get info from this? Is the Hudson Wing? Let's look up the boys. So we had, oh god, I already lost it. James and Robert Garland. So let's look up. P-H-A-R-O-A-H. And we also have a picture to add in for him, so he's gonna pop up in something. Should we look him up again? We have quite a few things in here. So Regina Clementine. Trying to familiarize myself with everything. Claimed that. I don't know why hers didn't go through. Claimed that her husband. Another thing. Can I should look at archive? Where was it? No. Was this one? So Lauren's diary contains some labeled pictures. This is the 5 pieces. No, her diary had something in it about having... This needs to be not in the revisiting one, in the main one. Here it is. Sam. Hi, Piep. How are you? Welcome. Welcome back. I'm just getting started. I'm trying to remember where I left off. And I am still quite confused. I remember her saying something about like needing to forgive Miracle. Maybe it is in the revisiting. Yeah, I did forget. Because like, I found so much info, and at the time, I just thought, like, okay, they're throwing me off with all this info. Like, this info has nothing to do with anything. Like, but then I'm finding out, like, oh my gosh, like, it does have something to do with stuff. I'm just trying to find something that I thought would be... That was a big clue. Oh my god, I didn't even think about that. Okay, I don't know. Maybe it'll come back to me. So we looked up things on him and it came up with a lot. We still don't have anything on his wife. And I don't know why she... And we have nothing over here. Oh my... So, I'm gonna ask the rubber duck. This playthrough, we're getting a lot of hints from the ducky. Mary Beth's birth name. I have her birth name wrong. New Edison Spider Search. Because she is right here. I thought her name was Mary Beth Clementine. Or... So New Edison is a record label based in Los Angeles that exists for only a few years in the 40s. It raced to release cover records of songs that were gaining in popularity. According to the website about the history of recorded sound, it was named after its founder, Sterling Edison. Mary Beth Clementine. I have it. About the song. The Old Rugged Cross? Let's type in... It was listed... The artist says Mary Beth Quaker, so that makes sense why this last name wasn't taking. Okay. Okay. There was a reference to the magazine on the Friday search results, a magazine called Chef's Signature. And it sounds like they have more information on the restaurant. Friday. I did look up Friday, didn't I? Friday is a fairly popular restaurant in Boston. They don't have a website, but it seems many locals seem to mention them. Did I have Friday in here somewhere? Thought I did. Restaurant ran by Christine and Steve's sons, James and Robert. Oh yeah, the restaurant that only serves vegetables. My Boston homepage. And then where was it? It said Chef something? You claim to rate things on scale. Yeah, that's right. What did the duck say? The magazine is called Chef's Signature. Where did it say that? Oh, I saw it in Chef's Signature. There it is. Alright. It's a magazine related to food and trendy restaurants. They cover subjects all over the United States. So we have James Garland. Cool. Chef's Signature covered Friday less than a year ago, right around the time you were doing your initial investigation. Each article in Chef's Signature tends to focus on a restaurant, and like the magazine's name implies, each restaurant lists the one main dish that the head chef is known for. Friday's signature is the samosa cone. The cover and article has been added to your evidence. Okay. Here it is. So there's the two boys. Can a vegetarian diet be trendy? Sitting down with the Garlands, the new boys in Boston. How do we know which one is which? So Chef's Signature, a nationally published magazine targeted towards fans of unusual restaurants, features James and Robert Garland on the cover of the November 1998 issue. According to the article, the two brothers own a small walk-up window in Boston called Friday, a play on the tie-dye shirts that the servers wear, that exclusively serves vegetarian dishes. Most of the offerings are heavily inspired by the powerful spices found in Thai and Indian food. Their signature dish is the samosa cone, which from a distance somewhat resembles a traditional ice cream complete with waffle pattern. Instead, it contains fried potatoes, pureed peas, carrots, and a special ginger-based sauce. That sounds delicious. Robert, who is 3 years younger than James, jokes that although the age difference has left him delegated to wear the sous chef jacket his whole life, he doesn't mind. As a result, James answers most of the interviewer's questions. James credits his love for food and his culinary skills to their upbringing. How do I know which one's that must be the sous chef jacket then? Because he's just wearing, I don't know. We'll pop him in. Most kids hate vegetables growing up, but they don't have parents like we did. My father was a chef, and my mother grew up on a farm that supplied his restaurant. that's how they met. I don't have any memories from the farm or anything like that since we moved here, before I could even talk. But they told me stories. My dad's a great storyteller. He even wrote a book that partially helped fund Friday. When we moved, they were looking to open their own restaurant together. Unfortunately, they never got it off the ground. His line cook gig ended up being less temporary than he hoped, and she had to go back to work as a secretary even after Robert was born. Okay, so she is still a secretary. Before we were old enough to go to school, we spent our days with my aunt. In the diner where he worked, my dad had no room for experimenting, so he'd exercise his skills at home on his days off. We'd always go shopping and cook as a family on those days, and even though we were hyper kids running around and causing a ruckus, those were some of our family's favorite memories since we were all together. Mom always had the eye for the best vegetables for him to work with, and she did her best to pass that on to us. According to the article, their parents, who are now retired, okay, so maybe I should put retired, visit Friday often. They even have a signature dessert, the Sistine apple. Apple pie has always been my mom's favorite, and my dad always had this stupid line he used to make her laugh involving apple pie. Yeah, in his book he said, "You're the apple of my pie." Most people realize it's a Sistine Chapel pun and assume that all there is to it. But it's actually secretly named after them, sort of. Oh, Christine and Steve. Okay, so their mom, I don't have a photo of, but we can put, oh, not retired. I thought I could. No, it's retail. I guess I'll put secretary back. I need a photo of them though. So Robert is younger than James, and I think this is Robert. We'll try though. So we have James Garland. He's a chef. Then we have Robert Garland, also a chef. Who do we get right? Perfect. So we did finally get her job correct. And we got them. Booyah! Oh, we got a knock on the door.
Sam reached out to me finally. I think I have you to thank for that one. My family's in a bit of a rough patch. Even though the candy is selling better than ever, everyone is fighting over the trust.
Mm-hmm.
The majority of us want to dissolve it. On paper, it seems like the right decision.
Mm-hmm.
The arguments about what to do next are endless and heated. More than a few root trees are worried about losing their wealth.
Yeah, there's that too.
I don't think we deserve it more than anyone else. I love my family, my wife, my daughters, even my son, who I hardly ever get to see. I want to keep them safe and secure, but I didn't do anything to deserve this fortune. Hell, I probably deserve it less than most. It took me way too long to get my life together. Okay, enough about me. Here's the deal. I can't stop the majority from voting one way or another. If you keep passing along potential root trees, I'll keep adding them to the list. On the other hand, there's been some leaps forward in genetics. It may sound like science fiction, but we can actually determine who's in the family just by testing their DNA.
Yeah.
What you've done so far has been very useful. Just keep filling out the tree and we'll prepare for the tests.
Okay, so the thing is, you know, so I have to test them to see if they're Stevens or guys. I gotta somehow find a photo. What if this is their mom? I guess I should have tried that, right? I just feel like it's probably gotta go over here somewhere. But we'll put it there and we'll see. I wonder how I should find out about his kids, because we have a lot of stuff. But I'm still curious, how am I gonna find out about his traveling? We know that he definitely has a daughter. This still has 3 clues in it that I could take from it. Which I think are for this potentially. Website called the Infamy List. Maybe I should look that up. I guess it is this. Portland. Received national press. Just wondering how I should find out more about his wife and his daughter. Today I tested a game where you've got to clean or repair old phones, controllers, consoles, etc. It's very cool. Wow, that is pretty interesting. Sounds like a good game to like just sit and like, you know, sometimes games where they have tasks that could like in real life almost seem like they would be maybe a little tedious, like are usually the best games to play when you just want to chill. Because they help to like focus you on like the task at hand, right? Isn't that crazy how like a task that I wouldn't really enjoy doing in real life, I would enjoy doing in a video game. Oh gosh. We have had storms on and off, and I can hear it now just starting back up again. In your noble events, it was mentioned that an outside legal group was brought in. That sounds interesting. Wants me to search the Clancy Trust again. I thought I did that already. The Clancy Trust is the Roottree Company's unusual legal arrangement and the motivation for most of their major financial decisions. As a recap, the entire family earns inheritance directly from the profits of the candy company as well as their sister clothing company, Root. This means that nearly every Roottree can potentially have a say in the company's high-level operations. Historically, this has caused the family to be slow to approve any major expenditures. That could significantly dig into profits. After the release of 6 pieces by Sam Madsen, the Clancy Trust came under heavy scrutiny. Sam, her children, and her grandchildren should have been covered under the trust, according to the wording revealed during an internal family conflict between Ron and Robbie Roottree. It seems that those who wrote the trust, Clancy Edward Roottree, at the direction of Elias Roottree, purposefully deceived the rest of the family about the exact details of how it worked in an attempt to keep Sam and her father, Edward Clancy, his own twin brother, in comparative poverty. Because the rest of the family made money hand over fist, they had very little motivation to question their understanding. Sam's book revealed this to the public, and it did not go over well. Clark Rafferty LaRue took over the company, and his most celebrated move was his first official one. He ensured Sam's family would get their share. To help facilitate this, the inheritance aspect of the trust is now under the control of a third party, Ruby Legal Enterprises. This ensures that the financial motivations of Roottree family members will not interfere with the investigations into potential Rootrees. According to Clark's letter, however, some family members are still doing their best to slow the investigation by refusing to answer questions. I did look this up. I have notes on it. They did make it to be realistic. Every item really exists, but they can't use actual brand names. It's sort of a plot. It's sort of a plot, but I don't know much. I played the demo. The full game is not out yet. Oh, okay. Good catch, Bia. Yes, Silent Hill 2. Yes. I really want to play Silent Hill 2 again. Probably the remake. I love that game. I'm kind of like sad that I felt like I played through all the endings so quickly. But I definitely would love to play that again, because I find that game is just... It's so magical in a weird way, in a psychological way, in a psychological horror way. Like, there's no other game that I can say is classified as psychological horror that does it like Silent Hill 2 Remake does, 100%. Okay, so we have notes on... And she was against this one. Oh, yeah, that's right. I got stuck because she has in the evidence this, but I couldn't find it. So Duck was attracted by a particular group of people. Yes, it attracted conspiracy theorists. In the past, you didn't encounter a Roottree related... I did. Should I look up that guy again? Ah! Oh, I'm spelling his name wrong. I'm just gonna put Chris Raff. Or do I need to use his email address? I have read this, I feel like. Oh, there was a police officer that told me to close the shop earlier because something happened to the other nights and the previous shop owner disappeared. Oh, okay. There is some interesting stuff going on. So it is more than just like cleaning and repairing stuff. Ooh. That's crazy. So it's got some like horror aspects to it. Okay, so let me read through this again. Are you the son of Clark Rafferty? Yes, but I didn't grow up with him. I remember him from when I was a little kid, but I moved away with my mom when I was very young. We left Pennsylvania, moved back home to Virginia. We lived there with Pete, my stepdad. My dad and I spoke a few times when I found his phone number on a check he sent us in the mail when I was 15. He was happy to hear from me, and now he gets calls once a month, and came to visit me at college. He tells me about things I don't remember and people like Guy Hudson and Ernie Matson. My dad and I get along, but obviously we aren't very close. Did you ever meet the Roottrees? I used to know the Roottrees, but never the sisters. I was in the office sometimes when I was a kid, and I definitely met Guy Hudson before he died, but I don't remember. My memory is weird. It's hard to know what I actually remember and what I only think I do because I have pictures. For example, I have a photo from when I was 5 in the office with my dad, and Guy was there. I made myself sick by eating chocolate, and some woman who I don't know cleaned my face. I don't know if my memories come from that or the photo. Okay, so the photo is in my evidence. So he says he was 5. So that would be around 1980. If I'm gonna say like 75 is the year that he was born. 1980. So who was a secretary in 1980? Corinne Schwartz came up. Like, no other names. So, and if I think that that photo is... See, I think that that photo is Christine Garland, but it might be too soon. She lives beyond the Butler County limits. After she was named in a national tabloid, people have come to her place of work and have accused her of being anonymous. The article explains that it's impossible for her to be anonymous because her only child is still in middle school. Unless her son's gestation period was approximately 10 years, it doesn't appear like Corinne could have been involved in any of the potential affairs on your tree. Yeah, but I still don't believe you. How is his website helping me? Like, I have that picture. Duck, you don't make sense. How does that go to the Roottree curse? Will Spider search that? During your initial search, you came across Thomas Overwood's conspiracy page about the Roottrees. 8 months later, the page still exists and is thriving. The visitor counter has reached 7 digits. Many older articles have been replaced. It seems that the recent uprising in Roottree news has left Thomas Overwood with a constant stream of events to base new theories on. More than one of his theories involve Roottree deaths being faked. According to Overwood, statistically, when you have this many high-profile people who have died in a family, the odds are that one of them faked their death. It's just math. This newfound focus on death faking seems to coincide with a post mentioning that he's begun believing the guy's not dead theory. In his own words, "My eyes have been opened. All of this is beginning to make too much sense." Okay, we'll have to look that up. One of his posts details the belief that Ron Roottree is still in charge. Gwyn Roottree's death was faked. Oh, Gwyn is dead. And that Clark is only there to throw people off. Apparently, this allowed Ron... she could have... I don't know. This allowed Ron to travel to France to develop their new candy recipe in secret. Another is about the rapper 5 Pieces. He can't possibly be a Roottree. One of his first album songs he was performing with under the devil name actually mentioned that he wanted to have sex with Raina. Not even Sam Matson is spared. According to Overwood, the author of 6 Pieces isn't real. Sam Matson is an anagram for Am Madness. They're purposely leaving hints for us. He claims that by using 6 Pieces with Lauren Roottree's book as a one-time pad, he has begun to decrypt a cipher. Most of the cipher has seemed meaningless, but he's managed to pick out the words people and vastness and is working on figuring out what it means. There is also a request at the bottom. Next year, 2000, is a leap year, and Overwood is looking for funds and volunteers to catch the Roottrees red-handed in Operation RT-29. He specifically mentions not to volunteer if you've ever drunk Spirit Cola, and doesn't go into why. For the older one... yeah. So let me look up this guy's name really quick. Okay, it took us back to this. It's printing the magazine. We have 4 evidences. The Guy's Not Dead conspiracy stems from a website that focuses on clues that the Rootrees have supposedly hid all over the place. This includes on candy wrappers, in print advertisements, in television commercials, in their jingles, etc. The story, according to the website, is that Guy Hudson was a terrible president of the Roottree Company and introduced multiple failed products. Something needed to be done that would put the company immediately and instantly back in favor of consumers, so they killed off Guy Hudson and replaced him with a new president. This move immediately garnered sympathy, and the company recovered the next year, more popular than ever. The next president stayed much further out of the limelight, and some people even theorized that he was simply Guy Hudson in an elaborate disguise, which is why he stopped appearing in public. The people who run the site are asking for help. They're certain that there's a clue to all of this that accidentally leaked in a banned article from the magazine Picote. On their page is a scan of the magazine's cover, the interview with Cicely Sanchez about Guy Hudson, and some photos. You add them to your evidence. Oh. This photo is the first from a magazine interview with Cicely Sanchez. I keep saying their name like 12 different ways. It's fine. And Picote, I'm so sorry. The issue of Picote magazine that it came from was pulled from the shelves, but you managed to find it online. Picote does not label its individual photos. Both photos were instead under the shared label. Sisley was provided these photos by the Roottree Company for the use of her book. So we have someone over there. Who could they be? So we have some photos. We have another one of Guy. We have our updated photo of Zach. And we have a lady. So this would be pretty early on, right? If he's shaking hands. I think it could be their wives, because I think she's gotta go here. I'm just adding things in now. Well, that wasn't, neither of them were correct because, oh no, I need more. I need more, my bad. I'm jumping to conclusions. Okay. Then we have this one. This photo was the first in the magazine interview. Okay. In the background of the photo, there is a Christmas tree. So this would be Christmas party. What year? Was the Christmas party? This is when Guy Hudson took over. Christmas tree bash. So Christina's no longer working. Corinne is there. We have someone with their husband. Could be here or here. Probably here because the husband has a picture. That's what I'm thinking. And then we have this photo. I don't know who that is in the background though. I am very much jumping to conclusions. But it's someone within this time frame. Right? There were no more. Oh, this one too. Susan Ford no longer works in that department. That's right. She had a long list of stuff, though. Okay. Okay. This is an interview with Sisley Sanchez, an author. She was hired to write a book about Guy Hudson. You claim to have been paid a significant amount to write a book about one of the Roottrees, Guy Hudson. He was president for a short period at the end of the 1970s, right? Yeah, I met him on New Year's Eve, actually. The last night of 1978. Guy liked to throw big parties. I was just coming off of Changed Man and looking for my next project. When his wife learned who I was, she invited me to the party, and they cornered me to talk about a book. That was the first time anyone recognized me from my work. I had finally made it. The book they asked me to write sounded great, but then none of the stuff that made him interesting was allowed to stay. Chop, chop, snip, snip, everything with even the slightest threat to Guy's image ended up gonzo. What was the stuff that made him interesting? At his core, Guy was not complicated. In fact, I think I could boil him down to two traits. First, he wanted to be seen as the second coming of the great Elias Roottree. And second, he'd never be satisfied living the life needed to be seen that way. He had his fortune and good looks, and he really liked to exploit that to pick up women, but he couldn't let anyone else know, so it cost him a lot to cover it up. That was the only interesting aspect of Guy. He was James Bond trying to convince people he was Mr. Rogers, I guess. Mr. Rogers, really? Maybe that's not the best metaphor, but Elias Roottree was boring as all hell and all about family. Guy did everything he could to be seen that way. After I submitted my first draft, he sent me this garbage book, The Roottree Legacy, with Elias on the cover. The last time he and I met, he had even switched out his orange suits for the same green ones Elias wore. And remember fancy flavors? Guy knew that part of Elias' legacy was the 5-piece flavors, so that's what Guy tried to do too. Caviar was a disaster here, but it was actually somewhat popular in Brazil for whatever reason. In Christmas 1979, he went to Brazil to open the Roottree Brazil factory. Guy was always hopping around the world trying to recreate that success. So how come the book never came out? It's complicated. I had an out in my contract. Surprisingly, Guy signed the contract my lawyers wrote without running it by anyone in his legal department. I could pull my name off the book at any time, but Guy still got the content. After I left, it probably got a lot harder to convince any real publisher to give it their time. He was the president, right? Do you know why he never released it? If I had to guess, his family very wisely put a stop to it. Mid-1981, months after I had already moved on, he called me back and showed me a final draft. Do you know how expensive it is to publish one copy of a book? It had my name on it, in big shiny embossed letters. Like all problems in his life, throwing money at me was his attempt to win me back. But it had half the page count and the narrative was torn to bits. No thanks. The dinner was good, imported steak that lightly cost as much as a month of my mortgage, and we all got pretty drunk. He sent his mistress, Susie something, into the bathroom to proposition me. Poor girl. I remember her from our trips overseas. She was too good for him. Anyways, he died soon, and that was the last it ever came up. Susie? Maybe code for Susan? What can you tell us about the family? Any insight into the scandals from the recent book by Sam Matson? I actually haven't read it. I just skimmed the sections on Guide to see why people were suddenly calling me up to ask about the man. I'd say she did well for what she had to work with. She only had rumors, whereas I spent time tailing him. Sometimes he knew, sometimes he didn't. He invited me to join them when dealing with Roottree Brazil, but I actually had people on him when he went to Australia, France, and China too. When he met with someone, I figured out who they were and how they were involved. Doubly so if the meeting happened when he didn't want me to be around. Despite his best efforts, I got the whole truth, including things even his family never knew. For example, the daughter of his business partner in Australia, I think her name was Robin, he and she definitely spent a few nights together that he didn't want his family to know about, but I did. Business partner in Australia. Wow. I'm just trying to read through this and then I'll go back and try to dissect a little bit of things. So Matson got things wrong. Sam mentions Guy's affairs and treats them like most people would logically think to treat them, like the infidelity was a problem for Patricia. When his wife first approached me, though, it wasn't to talk, if you get my meaning. On paper and in public, it was a marriage like any other, but in reality, it was more of a mutually beneficial arrangement. They both got what they wanted out of it. The same thing. Do you think his wife was potentially gay? Ooh, what was that? I'm assuming I only have to spell it out so you can get it in writing for your readers. Women. Patricia enjoyed the company of women, and the swinger scene made that more accessible. I told her I wasn't interested in her and Guy. I found out later that if I had said yes, her next question would have been whether or not her husband actually had to be there too. Wait, her next question would have been whether or not... Okay. Guy, on the other hand, was seen in a traditional marriage and at the same time could bed any woman that found him charming. I can assure you that was exactly the type of marriage he was interested in. Okay, where do we start? Do we look this up? So, another thing is over time he stopped wearing... When we look at these photos, he stopped wearing his orange ones and started wearing his green ones. So, she definitely goes... This is earlier. Later. So she goes here or here, but I'm assuming this is correct. I'm gonna take this photo away too. So it's gotta be like around here. Right? If it's even her. Because we have quite a few girls. Well, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I guess they could work. But I don't know what her name would be. Susan? Is this Susan Ford? Or is this Susan Ford? The last time he and I met, he had even switched out his orange suits for the same green ones Elias wore. Let's look up Roottree, Brazil. Roottree, Brazil, sometimes erroneously referred to as Roottree Brazil, is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottree candy. It was developed as part of the Roottree Everywhere initiative near the beginning of 1979. Roottree Everywhere. Okay. Let's highlight that. We'll make a note on it at some point. So unlike some of the other Roottree Everywhere results, Roottree Brazil seems to be a success. You do some rough translating and find a significant amount of information about it. Brazil was the only region in which caviar-flavored 5 pieces released at the end of 1978 were a hit. The primary reason that the factory still exists to this day is solely to create that flavor, which comes in its own standalone 5 pieces bag with Portuguese writing. A small town named Alvalagos, near the municipality of São Bernardo do Campo, became the location chosen by the Roottree Candy Company after a newly elected local politician named Edson Soares heard that they were planning a new factory and petitioned them in early 1979. The factory was controversial, as locals did not want it there. The Roottrees visited Brazil around Christmas and managed to break ground on the project. Since then, however, it has been operating relatively smoothly except for 2 incidents. The first was Incêndio do Bordo in 1982, and the second was an unsuccessful strike in 1995 that involved all of the factory workers being replaced. The factory was originally built and run, according to paperwork at the time, by a small company called Nova Corporação de Doces Brazil, which literally translates to New Brazil Candy Corporation. I tried my best. This company no longer exists. Not much information has ever existed about it, and the Roottrees now run Roottree Brazil entirely. So, from this, where do we want... Sao Bernardo do Campo is a real place in Brazil. A game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnson looked up cities in Brazil that had a lot of manufacturing so he could place a fictional factory there. Oh, he did not want to offend any Brazilians with the tale he was writing that involved corruption and politics, so the small town name he made up, Alvalagos, where the factory was located, was invented by mixing two other regions, Interlagos and Alvarenga. Okay. Let's look up the politician. Edson Soares was a Brazilian politician. You find a dissertation published by a college student as part of their PhD in history. It focuses on the rise of democracy in Brazil. It seems up until 1988, Brazil was run by the military, and the politics during that time were often a hotbed for corruption and nepotism. The paper tells of a few politicians at the time, including Edson Soares. Edson is a former mayor of Alvalagos, Brazil, which we know is a fake place. Before politics, he was a manager at an automotive manufacturing plant for a major American car company. He was put in charge of Alvalagos by the military government in 1973. As mayor, he used his manufacturing background and knowledge of American business to establish new factories, distribution plants, and other business ventures in the area. This had two side effects. First, he became quite rich. Second, many locals were forcibly relocated. This did not make him a popular mayor. And what the paper speculates was a move to counteract this unpopularity. His wife Sonia was discreetly put in charge of a television station called Telerede. He often used this connection to ensure supporters would appear on local television spouting his beliefs and emphasizing his political victories. He remained in office until 1988 when he was defeated in the first election after the military government was no longer in control. After this election loss, he quickly left the town behind. It is not known where he has gone, but the dissertation even speculates he likely fled to stay alive. Let's look up this television station. Okay. Incendio do Bordo translates to maple fire. In 1982, the factory was deliberately attacked in a case of clear arson. This fire was brought under control after destroying about 2/3 of the production floor, and locals claimed that the air smelled like a mix of burning plastic and maple syrup. The factory was rebuilt and continues production to this day. 1982, so that was the last year that Guy Hudson was alive. At the time, it was unknown why this happened. But last year, a news special did list this incident as well as a few others in the small town as backlash to perceived corruption in the government at the time. According to the report, the mayor of the city was found to be receiving a cut of the factory's profits. Okay, let's look this one up. Roottree Everywhere was an expansion in the late 1970s. It coincided with some other large changes at the company and had mixed success. As far as you can tell, the different companies related to it were all formed in very different and somewhat haphazardous ways. There's minimal organized information about the history of the expansion itself online, but you can glean on the following. Roottree Candy Company has been distributed globally to certain markets approved by Elias as early as the 1940s. This included places like Canada, Mexico, and select countries in Europe, mostly the UK. Roottree Everywhere involved Roottree's expansion to the other major markets that were assessed to be ready for Roottree. This started with 4 that it had no share in: Australia, Brazil, China, and France, which we know that he traveled to all 4 of those places based on travel expense. So each of these countries had an entirely new company formed, mostly by making deals with local distributors and manufacturers. Perfect. We have that one. China Roottree. Roottree, France. So, we're at Roottree, Australia. We had an evidence. He sent his mistress Susie something to the bathroom to proposition me. Poor girl, I remember her from our trips overseas. She was too good for him. That's why I'm thinking it's gotta be Susan Ford there at the end. Because he even made a donation to that place. And it's like, why? So... For example, the daughter of his business partner in Australia, I think her name was Robin, he and she definitely spent a few nights together. But who knows if it led into anything, right? So here's Roottree, Australia. Roottree Aus is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottree candy. It was developed as a part of the Roottree Everywhere initiative in summer 1979. According to a history website for Roottree, Australia, Charles Martin, who owned a company that manufactured licorice in Australia, was tapped to run the Roottree factory after he impressed the American leadership of the Roottree Candy Company at the time. Roottree Australia did have some success, but only in certain regions. The manufacturing leg of the company shuttered in 1992 after the death of Martin, and Roottree Australia now serves as an importer and distributor. Charles Martin was a candy manufacturer in Australia, born in 1923. He had a popular brand of licorice called Martin's Licorice Bullets. Most of his history is unrelated to the Roottrees. However, in 1979, he helped to develop Roottree Australia. He used his own wealth to build a new factory, and they distributed the maple treats through the same methods he had already been using for his previous candy venture. A website about Australian commerce mentions that he had a very unusual business agreement with the main Roottree company in the US, much like how the Clancy Trust distributed the profits from the Roottree company evenly to the Roottree family. The profits of the Roottree Australia would be split 50-50 between the American Roottree company and Martin himself, for him to do with what he wishes. This made Martin very, very wealthy, but also led to many cost-cutting measures meant to increase profits as much as possible, especially towards the end of Martin's life in the early 1990s. Roottree candy gained a poor reputation in Australia, and sales suffered immensely. Charles's vast fortune was passed along to his daughter, Robin Martin, who sold both businesses at first opportunities. Now we have the daughter's name. Robin Martin is featured in many of the top 100 wealthiest women in the world lists. She owns a private island off the coast of Australia where she reportedly has her own exclusive retreat. She has no husband, and there was a widely circulated rumor somewhere in the mid-70s that she had a medical procedure to ensure she never would have children. You find a joke on a site called Edgy Jokes that implies she's quite promiscuous and has a punchline involving Robin's eggs. For what it's worth, Martin seems to lean into the rumors. In the 80s, she once showed up at a charity function with 3 very attractive men, each wearing a shirt that simply said "satisfied partner" on it. So if she could have gone through the procedure to not have children, so she could not be one of these. Besides the jokes about Robin's eggs, there's a lot of jokes about the band U2 for whatever reason. I will put her name down. But I'm feeling she's not going to be part of one of them. Like, she's just going to be... somebody who he hooked up with, maybe? I don't know, let's look up some stuff for the others. China Roottree is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottree candy. It was developed as part of the Roottree Everywhere initiative in the summer of 1979. During the late 70s, China began to go through a period of economic reform. This led to new opportunities for American companies, and the Roottree Candy Company decided to pounce. Lang Hongbo, who was said to personally win over the Roottree family and was the owner of multiple textile factories, did not wish to import the ingredients and build a special factory to manufacture the candy in China. So instead, they made a deal to import bulk unpackaged Roottree candy and label it for not only China but additional markets. Hongbo, who was already in his mid-50s when the deal happened, only had daughters, and his brother Lang Hongyu took control upon his death in 1986. After Hongyu died in 1992, it passed to the oldest child from the next generation, I'm sorry, I don't know how to speak Chinese and say that. Xinyu? Maybe? I'm so sorry. Let's look them up. But this is in 1992. This is well after Guy's death, so let's start up here. Okay, I didn't expect them to give us... Okay. Okay, she was recently listed in an article on a website written by and for women. The article entitled Empowered is about the recent rise of women in entrepreneurs in China. The article states that due to her lack of brothers, she has a younger sister. They took over as CEO of her family's company in 1992 after her elderly uncle was deemed unfit to run the company due to mental deterioration. This was apparently an extreme controversial move amongst the company's employees, and some of them, the article does not state how many, quit and wrote a letter stating that she must have coerced him into it in his vulnerable state. Since then, the company has been performing well. Her nephew, who is currently her second in command, is expected to take over when she retires. In the meantime, the board's stance has been a twist on a popular proverb. The article roughly translates it as someone that has proven they can do something well can do it 100 times well. An unproven leader could doom us all. The article also offhandedly mentions that she was an early adopter of IVF and helped her sister have a child. There is an unsourced picture of them in the article. It says that it's from 1992 when she took over. She was 45 at the time. It's been added to your evidence. Uh-oh. Why can't we take a picture of her? She runs a business with many textile factories. Some manufacture packaging for products. Now I have too many photos of women for Guy. We also have this. Oh no. Alright, let's look up Roottree France. One of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottree candy. It was developed as part of the Roottree Everywhere initiative. Apparently, Roottree France was a non-starter. Negotiations broke down pretty late in the process after the company had already been formed. And then the leadership of Roottree went through a very large change soon after. The CEO of Roottree France was meant to be Tristan Robert. Tristan Robert is a businessman who at one time was in negotiations to take over Roottree France. He's still alive, and you come across an interview unrelated to Roottree from a few months ago. It seems that other countries have not been immune to Roottree Mania, as you recognize the word Roottree in one of the questions. It seems the interview snuck in a question about his experience with the company at the end of the 70s. The article is in French and takes some time to translate section by section. He mentions Guy by first name only, and the tale he tells is quite ugly. The translation is as follows. Guy, the president of Roottree, was one of the worst men I have ever met. He approached my wife about having an affair, which she refused. He then kept insisting that this was the best way to celebrate the end of our business contract. I don't think he expected her to say no, and I don't think he thought she would tell me what happened. I punched him in the face and refused to attend another meeting with this man. This is what Caroline was talking about when she went to France with him. He came back with like a black eye and like a couple missing teeth or something. Refused to attend another meeting with this man. They lost a lot of money on this deal because not only was he a terrible person, but he was also a terrible businessman. When he died shortly after, it felt like the universe was working things out. I wasn't surprised to learn he had a secret child. He seemed to treat women like collectible pocket monsters. It seems mentioning Pokemon sidetracks the question a bit, and the interview never returns to the subject of Roottree. 1998? 1999? That's when I remember learning about Pokemon. Gotta catch 'em. Oh. All right. I am lost. Duck, help me out, please. There is a secretary in the Picote's photo too. Due to the timing of Zach's retirement, there's only one person this could be. Yes. Yes. I was thinking that too. So do we think that's Christine? That might be Christine. Because Christine was hired. Joanna is no longer... Oh, well, she is Joanna Fellows. But then they're no longer employed. So it's crazy that her and him had already... So that's gotta be her. Okay, Duck. Ooh, Edson Soares mentioned a wife. Could she also be involved with the Rootrees? I really like the hint system on this because it starts off with things to help me like start from there, and then I'm like, oh, what do you mean by that? And then I go more. Wife Sonia. Newsacre in Brazil named Flavio Soares, who has a mother named Sonia. Flavio Soares is a young Brazilian newscaster with a bit of a cult following. The discourse surrounding him is, to put it in polite terms, lewd. There's a website about something called fan fiction that has a small section dedicated to him. It seems that women and some men of a wide variety of ages and writing skill tend to find him worthy of inclusion in their stories. You skim some of the tales there and learn that a common thread is that he is currently dating a supermodel named Ashley York. Many stories either seem to ignore her existence or get her out of the picture rather quickly. There are also other traditional... that's so fanfic. Like, oh, they have a significant other? No, they don't. We're writing them out. They don't have him. There are also other traditional fan sites that list some things about him, including his age, 18, his zodiac sign, Libra, his favorite food, grilled steak, and his mother's name, Sonia. It also seems that Flavio translates to golden-haired. On website with a signed publicity photo of Flavio seems to confirm this. The photo has been added. What if they were there visiting and this is her son? What if Sonia, like they were visiting from Brazil? Oh. He's a news anchor. Media mogul. What does his mom do? Discreetly put in charge of a television station. So would she also be like media? One, 2, 3. I need 4. Oh, I got. Oh, I don't know what their name is. I think that's okay. I think that's for sure. Okay, we're making progress. We've totally like not even done much on this side. I want to know what his wife's name is, because if I don't fill in the little ones, then it'll just do the thing. I think we did that though. There's a lot of information online about Flavio Soares, but there is one thing on there that could be a lead. He's dating a supermodel. Haven't I gotten enough about him though? I'm confused. I thought we did it. I thought we did it. Ashley York is a British supermodel who does ads for perfume, clothing, and jewelry. She has been the subject of some controversy in the past few months, having been protested by PETA for wearing fur on the cover of some magazines. She's dating a young Brazilian news anchor named Flavio Soares, which has brought them both somewhat into the limelight. News anchor. I mean, I feel like it's trying to tell me to change his... News anchor! Okay. Didn't notice that. I think hers is still that. I don't know. Ooh, good call, Ducky. What do we do? Oh god. Oh god, how does she spell her fucking name? Ashley? Okay. Can I copy and paste like this? Yes, I can. Let's look at Teen Blast. Ashley York, wearing a fur shawl 3 months ago. This appearance doesn't lead to any useful information, but other more recent appearance in the text only mentions she's dating Flavio Soares. I was in Rio for Carnival, and he was on one of the parade floats. I had no idea who he was, but I liked what I saw, and I told my people to invite him to the party I was going to. I felt pretty stupid once I realized that we were going to his party. Well, his mother's party. She runs a media empire down there called Sao Paulo. We looked this up, didn't we? Massive media group owned by the mysterious woman named Sonia Alves. Okay. It seems Sonia Alves is a common name in Brazil, so she has shorthanded it to Nia to stand out in the public's eye. According to the history page that focused on her company and vague on searchable details, Nia received a significant inheritance in 1980 and invested it in many different manufacturing businesses in her hometown in Brazil. At the same time, she had begun to learn the ins and outs of running the television network. She continued to work in television until 1988 when Brazil began its period of reform. She felt this was the perfect opportunity to launch her own media company using her investment and connections. Now her company owns television networks, magazines, newspapers, and advertising firms. After doing some translating, the page about Nia lists her as unmarried. It does not go into any other relationship history. Searching for her online, you learn that she stays out of the spotlight. She doesn't even appear as a shareholder in the meeting. Uh-oh. I think Media Mogul is pretty good for that. It's interesting that the Ling Tai Textile Corporation did business in America too. That is interesting. The company seems very accomplished. Their site has quotes from many language reporters and news articles listed on it, in nearly every language. It's also mentioned quite often on the websites about Chinese businesses, but those mentions are company-focused and not people-focused and don't offer any information useful to your investigation. Their page contains a very rudimentary leadership timeline with names that prove that the company has been in the Lang family for a long time. It kind of looks like a family tree. It goes back at least 250 years in some form or another. During the period when they began the Roottree deal, Ling Hongbo in China, the family name comes first, so Ling is his last name, was the CEO. He died before the internet was widespread, so there's not much out there other than his name on his website. His younger brother, Ling Hongyu, is featured on the history section directly following him. This also seems to be the only mention of the man. The current CEO is a woman listed simply as Xin Yu. The site doesn't list her last name, though she does appear in the family tree below Hongbo. Ling Tai has a few American logos on the page. One is the Roottree logo, another is Tranquils, and the third is Piece of Asia. It seems Tranquils is a play on tranquil and quilts. The name is ironic considering they're the loudest quilts you've ever seen. The main quilt featured on their website is a flaming unicorn soaring through space with peace symbols all around it. Although they are listed on the website for the Lang Tai Textile Company, they don't seem to have much of a connection. It appears that they import cloth. Okay. Piece of Asia is the American arm of Lang Tai, located in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. According to their site, the Tai in Lang Tai translates to peaceful, so they chose their name in American to match. There are a lot of other companies listed here, too many to investigate, as very few of them seem to have any relevance. It seems Piece of Asia is nearly as accomplished as Lang Tai. They offer fabrics and cloths at wholesale prices. You don't spot anything out of the ordinary. The business is said to be owned by husband and wife Jerry and Linda Han. Their Chinese names are listed too, and from using an online translator, it seems that Jerry is Han Junwei and Linda is Lang Xin Yao. Oh, okay. So we should look up. Jerry, Linda, and Mark Han appeared recently on a website called Focus on Philanthropy under the headline Hanging with the Hans. The Hans were chosen because they donate significantly to causes that further Chinese American culture. Jerry and Linda were both born in China and fell in love during college. Linda's father led a large company. This article never names it. After it expanded to the U.S., Linda's father approved their marriage so long as Jerry took over the U.S. portion of the business. Linda jokes that the entire situation is like something out of an Alanis Morissette song with how ironic it all ended up. I was absolutely terrified to move to the United States, but my big sister was desperately in love with the idea. Oh. She used to have this Butch Cassidy poster on her wall and was obsessed with Robert Redford. But somehow Jerry and I were the ones sent here, and now we couldn't possibly imagine going back. When we had Mark, we never even considered giving him a traditional name. Meanwhile, my sister stayed in China and has thrived there. She doesn't even like visiting the US anymore. Our kids are complete opposite though. Mark couldn't wait to travel abroad as soon as he was old enough. He's actually in business school in China now, working with my sister. Our niece who grew up there was the opposite. She couldn't wait to get here. She started calling herself Lucy Ling in high school and flew out here as soon as she graduated. The name change apparently drove my sister absolutely loco. I'm a bit confused, isn't it? Jerry and Linda Hot. Oh yeah, because the mom. Because that's why I was confused. Because I was like, I definitely took a picture of the sister. 100%. Lucy Ling is not exactly a common name, but it's not the most uncommon you've come across either. There are a few that come up with any searchable details, so it might be possible to narrow down your possibilities. A Lucy Ling is mentioned on the robotics website as part of Team Talon-Claw. Team Talon-Claw are one of the only 2 teams from the US participating on a new robot-based show in the UK. Another Lucy Ling is part of a small women's cappella group in Los Angeles called Gin and Tonics. A third Lucy Ling works in New York for a business called Corporate Synergetic Solutions Unlimited. Alright, well, let's look this up. Robotics Club of Mid-Eastern University. That sounds familiar. Ooh, Business Watch magazine. Hold up. Lucy Ling. Lucy Ling was listed in Business Watch for her work with Corporate Synergetic Solutions Unlimited. She's in an article about consultants that corporations hire to facilitate large internal changes. Each person featured in the article has a small bio section followed by a longer section about why they were chosen. She grew up in a small Arkansas town. Okay, this one isn't her. Okay. Mid-Eastern. I made a note about Mid-Eastern. Okay, let me... Ruby Spratt did something at Mid-Eastern University. Let me look this up again really quick. Private college that advertises itself as midway between Maine and Miami. Their mascot is the Spectres. Like a specter. Okay. Small blurb mentions that robot fighting leagues have existed for a few years, but there have been recent moves to televise it. Talonfall has one of 2 teams selected from the U.S. The Robotics Club has a text-only site you can find linked from the university students section. The site seems to be used mostly to announce the schedule to its members. The club is supposed to meet every Tuesday and Thursday, but the last 8 dates have all been canceled because a few members of the team are currently in the UK filming. Another date from a few weeks back was canceled for an interview with the school's newspaper. Okay, maybe they have a newspaper we can find at the bottom. Okay, so let's look them up and see if it'll list their university newspaper. Calling their newspaper the Herald. Okay. Okay. Let's look up Lucy Lang and that. The only one that catches your attention is Lucy Lang. She grew up in China as Min Lang, but came to the US specifically to attend university. She says that she grew up around factory-scale machines that assemble products that could be shipped all over the world, and moving parts and automation fascinated her. Okay. Min Lang, or it would technically be Lang Min. Okay. So we have a photo of her now. Lucy Lay, aka Lang Min with Talon-Claw, the robot she worked on at Mid-Eastern University, found in the school's newspaper. Okay. So first name is Min Lang. Occupation, she's a college student, right? Oh, what did we get right? What did we get right? I was just about to add in her mom. They were correct. Oh, so they flew from Brazil to the Christmas party. Okay, and then this would be her mom. I need to her mom. Thanks, Pia. We're getting there. We're getting there. We still have the other side to do though. Her mom is technically CEO, and what was her mom's name again? Xinyu. I think CEO, right? The current CEO is a woman listed as simply Xinyu. Okay. Okay. Oh, wow. So that was all accurate. So I'm assuming her photo goes up there. We don't know much about them and where that's all going. And we don't know much about any of this either. So, Duck, give us a hint. Lead us in the right direction. Crocodile Clementine was involved in a notorious incident. Maybe you can find out more information about it somewhere. Honestly, Duck, he was involved in a lot of notorious incidents. It said the incident received national press. One of your periodicals tends to cover national news. Which one? So we have... What's Crocodile's name? Mark Clementine. Do you think I should put Crocodile, though? Crocodile Clementine. So which one does national news? News time? Current events? It's got to be that one. So try to paint it from a... Okay, so for the fight between Sims and Crocodile, but try to approach it from a different perspective. Their goal was to paint a picture of the two men involved from others who knew them best. So not only did they manage to interview Sims's wife, Carla, as well as multiple staff members at his school, but they hunted down Colleen Webb, Mark's ex-wife. Colleen Webb. Beautiful. Maybe we'll get some info on the kids now. According to the section with Colleen, she and he met when he worked for an airline. She worked in an airport newsstand. He was a drinker and would often have wild mood swings. When he was charged with assault of a fellow pilot in 1975 and lost his job, they divorced. At the time, she was pregnant with their second daughter, and she felt she needed to get out before things got worse. She left him and moved to San Diego to live with her sister and told her oldest that her dad had to fly planes for the army. She raised them both by herself, and although she never went through the trouble of changing their names legally, they used the Webb name so that nobody could connect them to her ex-husband. So their last names are still technically his. And they are young girls. So last name would still be Clementine. So it is their legal last name. Oh, the Picote magazine is kind of sleazy, so they're not afraid to publish a few details that more reputable news publications normally wouldn't. You look up the Billy Sims incident, and it seems they did report on it. You gain a few bits of information, though it might not be useful. Billy Sims was once arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at a company that was found to be testing their products on animals. According to police paperwork, Crocodile Clementine's bail was paid for by Tostarito Jacobson. It was fairly expensive. Picote interviewed other students that were at the event to find out if anyone knew anything, and the word going around was that Mark Clementine showed up because his daughter Mary was graduating that night. So is Mary the youngest? Fuego's Fiesta, a regional Mexican fast food chain, held a competition in 1993 that offered free meals to anyone that can legally change their name to... Okay. According to a few different resources, it was used to be named Lucienda. That's funny. Lucienda Jacobson? I think I should put that in here. What if that's his daughter? And then this is Mary. Lucinda. Like, I feel like we're definitely onto something there because we have to be able to find photos of them. Oh, spider search Mary Web. Oh my god, ghosts. A Mary Web in San Diego has a website called Web on the Web. Apparently, it's a personal travel diary that also doubles as an advertisement for her travel agency. Cool. Aww. Mary Webb from her website, Web on the Web, paranormal travel agency. She apparently found a niche, booking vacations for lovers of the strange and unknown. Very cool. This is a photograph of Mary in front of an alleged ghost ship from the 1800s. It was lost at sea and turned up without any crew several years later. Nobody knows exactly what happened, but fans love to tour it and come up with their own paranormal theories. A company called Corporate Commission Photography is listed in the top left. Corporate Composition Photography is a photography studio that was listed on a few different sites for business in San Diego. It seems to have been possible to hire them to take professional quality photos for businesses of all sorts. As far as you can tell, it appears to no longer exist. The company is also mentioned on a photography site with some IRC chat logs. It seems like the site is a personal page of a member of an IRC photography channel. They have archives of logs they have been saving since 1993. One of them was from 1996 when Vale, the former head photographer from Corporate Composition Photography, did a Q&A with their users about taking pictures for promotional materials and print ads. Most of the questions and answers are pretty technical. They not only seem irrelevant, but generally go over your head. One of the questions, however, mentions that Vale was on the cover of Telephoto and asks about Iraq. The question was quickly shut down by the person running the Q&A, who said Vale does not wish to answer any questions from his photojournalism days, nor does he wish to talk about LBP. Please keep this on the subject of commercial photography. So let's put her in there. So like we've been dealing with San Diego so much that I'm wondering why we don't have a newspaper, a periodical or something for that. Where did we just find? Telephoto. Photography magazine. Okay, perfect. So now I don't know if this will work. What if here we look up Lucinda? LBP. Who is Vale? It just gave me the magazine for Mary Webb. Acronym, yeah. Oh, spider search it, that's why. Get a wide variety of results. LBP seems like it can stand for Lebanese pound, also known as the lira. Okay, Pia. Lower back pain, lead-based paint, low blood pressure, Louisiana Board of Pharmacy, Long Beach Peninsula. Some businesses have also have the acronym LBP. Your results include Lynch Building Plastics, Luxury Bridal Photography, Lexington Business Payroll, Lincoln Baby Photography, Laura's Bras and Panties, Logine Books and Publishing. So let's try this one first. I don't know why bridal photography would be... Yeah, taking photos of her though. It gave me nothing. Okay. Well, there's not in the magazine, so let's spider search it. Look in Ireland. Yeah. Oh. Spider search, spider search. Finally. Seems like a solid lead as it mentions Vale, an award-winning photographer on the page. It's a business in Beacon, New York, and on the site it has a picture of a baby and a camera caption with Cam Lincoln reaching for his namesake. I guess he takes after his father, Vale. At the bottom, the website says copyright 1998-1999. The picture has been added to your evidence. Lincoln Baby Photography. It's labeled as Cam Lincoln reaching for his namesake. Cam? Yeah, reaching for his namesake, a camera. Guess he takes after his father. Vale. A baby. What is their last name? Cam Lincoln. Oh, it says it right there. And then this would be Vale Lincoln. Lucy is potentially a photographer, so maybe we should look up Lucy Lincoln. No. Ah, now that we have his last name. Okay, so Vale. Lincoln. Okay. Clementine. Telephoto is a photography magazine. This 1992 issue focuses on the photos of Vale Lincoln, a photographer who went overseas during Desert Storm. He won the Sepia Award for photojournalism, specifically for the photo on the cover. Vale got his start in high school when he took a photography class because, in his own words, he couldn't decide what else to do and thought it would be the best career in the world to shoot for Playboy. But he quickly found he had a knack for it and began to skip lunch in his free periods to spend more time in the darkroom. After graduating, he tried to pivot to landscape photography but didn't have any passion for it. Welcome back, Piep. I work much better when I'm trying to tell a story of a person or an object. He got lucky when a photographer mentor of his was going overseas to cover the war, decided to take a chance with him. Most people wouldn't call it lucky to go to an active war zone for no pay, but he bought my plane tickets, all my meals, and even pulled some strings so we could rush my passport. For someone that had never had a real job or even left California, it was a hell of a break. Vale was only 19 at the time and shot the photo that won him the award the third night he was there. The photo depicts Lisa Clementine, who lost an arm in Operation Desert Sabre. According to the article, women were not subject to direct combat, and Lisa was in a vehicle at the time. The vehicle had to pull over suddenly when the road ahead got partially destroyed, and she and a fellow soldier were severely injured by a landmine. Vale says, I ran into Lisa just after her surgery and took this picture. Then, until she shipped out, I kept finding excuses to go back and take more pictures of her. I guess it was fate, because that photo that won me an award got me into your magazine and also led me to my engagement. Just earlier this week, she agreed to become Mrs. Lincoln. So it's not Lucy, it's Lisa Clementine. Oh, I didn't take the photo. Was military an option? Military. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and they're not registering. These are birth names. She said they weren't legally changed, so should they be web though? I guess we can try it. No, their birth names are Clementine. Spider searching for her results and returns no results. With one small change, you might be able to fix that. Oh, maybe her career isn't military. Okay, so let us type in Lisa she runs support group for fellow veterans in Beacon, New York. She makes another appearance listed as a professor at West Point, a military college. She teaches classes that contribute to their environmental engineering major. Her short biography on the staff page mentions that she had a passion for the military from a very young age due to erroneously believing that a family member was an Air Force pilot. She thought her dad was. Well, she later learned that to be untrue. Her passion remained and she joined ROTC in high school. From there, she enlisted. After returning from Desert Storm, she earned her degree and relocated to West Point to teach a few years ago. So now she is actually a professor. Locked in possible infidelity too. They're both here.
Hey there, it's us. So, I just have to say, the work you're doing here is fantastic.
Thank you.
So fantastic, in fact.
There goes Clark. Always the bad cop. Go ahead.
Well, our law firm, Ruby Legal Enterprises, is having trouble keeping up.
Sorry.
They're actually begging us to stop submitting new root trees. They said it's getting difficult to verify your progress.
Ask the duck. That's what I've been doing.
Well, consider that a good thing. I told Clark you'd get results.
She says that like I didn't believe her. Regardless, the bad news is it's going to take 5 potential tree additions before anyone locks in from now on.
Oh no.
Good luck.
And keep up the good work.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Where would I even start with this? Oh my goodness. And then we have this, which they said is harder. So, Doc, give me a clue. Yeah, I did. Maybe we should relook that up, because I do have some notes on that. There was the Hudson wing. Susan Ford. The School of the Deaf, formerly Grandorf Dove. Located about an hour from where the Roottree's offices used to be in Butler County. Do we think we can look that up in... School for the Deaf near Butler, but was regularly listed in articles with other local schools. The Butler County Times archives included what seems like an endless list of snow cancellations, extracurricular activities, and weekend events that began over 70 years ago and stretched into the last mentioned 1990. Amongst the avalanche of useless information, you almost miraculously discover one useful article. Grandorf Dove was at the center of a crime article from 1982, which was Guy Hudson's last year. It seems that someone defaced the school and vehicles outside of the brand new Hudson wing of the school. There were multiple broken windows, and one of the teachers' cars was painted with profanities and accusations of infidelity. A few weeks later, a follow-up article provides more details. There was one arrest, Thomas Hughes, who was coincidentally a former student at the school. Apparently, the destruction came weeks after he married the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. She was not a teacher when he went. He graduated a few years earlier. According to the reporter's investigation into the police reports, trials, and restraining orders, Mr. Hughes was convinced that he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. He was released on bail, and the school has agreed not to press criminal charges after an agreement was made to pay for the damages and for the couple to begin the divorce proceedings. It seems Thomas Hughes, Mrs. Hughes, and the Hudson wing have all avoided further appearances in the Butler County Times. How does this help me? Let's read through this again. The Hudson Wing. It mentions that the donation came at the insistence of an employee of the Roottree at the time. It mentions that she learned ASL from the main school where the Hudson Wing even existed, before the Hudson Wing even existed, to surprise her future husband, who was deaf. After realizing how useful a service like this could be to non-deaf people that wished to better serve those with hearing issues, she convinced Roottree management to invest in the school. The Hudson Wing opened and she became the first teacher at the new campus. At first, it only operated on weekends, but since then it was added to afternoon classes on some weekdays. So, the reason why I assume that it's Susan is because interpreter. Susan Ford was hired under a special category that only existed for 1 year. We don't have any other Hugheses, right? And a husband. We can add more photos. So there's got to be more photos somewhere. Okay, what were we doing? More recent news. The school has changed its name. It did. Okay. I think this is a different article. The Gandorf School for the Deaf, formerly Gandorf Dove, is located about an hour from where the Roottree office is. Okay. I think I got there and then I look this. I'm going to copy this. According to the website, it was formerly named Gandorf Dove. In 1990, it was renamed to better represent the school's purpose and to correct the embarrassing lack of effort and awareness demonstrated by the government. Okay. It seems that she was responsible for securing funding for the Hudson Wing. Mrs. Ford. Ms. Ford. It has made a few odd appearances here and there in the Butler County Times since 1990. It's not too many that you can look at all of them. So after scrolling through a few pages, you managed to find something incredibly useful in an article that isn't even focused on the school itself. Local students provide key evidence in scientific study. The article from March of this year, 1999, mentions that the Ford sisters who attend public school in Butler County are one of only a handful of identical twins in the world who suffer from 2 different genetic issues. One of them has asthma and the other has a deadly allergy to peanuts. Their mother, a Ms. Susie Ford, who is principal at the nearby Gandorf School for the Deaf, so she's the principal now, was originally contacted by researchers looking to identify if there were any sets of twins where one was born deaf and the other was not. While she didn't have any twins attending her school, she asked if her daughters, Melissa and Heather, could be useful, and it turns out they were. She says, they couldn't be more different. My youngest, we all call her that even though it's only by about 15 minutes, is shy, but essentially hasn't stopped running from the moment she learned to scamper. Asthma has kept her sister off the soccer field, but she's the definition of extrovert and is even performing in a local production of Is There Life After High School later this year. The article includes a picture of the girls added to your evidence. So, the 4 twins are used as part of a nationwide study on how allergies and their other diseases affect twins differently. The twin on the left is holding an inhaler, and the twin on the right is holding an EpiPen. So this is the older one. So I wonder if it's because she had an affair. So, I mean, could one of them get their DNA? A student. She is a principal. I think this is their mom. And her name is Susan Ford. Let's just try, let's do Melissa first. And then we'll do Heather. So that's what she said, right? My youngest is shy and essentially hasn't stopped running from the moment she learned how to scamper. Asthma has kept her sister off the soccer field, so the youngest one would be the one allergic to peanuts. Kind of look like her. We need a spouse name. So the Hughes person totally threw me off. Because I was like, oh my god, it's them! She married the Hughes guy. She didn't. This is a musical quite obscured, only appearing on Broadway for 17 performances after a preview period. Nowadays, it is mostly performed by smaller theater troupes, including high school drama clubs. If you couldn't tell by now, a game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnson was in a musical theater all 4 years of high school. There's one song from it that has somewhat surpassed the popularity of the rest of the musical, called The Kid Inside. If you'd like to listen to it, I recommend Barry Manilow's version. If you heard the song before, it's likely that cover. The entire musical deals entirely with the traumas and nostalgia that society collectively shares about their formative years, which feels appropriately thematic for this game. I've always thought of it as somewhat ironic that they have high school theater clubs perform it, though. Anyways, the key word in that Butler County article was local. I don't know, dude. I am searching the play. Oh, search for it in the... Okay. Alright, alright. This duck is probably so annoyed by me. Including Heather Ford. Oh! So Heather is the older one. Look into the author of Family Man. Okay, that was Bess Williams. This has a minor history with the Roottrees. Her only notable book, Family Man, is widely considered blatant propaganda about Elias Roottree. Has been all but forgotten until recently when it was released during the height of Roottree Mania. Maybe because she was a mistress, so she wrote really good things about him. There's a site dedicated to hurricane statistics that also mentions Bess Williams. The Bocadoro Library, not far from where she lived, was partially destroyed in the hurricane. When they rebuilt, they named the nonfiction section after her. The library was expanded again in 1950 and then closed in 1963 when multiple larger libraries opened in the surrounding area that made it redundant. The library no longer exists. You find multiple libraries in the area. According to the website for the library system in Miami, the building where it once sat is now the Miami Print Museum. Searching for the Miami Print Museum, you come across their website. It states their hours and a list of exhibits. The building is very small, admission is free, and they only have room for a few different displays. One of the exhibits is their courtyard, which includes a fountain as well as a statue of an unknown author. The picture has been added to your evidence. Another is a printing press that was used by the Miami Sunday, a now defunct weekly newspaper. The last is the original print of Cuba by Cubans in art book. That's gotta be Bess. That's gotta be Bess Williams. I think it sounds too good to be true, right? Like, why else would she write a book that was like total like propaganda, you know? Crap. Well, now I have 4 of them. They're not... Oh, I need 5. That's right. Oh. Her last name was not Ford. I mean, it's Ford now. But that wasn't her real name. Susan... Was it Ford? No. Yeah, Susan Ford. What's her birth name? Uh-oh, I have a feeling that's gonna be an issue. The Miami Sunday. There's no records you can find online. It's merged with another periodical that became the Miami Mercury Sunday, which folded after 1 year. Only lasted from 1949 to 1950. Find a small website about quirky printing history facts that mentions that the Miami Mercury Sunday was the outcome of merging 2 smaller failing companies. This resulted in 1 larger failing company, which was only notable to the author because by combining the names in the way they did, it was tied to the longest title for an American newspaper at the time, with a newspaper in Jefferson, Texas. What does this have to do with anything, Duck? Merging 2 of them. So the previous one was the Miami Sunday. So would the other one be the Miami Mercury? Haha, got it. I got it. The Miami Mercury is now defunct newspaper that merged. Okay, it seems at some point during it'll. Okay. Bess Williams. There we go. Has an article about Bess Williams. It mentions Bess's young son, now an orphan, was intended during the dedication. It also had a later mention from 1949, the last year the paper existed, about a bidding war for a planned expansion of the library in 1950. The bidding was won by Wildcat Constitution and included a new statue, fountain, and a second room that would double its shelf count. So it says she has a son. John Doe. I never noticed that before. But then the grandparents became the legal guardian of the kid. So this is a son. No, that's not what I wanted. I want to copy this name. Dang it. Where's the one with the freaking fountain on it? Here it is. Miami Print Museum. Okay, you come across their website, states their hours and lists exhibits. Is that in the periodicals? No. How do I find the boy? A company, that sounds interesting. Oh. They want me to search this in the magazine, not in the spider search. Constructing a better world. Frank Wildcat Williams left Florida in 1941, a construction worker, and returned a hero. He won the Navy Cross for his bravery and sacrifice. No worries, PM. Thank you so much for hanging out. We're almost there. We're almost there. I got this one. I think we're figuring out this one, but then we have the rest of this. And something over here is a little wacky. We're almost there. I mean, I thought my family was a mess, but boy, this family's got a lot of shit going on. Don't we all, though, I guess. But thank you so much, Piep. I hope you have a great rest of your night, and we'll catch you next time. Buenas noches. Okay. Frank Wildcat Williams left Florida in 1941, a construction worker. Thank you so much, Piep. And returned a hero. He won the Navy Cross for his bravery and sacrifice, having carried a fellow soldier to safety under heavy Nazi fire. Now he and his wife Ophelia are carrying his fellow soldiers through tough times at home. Wildcat Construction is Frank's company focused on creating opportunities for soldiers finding difficulty getting back to normal. Ophelia has handled outreach to the wives of local veterans who are often able to provide insight into their husbands' needs and conditions. She has, through such outreach, found 13 veterans of the war to serve as Frank's employees. The community support has been unendingly and overwhelmingly positive. It has gotten to the point where if Frank bids on a project, other local companies have decided to step back and let his soldiers handle it. This has become a bit of a sore spot for local politicians and business owners, as the bids are often not as low as they expected. The problem for them is that essentially Frank has a selective monopoly, but any attempt to circumvent it has caused an uproar and accusations of being un-American. It's uncertain what will become of Wildcat Construction, but at least for now we're rooting for them. Ooh! My music glitched out there. I've been noticing some things with the game, like the mouse looked a little laggy and like some of the loadings were a little laggy, and I was like, oh, you know, it's taking place in 1999, so maybe that's just part of the game. Okay, I had to look over to be like, did the music completely cut out again? It's starting a new song. So, Frank Williams. Nothing. Far too common a name to find anything useful. Frank Wildcat Williams. Listed on a few different military history websites, he was awarded a Navy Cross Medal in World War II, and the story goes that even after being struck in the arm with a bullet, he managed to carry a fellow soldier through enemy territory on his shoulders for over 2 miles. He died in 1996 at age 74 in a retirement community in Sweetwater, Florida. An obituary on the website of the local news channel that was written by his surviving family also sheds light on some of his personal life. He grew up an orphan because his family died in a hurricane when he was very young. He could barely remember his mother and had no memory of his father. After the war, he ran a construction company that mainly hired World War II veterans and did a lot of jobs in and around the greater Miami area. He was born a joker and a shining light to those veterans who needed it most. An anecdote mentions that he used to insist he married his wife Ophelia as a matter of courtesy and convenience. She wouldn't have to change her last name. Ah, William. Okay. So I think this is Frank Williams. Ophelia Williams. Hopefully of no relation other than marriage. Construction, and we potentially have a photo. Okay, hopefully we got some right. Oh, awesome. Locked in possibility infidelity 3. So her last name was 4. They did take it. Booyah! Oh, and then we have his last photo there. So I don't have their spouse name. And I can get another... Do you think that's her? It's gotta be her. I really want to know what his name is. Ford? Oh, it didn't. Oh, maybe I haven't finished through it. Struggling hammers. According to the article, he is survived by Ophelia as well as his daughters Barb and Sharon Williams. Okay, so we have these two here. I'm gonna backtrack a little bit on... So I don't know if I can find anything So her husband is deaf. I'm genuinely curious how I would figure out her husband's last name. Oh, yeah, it's hinting me for Barb. Okay. If we miss one, we miss one. Barb Williams? Motivational speaker. She has a website that explains the services she offers. Her company addresses listed in Coconut Grove, Florida. The flyer has been added to your evidence. Then what was the other daughter's name? Barb and Sharon. Okay. Here it is. So, overcoming adversity with Barb Williams. Her story will surprise you, uplift you, then energize you. A lesson that anyone can take something away from. An intimate evening with a truly wonderful message. Book Barb for corporate retreats, church events, or even school assembly. She can customize her message for any audience. Oh, she's a preacher too. Motivational speaker. Benton County. Isabel Crosby, the flyer. Benton County. There's a Benton County in 9 different states in the U.S. There hasn't been a Benton County in Florida since 1850, so you're not sure which one Isabel Crosby comes from. Searching for Isabel doesn't lead into anything that fits what you're looking for either. Greta Jones is, according to a flyer in your possession, the morning news anchor for a channel called WQTV-12. Unfortunately, WQTV-12 has no online web presence whatsoever. You do find it listed on a giant list of television call signs next to the city Springfield under the heading Effingham County. You may need to do a deeper dive on a specific city and state to see if any locals have discussed the news in that area. One is in Georgia and the other is in Illinois. You probably need to append the state name. Let's do... I know Springfield. It's the capital of Illinois. Okay. What was the other one? Georgia? Okay. Why can't this ever be easy? Yeah, maybe we'll skip that one. There is no Kakiwa Falls anywhere in the world that you can find. The closest thing to Kakiwa appears to be New Zealand. Instead, a man named Chris Elmsworth has invented a small-town newspaper as a conceptual art piece. The Kakiwa Falls Gazette is a series of online articles about small restaurants, shows, and other tourist attractions all across the United States. This is presented as a monthly newspaper of small-town America. What makes the Gazette a bit strange is that amongst the articles detailing real locations are occasional stories that present outlandish, inflammatory concepts in extremely mundane ways. For example, on the homepage right now is an article entitled "Mermaids Strike Back Against Lobster Farms." That, using very dry language, details the idea that the mermaids in Maine have begun to unionize in support of better benefits. There are no punchlines, and the articles are not marked any differently from the rest. Unfortunately, each current issue of the paper is presented on the homepage. There are no archives for older issues. Okay, Duck, what do you want me to do with this? Oh. Okay, just look them up then? I was looking up the places. Vic Elmsworth, according to his own personal page, is apparently one of 3 brothers. All 3 of them are contributors to a newspaper called the Kakiwa Falls Gazette, and he tends to focus more on southeastern United States. All of the articles he's written are archived on his site, including the long-form version of the review for Barb Williams' motivational show from 1997. According to Victor, he has seen Barb talk more than once. On this particular occasion, Barb's talk was at a very large church, and it was clear she was an expert at matching the presentation of her concepts for any particular crowd because she received a standing ovation. Barb started with a story about loss, specifically the loss of a bicyclist who had been hit by a car. She spoke about the death of any person as a darkness in their loved ones, a cold, empty void that begins to creep into a space where there once was light. Because the light could never return exactly how it once was, she says the only option is to nurture new sources of light to help fight back the darkness. Her conclusion was that finding the hidden meanings in tragedy is the most important thing we can do. She used multiple biblical comparisons and finished by looping back around to her initial story and how she personally began to come around to this ideology. The biker who died was her son-in-law, and the Lanes Across America charity was created to fill the newfound darkness her daughter experienced. The charity, was the light that began to fill the void, and she was doing everything she could to help nurture it. Lanes Across America. Lanes Across America, or LAA, is a charity focused on adding bike lanes to major cities. The pages and pages of news articles that mention Lanes Across America have a similar summary in them. LAA, formerly LAM, was founded in 1987 after the death of Drew Smith. Drew was biking home from work when he was hit by a car. Each year since, Lanes Across America has grown, and they've now have offices in over 12 major metropolitan areas, including Miami, where the charity began. The website for the charity has a picture of Drew. The photo has been added to your evidence. So this has got to be... Barb Williams. She is public speaker. Partial wedding photo from the website for a charity called Lanes Across America. The rest of the wedding party is cropped out. The charity was founded after the death of Drew Smith, who's featured in the photo. So he's got to go here. I guess Andrew Smith. Okay. So to a specific city and state to see if any locals have discussed the news. It would be... Oh, what if we take this and put it in the Miami? Never mind. I'm stuck. Lanes Across America. What if we do that in here? No? Oops. I'm just clicking every button but the one that I need. Yeah, I typed that in. Lamb Miami? Maybe put that in the periodical? Dang it, I'm clicking all the wrong buttons! Lanes Across Miami. Oh. And then they changed it because it grew more. You find some additional information. LAM was formed in 1987 and became LAA in 1994. It was founded by Sharon Smith after the death of her husband. Sharon and some other board members stepped down in 1992 and the current leadership took over. One of the oldest articles was a full, uncropped version of the same wedding photo from the LAA website. It seems that after Sharon left LAM, they began to crop her and the rest of her wedding party out of the photo to focus solely on Drew, who is the face of the charity. The full photo has been added to your inventory. I wonder who that is. So I can take their pictures. So let's focus on her. Sharon Williams. Their birth name. Occupation. Maybe I should look up Sharon Smith. And then she ended up marrying someone else. Who was probably this guy's best man. And this photo looks like it's probably her mom. So I guess we'll use... What? She ran a charity, right? She found the charity. I'm not sure. Okay. Oh, a lot of this cleared up. A lot of the hints, the clues. What did the duck say? See which one has a Springfield. Okay, so how does this help me on the search, Duck? Should I put, like, Georgia? No? Just search for Springfield, Georgia. Okay. Springfield, Georgia. So when you refine your search to television in and around Springfield, Georgia, you come across a website that lists different channels available there. The list seems to only feature broadcasts with female news anchors. The person who runs the news site has ranked them using 3 categories. None of them are relevant to journalism. One of the entries is Channel 12. The news anchor listed is Greta Flores. Greta Flores is a news anchor who apparently used to go by Greta Jones before her divorce. Compared to the ordeal you've gone through to simply figure out her current name, it's way easier than you expect to find that she has a website of her accomplishments. She was apparently the MC for an all-female speaking tour in 1977. The tour was called Storytellers of Sisterhood, The Mothers and Daughters of Earth. You do a search for it, and it seems some of the stories were compiled into a book simply titled 25 Stories of Sisterhood by Alia Hale. Okay, where do we start dissecting this? Okay, we'll start here. You do a search on it and it seems some of the stories were... Okay. So... we'll do this. And this. Okay. This is an anthology of stories told on a few different Storytellers of Sisterhood tours. It contains different transcripts of the most well-received stories told on stage. Alia Hale is the editor, not the sole author. One of the stories by Barb Williams has been added to your evidence. Okay. Barb Williams had the transcript of a story she told on stage published in a book. The first part of her story focuses on two 16-year-old girls. My sister, Sherry, was a brat. Always sulking, often disobedient, never on time. She borrowed things without asking and even ran away from home, only to sneak back the next day like nothing had changed. My daughter, Sharon, on the other hand, was a beautiful person. She had excellent marks in school, had intensely artistic and creative, and even volunteered at an animal rescue. She continues to tell stories of the two girls until she shifts the narrative. What was the difference between Sherry the brat and Sharon the beauty? Is it nature, nurture, a better education, different opportunities? The answer is nothing. There was no difference because my sister and my daughter are the same girl. Barb reveals that her daughter was the result of an unexpected pregnancy when she was only 15. I met a boy at a county fair. Okay, so I was like getting concerned on how this was gonna go. You know? But now, because... Oh, okay, hold on. Let's keep reading. What's going on? Okay. I met a boy at a county fair. Unlike us, he lived in a nice part of town. He went to the good school. To a teenage girl, it felt like a fairy tale. But there were boxes all over his house. He was moving in 3 days. Those 3 days were heaven to me. The final night, he surprised me. He told me he could actually see me again soon. He planned to return to visit his grandparents. I thought I was giving him a reason to keep his promise. I never saw him again, and when I finally got desperate enough to ask around, a friend of a friend told me he hadn't even given me his real last name. So that's why it says John Doe. Barb also talks about when she found out she was pregnant. I was convinced my life was over. But my parents, they took charge. I had to live at home and work a part-time job, but they removed the burden of motherhood. I managed to scrape out a degree in English, and as far as my daughter was concerned, I was her much older sister. So that's why that looks crazy. Barb uses the story to come to a conclusion. When I was younger, I thought my sister was a brat, and I wasn't wrong. But she ran away from home to work at the animal shelter. She borrowed my clothes for presentations at school, and her creativity allowed her to open up Sherry's hair. She's a hairdresser. It took me far too long to realize the beauty was always there too. In fact, the brat and the beauty exists in all of us. It was my inner brat that kept me blind to the truth, and I'd like to say it's the beauty in me that's finally able to see what I'm missing. I implore you to call upon the beauties in yourselves whenever the brat tries to take hold. So we have 1 and 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we have to figure out her kids. Sherry's hair. There's a Sherry's hair in Orlando. The owner of the business is listed as Sherry Derzemski. Sherry has a large van and on weekends can bring the style of Brittany, Christina, or even Rachel to your door. Oh yeah, because she remarried. They had 2 kids though, and then there's this one. The About Sherry section is very, very long and presented as one paragraph with multiple run-on sentences and no pictures. You get the sense that if she were to do your hair, she would be doing a lot of talking. It mentions that her husband, Pete, was her late husband's college roommate. She and he had never spent any significant time together until she became a widow and they built a charity together. They left the charity behind because it was growing beyond their ability to run it. So we have Pete. Peta. She also brags about her kids, Tony, Mark, and Cricket. Her oldest, Tony, seems to get the short end of the stick. His 2 listed accomplishments are that he's the oldest and he's a straight A student. Mark, on the other hand, has multiple baseball accomplishments listed. Apparently, his little league team is nationally recognized. So, what were the names? Tony and Mark? I'm gonna assume Anthony Smith. Mark with a C. Mark Smith. Sounds like they're both in school still. Cricket York is near the end and has an entire section dedicated to her. She's an actress on a local television show called Libberry Library, and the reason Sherry relocated from Miami to Orlando. Sherry, in addition to being hireable to come do your due, is a stylist for the show. Okay, so maybe Cricket is oldest. She says her oldest, Tony. She's a straight A student. The passage also mentions that her agent recommended they change her last name to York since it was easier to pronounce. The rest of the section describes how she got the part, but it seems unimportant to your search, so it would be here. Easier to pronounce. That's her birth name. She is an actor. So maybe we can look them up. Cool. Children's show filmed at a studio in Orlando, Florida. It has been on air since 1991. In the show, multiple adults and children interact with different animal puppets in a small town called Libberry. Unlike some other popular shows involving non-human performers, this one isn't funded by the public. Instead, it's paid for by donations from businesses related to education. This includes textbook manufacturers like, not even going to try it, tutoring companies such as EDUC82U. And a few well-known publishers of picture books. I'm like looking at that like I think I'm supposed to say that differently. From what you can find, it's syndicated in a few markets across the southern United States and in New Hampshire. For some reason, like most other children's entertainment, many of those that grew up with it tend to have fond memories. That works in your favor because the show has been documented by a few fan sites. There's even a Libberry Library web ring, though it only has 3 entries. You click through the site in the ring and find that Cricket York joined the cast in 1997 at the age of 5 and is still listed as a current cast member. The picture of Cricket from one of her first episodes has been added to your evidence. So should I be putting that during... I mean, they are technically an actor, right? But they are a child. Okay. Let's see this one now. Oh, educate to you. I think that's how. See, I was like looking at it like I think I'm supposed to pronounce it differently. And it's educate to you as a tutoring service. They have a deal with Libberry Library and feature some of the actors from the show and pictures on their website. According to the site, they actually provide tutoring for all of the actors and actresses on the show to accommodate their shooting schedules. Included is Cricket York, who is seen in the photo labeled Cricket and her brothers ready to learn from one of our talented tutors. You don't find much else about Educate to You except that there seems to be a small subsection of Library fans who are deeply unsettled by the company's logo, which would appear after the credits on each episode. One writes, I was terrified of the little girl in the Educate to You Educate to You logo. She looked like some kind of demon doll, and I'd race to the TV every day to switch the dial before a creepy laugh came on. So this is the older one. That's Tony. That's Mark. Ooh. Locked in possible infidelity 1. So these are all possible infidelities. They won't know until they do the DNA test, right? Oh, we got a lot of them.
Hi again. I know you probably thought you were done, but it turns out what you're doing here might have some pretty major repercussions on the family tree.
Yeah.
Again. Also, there's something really strange happening. I can't explain it.
Neither of us can.
I'd call it a simple misunderstanding, but it's digging at the pit of my stomach. I just have a feeling. Clark?
Last week, let's just say being the president, sometimes people bring me things.
Just skip to the important part.
Right. One of our janitors brought me some hair she'd found in Ruby Spratt's trash. It was Bonnie Hudson's. Bonnie is Guy's sister. She'd sent us her hair to test potential root trees, since her DNA is closest to Guy's.
Right.
But Ruby threw it out, and I wasn't sure why she would have done that. Especially right before we began testing the tree you provided.
Kinda sus, yes.
When I asked, she told me she thought the samples needed to be fresh every time they did a test.
I mean, for this time, she could have possibly thought that, but I don't know.
It seems really odd. Ruby was the one who convinced us to do DNA testing in the first place. She seemed so knowledgeable. I don't like it. You've done more of a deep dive on these people than anybody else has. Clark will keep a closer eye on the DNA tests from now on. You have an eye for anomalies. We need you to find the smoking guns.
Uh-oh.
If there's anyone you're 100% positive can't be a root tree,
or any you've got definitive evidence are root trees, then we might be able to catch Ruby in a lie.
Oh no. Ducky! After putting together the tree of potential new root trees, Clark and Sam appeared at your door together. According to Clark, Ruby Spratt, the company's lawyer, was caught throwing away the DNA samples from Bonnie Hudson. These were intended to be used to test new potential root trees. Something doesn't sit right with Sam, and the two of them asked for your help. They're hoping that with your evidence and understanding of the family tree, you could verify which people in the dotted boxes are almost certainly legitimate root trees, very unlikely to be legitimate root trees, and which one of them are too ambitious to make a decision one way or another. Well, I guess that's all of Guy's section, right? Additionally, with the suspicion on Ruby Spratt, it's possible that some of her behaviors in the past have also been cast into doubt. A new section of the tree has been added for you to fill in. Yeah. Filling in this person's offer. Now it's time to review all possible root trees and input your deductions. You will then be able to end your search and reveal the truth. You have 13 possible root trees left to identify. Oh, God. Do I think he is a possible root tree? I mean, it's all impossible to prove. So what have we looked up on Ruby Pratt. She did initiate the lawsuit against the book. Relatively elusive, the most complete source of information you can find from before her time with the Roottrees is from the website for a magazine owned by a major airline. She was the subject of one article from a recurring series about modern-day success stories. Ruby grew up in foster care, but excelled at school and earned a scholarship to study at Mid-Eastern University. There, she graduated at the top of her legal class and was quickly hired as a lawyer for the prominent firm. There are a few high-profile corporate-involved cases she was a part of. One was as a legal consultant for a class action lawsuit against a manufacturer for steering wheel covers. Another was to help a local gas station chain in her hometown of Portland with a rollout of promotion that... Okay. Maybe we should look her up in the Portland Telegraph. She was featured in the Portland Telegraph when she was in high school in an article called Local Teen Making Change for Foster Care System. According to the article, Ruby Spratt grew up in the foster care system, was apparently the valedictorian of her school, and was a Girl Scout who, at the time of the article, was earning her gold award. This required a project to help the community, and Ruby chose to raise money to build a fountain she called the Foster Fountain. The fountain has a few small pedestals that stick up high above the water. People are expected to toss coins into the fountain for good luck and will be encouraged to aim for the top of the pedestals. All the coins scraped from the bottom are slated to be donated to Portland's foster care system. A coalition of local businesses that sponsor the fountain have committed to matching any of the donations that successfully land on the targets. The Fountain of Youths, also known as Foster Fountain, is a fountain found in a small park in Portland. All proceeds from change thrown into the fountain are donated to the foster care system. The website for Portland's Parks and Recreation mentions under a trivia section that the Fountain of Youths was originally conceived by Ruby Spratt, an alumni of the foster care system. As more businesses signed on to sponsor it, as sponsors, it grew in scope even beyond Spratt's original hopes. The fountain is unique because it has special targets that visitors can aim their coins towards. If a coin lands on one of these targets, each of the sponsors' businesses matches it. It isn't a huge amount of money from each business, but more than 100 businesses have agreed to participate, so each penny becomes $1. The blurred News Time article about Anonymon seems like a dead end. But I bet if you poke around some more, you can dig up some new information. Do we think she's Anonymon? Holding a picture of her daughter. The first and only mention of the phrase Anonymon in News Time came last week after when it... Okay. Because it could be a daughter. It was determined through a DNA test that Anonymon's daughter was not a Roottree. This article, which did refer to her daughter as Jane Doe Roottree, did not coin the phrase Anonymon. Came before all that, right around the time of her first TV interview. So... either this is Ruby, or Ruby wanted to make sure that it didn't happen. It would make sense for her to remain anonymous because they would know what she looks like, right? The anonymous woman claimed to have an affair with Guy Hudson while she was working as his secretary. She and another woman were hired at the same time during a transition period while many of the secretaries that had worked under Zach Morden were already gone. She says that she and the other woman were both underqualified as neither had typewriter experience. According to other staff members interviewed, Guy had his own requirements for hiring women. Can't be set up for everyone. So who is listed in the article? It's weird. I was hearing things and I don't know if they were in there. Freaking out, man. What if Ruby is Jane Doe? You know? What if her mom is Corinne? Oh, it says that they are married. I do not think that he is a Roottree. I haven't found a clue. Uh-oh. I found all of his clues. Oh, it's so hard to like be definitive and say like they are. I do think that he is. We found all of theirs. I mean, I feel like it's impossible to prove all of them. I don't think he would be, though. I haven't found... Oh my god. Well, they proved that he is, right? So we'll lock that in. I really don't know. He's the only one we can really prove, right? This one kind of looks like the other boys. Okay, where were we at? One of your periodicals has proven to be perfectly willing to violate privacy. That seems like a best place to look. So, should we look them up here? Yeah, Picote is not afraid to expose details that other publications would avoid. Shortly after the announcement that Jane Doe Roottree was not a Roottree, Picote exposed personal details about the story of Anonymom under the headline Anonymom the Anonacon. They said Anonymom worked as a manager at a department store in North Carolina and her daughter's name was Courtney May. They also said that the woman that vouched for her famous cover story, they didn't identify news time, perhaps to avoid being sued, is named Corinne S. and that she had filed for bankruptcy. The article speculates that Anonymom and Corinne were in on it together and even speculates that they might have been lovers. Picote is not a credible publication. Their information wasn't particularly actionable. Very few people seem to notice or care. So that's where Corinne comes into play. So Anonymom worked as a manager at a department store in North Carolina and that her daughter's name was Courtney May. They also said that the woman that vouched for her famous cover story is named Corinne S. and that she had filed for bankruptcy. How does this help us, though? Using the company records. By combining the information, you can piece together Jane Doe Roottree's real name as well. Records. Do we have any photos left? No. So, Corinne and Patrice were hired. Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewig. They are both no longer employed. It is Corinne what? So maybe her name... This is Courtney May. Courtney May. Sports. Courtney May Watts. Oh. Courtney May has a simple website with black text on a white background and a few images. From the view counter, you can tell you're one of only a few hundred people who has visited it. She's not shy about claiming she is Jane Doe Roottree. As proof, she has posted an obscured cover from the time she was featured on News Time, as well as a different picture of herself that appears to be a wedding photo. The website seems to be dedicated in defense of her mother, who has been the target of public scrutiny. Under the headline, The True Story of Jane Doe Roottree, courtesy of Courtney May Newton, formerly Watts. Courtney May writes, everyone has everything wrong. My mom approached the Roottrees before Five Pieces was ever on the cover of News Time. Nobody at the Roottree company took us seriously. They only listened to us after we appeared on TV and in magazines. The site has a scanned letter from the Ruby Legal Group to Courtney May's mother, Patrice. In very polite legal terms. So maybe, so her mom is Patrice, but people thought it was Corinne? It seems to accuse her of exploiting their name and orders to leave the Roottrees alone. It's dated from a few weeks before Five Pieces' article appeared in News Time, and it seems legitimate. Courtney May also discusses her mother's magazine feature in more detail. Do you know how difficult it was to convince anyone to tell our story? My mom didn't want to show her face because everyone in the media we approached assumed she was lying, because her story was just like Five Pieces, but my mom's story was first. Mom was advised by Ryan and Cork to tell News Time that seeing Five Pieces on the cover was what inspired her to go public. That's the only way News Time would agree to it and help her get on TV. But it's not true. Our story was first. Courtney's defense continues, but much of it seems repetitive and useless. Towards the end of her page, she discusses the DNA test and defends her mother's character. My mom is amazing. She's the nicest person in the world. She has diabetes and works at a department store, but still managed to help pay for my apartment in the big city so that I could stay with my high school sweetheart. I got a degree in nursing, so I learned about DNA in college, and I'm beginning to think it's all a lie. Mom is 100% confident that there's nobody else that could be my father. Either they did the test wrong or DNA is a complete BS. She is not a liar. Courtney May and Danny together forever. Oh, so he must be like EMS? Okay. Oh, it won't matter for him. Well, she does nursing, right? So we'll do this. We'll do this. So her name is Courtney May Watts. Her occupation is nursing. She's a nurse. Husband's name is Daniel Newton. Her mom works in a department store, so I'm guessing retail. And I think her mom is actually Patrice. And I think she is actually a blood relative. I haven't found a clue yet. It's really hard for me to want to lock them in. But I feel like he is one. He is one. She is one. I think he's one too, and I think he's one. The others, I'm going to put the question marks, and they'll let me know if I got it right or not. I don't think he's one, though. These I just really don't know. So I'll put that. I have 2 possible Roottrees left to identify. Where? Where? Have more information. Oh. It's an unremarkable law firm based in North Carolina named after its senior partners Winston Ryan and Gregory Cork. The firm mostly handles local cases and recently represented Anonymom. Their website has a section about the case, including a scan of the DNA test results that proved Jane Doe was not a Roottree. This is a DNA test you got from the website for the law firm Ryan and Cork. The test says that there was virtually no chance that Anonymom's daughter Courtney May was a Roottree. It lists that DNA from Jane Doe was tested against the DNA of Bonnie Kellogg, Nee Hudson Guy's twin sister. Ryan and Cork, who were representing Anonymom, have confirmed that the sample they sent to the Roottrees was definitely Courtney May's hair. The test from the company called DNA Teco and a doctor has circled the results and signed the paper. Uh-oh. I have a feeling you've messed up somebody's hair. Dynatico is a DNA testing company. DNA testing is a relatively new phenomenon that allows scientific laboratories to prove it possible family relationships between two people. It's fairly cutting edge, the method by which test samples that has only become standard in the last decade. According to their site, they were responsible for the DNA test that proved Felix Fellows was a Roottree and even use it as an example of how DNA test looks. Uh-oh, I wonder if they need to get swapped then. They use it to prove some information about the process. Uh-oh. Whenever they take a sample in person, they put the name of the person on the test according to their legal ID, which is why it says David instead of Felix. Because Guy Hudson is dead and there is no DNA source for Guy, they tested Felix's hair versus a hair sample from the Rootrees. It's listed as Jane Doe because it wasn't collected in person. But the Roottree company let them know it was from Bonnie Kellogg, Guy Hudson's sister. This is why it is a paternal aunt test. I think they confused something. The left and right sets of numbers are essentially signatures that perfectly match the DNA of two people in question and nobody else. The way the test works is that if certain parts of the signature are shared, then it is likely two people are related. As far as you can tell, it is a legitimate company. They don't seem to have any reason to create fake results or hide the truth. This is a DNA test you got from Dynatico's website. According to the website, it's famous test that proved Felix Fellows was a Roottree. They received its permission to post this as an example for the potential clients. The site says there's a 99% chance David Fellows is related to the alleged aunt who is listed as Jane Doe. As far as you can tell, it's a neutral third party that has been used by plenty respectable companies. I think they confuse things. Yeah, I tried that. There's a Jacobson on the previous tree. Edith. That's right, his wife was in some stuff, and I forgot to look her up. You find a link that seems to be a partial and corrupted list of archived articles from the Butler County Times. The article is cut off, but it mentions an Edith Jacobson in an arrest. You might be able to find an article somewhere else. There's a Crime Blotter article about Edith Jacobson that also mentions a Helen Roottree and a Lucinda Jacobson. In 1971, when she was 18, Edith and her sister Lucinda were arrested for trespassing at the Miracle Congregation's church in Butler County. They were pretending to be church employees in an attempt to get into the room where the church houses their weekly teethings. The church didn't press charges. They were caught by Helen Roottree, who was there at the time while her husband Miracle was away preaching. Helen Roottree was quoted as saying, "Jesus forgives and so do we. The Lord works in mysterious ways. And I'm confident He's brought these young women to us for a greater purpose." Said Lucinda is the one that bailed him out of jail. Do you think they're both his? One's from the other sister? She technically adopted both of them. You know, I'll mark it. I'm so confused. What does any of this have to do with anything? I might be looking more into the candy company's messy leadership change. As a major company, is likely this event would have been featured in a relevant periodical. Roottree Rift. Oh. What really happened with Roottree? The article mentions that nobody from Roottree that they reached out to was willing to go on the record. Instead, the timeline of events has been constructed from public record. Accidental leaks and a source on the inside. The only parts that are new to you are also the most vague parts, the ones supposedly confirmed by their anonymous source. The timeline says that the family actually held a preliminary vote after Carl Roottree died, but before the release of 6 pieces and decided they wanted Ron Roottree to take over because of his experience running RR Productions and because he was well-known and well-respected Roottree. But Ron seemed way too eager and personally motivated. They were worried he would gut the Clancy Trust to remove Robbie Roottree. The family was notoriously unwilling to do anything that could risk their wealth. They stalled and Ron became frustrated with the delay. When 6 pieces came out, he saw his chance to force action while the family was in the limelight and release the press release himself in an attempt to get the ball rolling. This caused chaos within the family. They tried to save face by allowing Ron to take over as co-president with Clark, but according to Business Watcher source, Ron was impossible to deal with. He seemed like he was unwilling to protect the Clancy Trust, and they eventually let him go. After that, the role passed solely to Clark, who nobody was excited about, but seemed like the safest choice. What is it? What was her thing called? Ruby Legal Enterprise. What other? That's what they've been featured in other sources. I did. Nothing comes up. Ruby Legal Enterprises and Business Watch. An S at the end? Really? Clark Rafferty LaRue, as well as Ruby Spratt and her company Ruby Legal Enterprises, were featured in Business Watch after the company took over as the keepers of the Clancy Trust. There's an article about that process that interviews both Clark and Ruby. It seems that Ruby was actually approached the Roottree sometime in late March after the Roottree Rift, but well before Roottree Mania. An accomplished but relatively low-profile lawyer, she offered to work for very little money so long as she could be a public face to build her reputation. The family quickly jumped on this chance, as the family members often attempt to spend as little as possible to keep their shares of the Clancy Trust as high as possible. After looking over the Clancy Trust more carefully than anyone had in years, Ruby came to the conclusion that the Clancy Edward Roottree's implementation was not legally sound, and that there would be constant legal challenges without some modifications. The family decided to put her in charge of the trust, both legally and as a public face, to prevent further issues. Ruby Legal Enterprises has been described as a mix between a law firm and a PR firm. Her first move, as sort of a trial run before she was even hired permanently, was to help them draft a public statement accepting Sam into the family and declaring that they'd begin to address the Clancy Trust. This went well, and they officially hired her in early April. Ruby Legal is now in charge of many financial aspects of the company, including verifying any claims to the trust and organizing the various charitable causes, such as scholarships that have been set up in the name of the deceased. Ruby Rat. Nope. This one. Ruby Sprat. That's what it is. Graduated at the top of her class. I have looked at this. Or at least I thought I did. At the time, said Ruby, unsatisfied by simply earning her place at Mid-Eastern with a full scholarship, went on to earn a captive audience of her peers with a perfect GPA. It felt like the ideal occasion for a celebration of an undoubtedly incredible individual. However, at the end of her speech, there were many in the audience that wished that neither of those events had transpired. It was a passionate attempt to use her soapbox to proselytize her fellow students and their parents into religion of poverty, but unfortunately, judging by the audience, they remain uncovered. Her valedictorian speech was somewhat controversial at the time, as it was quite serious with a heavy focus on wealth inequality. This didn't go over well with the predominantly middle to upper class audience in attendance. So she has like a grudge against like the wealthy, and she is now currently a lawyer for an extremely wealthy family who they are trying to trust her with a trust that they set up. Something is really not good about this, but I don't know what direction it wants me to go into. Okay, Fountain of Youths. Apparently, at the unveiling of the fountain, the mayor of Portland made a speech, and there were performances by multiple local entertainers, as well as a ribbon cutting from the people most instrumental in bringing the fountain into fruition. The article calls out that all of the performers and speakers, with the exception of the mayor, were foster care alumni, and most of them grew up together as close friends. This includes poets, musicians, and dancers. Dirty Davy was listed as one of the musicians. I don't think he's... I think this is a scam! The cookbook seemed pretty central. I'm putting it. I'm putting him as no. No. Something seems scammy about that. So the duck said the cookbook seemed pretty central to the Garland affair. They're worth a closer look. It seems you found everything you can about garnishing the truth, but what about the other book? Found it in the public library, but the internet might have a different information. What was the book? Did I write it down? Yeah. Kitchen Tales. So search that on the internet. Kitchen Tales was a story-based recipe book credited to Mark Zimmer that had some success after it was featured on a morning talk show. The book released before the internet was widespread, so mentions are rare. One book collector states that the publishers were unprepared for the demand and that there was no second printing, so it's unusual to find a copy in the wild. You find an alternative medicine website which focuses on cooking with natural ingredients and mentions that one of Kitchen Tales' recipes uses salt water. The owner of the site has included a scan of that recipe, which was added to your evidence. She says if you switch out the salt water in the recipe for a mix of 2/3 spring water and 1/3 filtered seawater, it tastes great. Kitchen Tales is a book that combines recipes and stories. It had mild popularity but seemed to disappear from online markets in 1992. You found a scan of one story on a website. It demonstrates how to bake the plated loaf. For years, two bakers, Flora and Yates, flirted. They grew their friendship, compared recipes, and combined knowledge. She loved his salt and pepper beard. He adored her rosemary cheeks. They thought sweetly about one another. But he was one day whisked away, conscripted to bake the army's bread. By the oil of the lamp, Flora's tears began to salt her bread. The recipe asked the reader to combine flour, yeast, sugar, olive oil, and rosemary. Combine the salt and water together and add to the mixture and whisk until the dough begins to form. It was 10 to 12 years later that they met again, seemingly by fate. Flora's unique dough had earned her a position as the king's personal baker. Yates had found success as well. He baked for the kingdom's 45 diplomats. One day they returned from the Dutch Isles with a gift, 450 unbaked loaves, and were sent to the palace bakery to teach a method that required no kneading. Allow the dough to proof for 10 to 12 hours, then spread it out and let sit for over 45 minutes on a floured baking sheet. Upon seeing Yates, Flora was both delighted and distraught. She felt as if she was torn in two. She had not been made aware of the gift and had already prepared buns for the palace ovens. She wished to greet Yates warmly, but was struck by fears that he'd be unable to bake with her, that she'd face retribution for being unprepared. She cried to Yates, adding more salt to her dough. Yates eased her pain. He insisted she had no obligation to prepare for a return she thought impossible, but he shared her fear of retribution. He knew if they did not solve her predicament, they'd miss their final chance to bake together. In the end, instead of wallowing in the present, they worked together to shape the future. They twisted and entwined their doughs and baked them as one. Thus was born the pilaf loaf. Word quickly spread of this new delight. The king's decree on royal parchment was that it would be considered a delicacy. Bankrolled by the king, Flora and Yates spent their days baking together. They traveled for 45 years, settled down for 15 more. Their souls were golden with no regrets. I think this is supposed to imply that her first son is not his. Okay, business watch. I think this right now is just supposed to help us, like, determine if they are or aren't. She missed out on Watchman of the Year, but did have a pretty sizable article that mentions some of her history. She was born in 1947, so this is her. So we're gonna try to determine if she's a Roottree or not. She was born in 1947, the first of two children. Her mother was already in her 30s when she had her and had trouble conceiving a second time until 3 years later. This was Xin Yu's sister. It became clear that her father was not going to have a son to pass the family business down to. Her father stayed the president of Lang Tai for a very long time, and as daughters grew up, he began training them in hopes that one of them would have a son who could take over. One helped him in China, the other in the US. Neither were given any official titles. When he died, due to societal dynamics, the business passed to his male sibling, a younger brother. Many in the know knew that this could be a problem. His brother was not a businessman and was not much younger than his brother. During this time, Xin Yu essentially ran the company as her uncle's consultant. He began to have problems related to dementia, and she, who had already been running things behind the scenes, performed somewhat of a power play. She stopped working until the results of her absence began to cause problems. Only then did they admit they needed her. Okay. Says it was mentioned fairly often in the last 20 years or so. Fortunately, this makes the search results not particularly helpful. When you sort to find the oldest articles, however, one of the earliest mentions from October 1979 stands out as very unusual because it doesn't involve Lang Tai's business. The article details a new, at the time, medical industry. In vitro fertilization, IVF was brand new, barely a year old. After the first successful IVF birth in 1978, it seemed the industry began to grow. And a featured article about different companies all over the world and the costs that they could charge for their services was in Business Watch. This included a few cases of high-profile customers willing to pay a premium. Apparently at the time, the CEO of Lang Tai was Lang Hongbo, and his younger daughter, Lang Xin Yao, and her husband could not have children. So in an attempt to create a suitable heir, he paid, I don't know that word, to have their child implemented in his older daughter, who was unmarried. The cost for this was apparently 380,000 yuan and just over 100,000 USD. No. Okay. Oh, that's a business? That was a business. It was mentioned once in an article you already read about the head of Lang Tai, but then again later in 1994, there's a long article that spells out a huge controversy. It seems that a whistleblower came forward to the US government, which was said to have been founded in China by a partnership involving American and Chinese medical specialists who then built their medical facilities in the United States. The article mentions the whistleblower's claim. Key genes, I think that's key. Key genes will sometimes claim that they performed IVF when they did not. This would often be used as an excuse for an otherwise unexplainable pregnancy. They fly their agents to America where they would stay for an extended period of time, then return to China with news of a successful IVF pregnancy. The whistleblower apparently presented the Department of Health and Human Services with credible evidence. At the time of the article, it was still an ongoing investigation, but Business Watch speculated, after copies of proof were leaked to various media sources, that they couldn't imagine a world in which the company would be allowed to continue operations without facing serious legal or financial consequences. It's impossible to prove that right now. In the Business Watch. I didn't think to look these up in the periodicals. Business Watch has mentioned her by name a few times. The most relevant appearances seem to be an article about the struggles of American media companies to do business with their foreign counterparts due to the difference in laws. A few media groups and countries are discussed, including those in Africa and in the Middle East. Due to lack of freedom of speech laws in Brazil, there has been added bureaucracy in publishing certain stories on Sao Paulo's channels. Nia is extremely private about her identity and supposedly once used her connections to have a reporter fired from a rival network and blacklisted. The journalist claimed that this was to shut down a story he was doing about her personal life, including that her marriage in 1973 was not of her own choice. His research claimed that she essentially had her husband forced upon her as a child bride at the age of 15. It also claims that past appearances with her husband have been for show. They do not live together, and that she resents her own parents for the arrangement. The final claim was that she must have made her money under the table through nefarious and possibly illegal means during Brazil's dictatorship, as his research uncovered that she could not possibly have earned enough to start a media company otherwise. After making the statement, the reporter went into hiding for the fear of his safety. Oh! It's them! Are they Roottrees? Oh, there's so much I haven't visited yet. He is a Roottree blood relative, and he is also a Roottree blood relative. Because they came from their mom. Okay, should we just say we're ready? Because anything that we failed at, they're going to let us know. Oh my, this feels like it was a lot longer and a little bit harder than like the original game. Let's just do it. I want to see what the whole thing is. Yeah, I didn't get the one guy's name.
Beatrice and Courtney May. Clark, can you swing another test against Bonnie's DNA?
This time I'll be sure to have them verify both samples in person.
So did I get Beatrice right?
Using the family tree you filled out, as well as DNA tests, we were able to uncover the truth behind all the inconsistencies.
Okay.
Clark's handling the business, but I've come to thank you and fill you in on everything we've learned. Buckle up, because it's been one heck of a week.
All right, let's do it.
Actually, that's an understatement. It's not every week you discover your family company is being sabotaged by someone they trusted.
I knew it! She did not like wealthy people. So I was thinking maybe because she grew up with the Five P's guy, that maybe they were trying to like work together to screw the company over.
But that's the kind of time we've been having. Like I said, buckle up. Maybe grab some popcorn. We'll start with Guy Hudson.
Okay.
Guy had a frankly ridiculous number of potential children. What shocked me is how many graduated from potential to confirmed.
Oh.
We can even prove he was aware of them. The smoking gun was how he used company money to pay off a lot of women.
Mm-hmm.
He hid it with a method inspired by his idol, Elias. 5-piece flavors. The flavors he was paying to research were a ruse.
So this is in the Picote. First, he wanted to be seen as the second coming of the great Elias Roottree. Guy knew that part of Elias's legacy was the 5-piece flavors, so that's what Guy tried to do. And he had like 5 affairs, didn't he?
He developed flavors based on the initials of the women he was paying. Which was really stupid, considering one of their names started with X.
So caviar was for Christine. Butterscotch was for Patrice, so we did get that correct. This was watermelon for Xinyu, strawberry for Sonia, and sugar plum for Susan.
Let's start with Christine. Guy was paying her under the name Caviar, but there were some other clues. James was born 9 months after Zach's party.
Oh, so that one was his. A local caterer met Elizabeth's daughter at one of Guy's parties. Her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. In 1977, they held a retirement party in November. In September of 1978, for the last month, so he can keep an eye on his son. Oh, I didn't catch that one, I don't think.
Christine was there with Guy, and when she got pregnant, she panicked. Steve stepped up. He even turned it into one of his recipe stories.
Yeah, she and her husband Steve met years ago. Although they grew apart, they reconnected by chance. She has a bun in the oven. Yeah, this was the recipe.
Not all of Guy's affairs led to offspring. He may have slept with Robin Martin, but she didn't have children, so we'll never know.
Mm-hmm. For example, the daughter of his business partner in Australia, Robin, I think her name was, he and she definitely spent a few nights together that he didn't want his family to know about. She has no husband, and there was a widely circulated rumor somewhere in the mid-70s that she had a medical procedure to ensure she never would have children.
Also, not every child of Guy's affair partners were his. Robert Garland was born after his parents had already moved to Boston.
Mm-hmm. So these were some of the things that I did miss out on. We moved here before I could even talk. So James, and Robert is 3 years younger than James. Okay. I don't know if I can't remember if I put those or not.
Skipping Beatrice for now. Up next is Lang Shin Yu.
Shin
showed up in
Yu.
China,
Okay, it's
she was
Jin Yu.
into
I'm so
America.
sorry.
And Americans. Dare I say redheads, even?
Moved to the United States, but my big sister was desperately in love with the idea. She used to have this Butch Cassidy poster on her wall and was obsessed with Robert Redford.
When she got pregnant, her father paid key genes to fake IVF. They claimed her sister was unable to conceive. But her sister and Jerry had their own son, Mark.
Oh yeah, when we had Mark, we never even considered giving him a traditional name.
Sonia Alves was soon after. Nia was married at a very young age to a much older husband.
Mm-hmm.
She resented him. I don't blame her. They allegedly spent no time together in private. Guy was in Brazil during Christmas 1979. It's the only Christmas not in the records.
Oh, this was in Brazil.
Flavio was born 9 months later, and like the others, Guy started paying Sonia.
Mm-hmm.
Last was Susan Ford, hired to translate for Guy's overseas trips.
I put...
It's easy to read into Guy's donation to her school, but there's no definitive proof there.
That's what I put. That it's hard. I have no way to prove it. He sent his mistress Susie something into the bathroom to proposition me. Poor girl. Remember her from our trips overseas.
She and Guy were witnessed together near the end of his life. Susan's husband was convinced he couldn't be the father of her daughters. Guy, though, paid double. The price of twins.
So this was about them. And he paid her double. They were.
So, what about 5 Ps? Felix Fellow's mother, Joanna, doesn't have a 5 pieces flavor. On top of that, his story doesn't really add up.
I never would have thought about that, to look at the flavors for the names too. I did put that I think I changed at the end that he wasn't a part of it.
His mother already left the company by the time Guy became president, and his lyrics indicate he was born sometime around 1975.
Yeah.
Alone, that wouldn't necessarily prove it, but there are some suspicious connections between Felix and the company's current lawyer, Ruby Spratt.
They grew up together.
They both grew up in Portland, in foster care, and according to the local paper, they definitely knew one another.
Mm-hmm.
Ruby was the one who approached the Roottrees to begin with. It was all a setup.
I knew it.
Ruby and Felix saw my book's challenge to the Clancet Trust as an opportunity. His mother really had worked for Roottree, and Ruby was a respected lawyer. She exploited my family's greed, worked her way into control of the trust, and ensured Felix got a piece. But they made some mistakes along the way.
The family was notoriously unwilling to do anything that could risk their wealth.
If you look at the 2 DNA tests that Ruby handled, they were both supposedly tested against Bonnie Hudson.
Yeah. So the left and right sets of numbers are essentially signatures that perfectly match the DNA of 2 people in question. It is listed as Jane Doe, but the Roottree company let them know it was from Bonnie Kellogg, which was Guy's twin sister. So alleged paternal aunt, and this is hers. So they are different.
But the 2 signatures that should both represent Bonnie don't match. After Clark and I confronted her, Ruby lawyered up. Ironic, I know. We suspect Ruby had Donatico test Felix against his own mother's DNA. He had a hairbrush of hers. They sent the female sample in remotely. On the second test, Bonnie's sample was tested locally, but Courtney May's was not. Ruby's been throwing away samples. We think she sent her own hair instead of Courtney May's, but it could have been anyone's.
Wow.
Ruby and Felix were in cahoots. As for why, they were both advocates of wealth redistribution. A noble effort, but once they controlled the family fortune, they became just as greedy as the worst members of my family. The money corrupted them. They were so eager to personally wield the wealth for their own cause that they sabotaged any other claims.
Wow.
That finally brings us to Anonymom, aka Beatrice Watts. Her tales of Guy's parties and payoffs were true. She even approached Ruby before 5Ps was on news time.
We read
Ruby
that.
used Beatrice's truths to make Felix's lies feel real, then ruined the DNA test so that Beatrice looked phony in the public court of opinion. I feel worst for her in all of this.
And she tried helping them, I believe.
While Ruby and Felix stole the show, there were some other potential new family members as well.
Oh, yeah.
Miracle Roottree was less of an open and shut case. That said, it's very likely he had a son with Mary Beth Clementine.
Yeah.
Not Stuart. Mary Beth adopted him before she ever set foot in Butler County.
Okay.
That leaves Mark. The timeline fits.
Mm-hmm.
He showed up about 9 months after Mary Beth visited Miracle, and the basket baby story is a bit too convenient. If that's not enough on its own, he was also bailed out by the sister of Edith Roottree, Miracle Jr.'s wife, after she changed her name to win that silly contest.
Okay, so the oldest boy who believed he was Miracle's son isn't, but the younger one is. Yeah, because there was that connection. Isn't that weird?
Our best guess is that Mark was told by his mother whose son he was, and used that fact to put some pressure on Miracle Jr. We have no real proof of that, but nothing else really makes sense for why they'd be connected in that way.
Oh, so this was the one his wife wrote because he believed he was a Roottree, but it was really him, his brother, all along.
Elias's affair was the most ambiguous. Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias to do things he wouldn't have otherwise done, like pressure to include me in the family. My son even mentioned them arguing about someone named Beth.
Yeah.
Combined with
But it was
Gwyneth's
Bess.
lisp, it's possible the name was actually Bess.
Oh, yeah, because his grandma had a list.
Unfortunately, all we know about Bess Williams is that she wrote his book and died not long after, leaving her only son an orphan. The timeline fits with Wildcat, but there's no record if she had any other relationship. Honestly, I wouldn't say we had enough evidence either way. I wouldn't be surprised if Elias cheated. Of course, I'm a bit biased. Regardless, we haven't gotten in touch with any of the Williams clan yet. That means we haven't been able to do a DNA test. As Clark mentioned, from here on out, all of our DNA tests will be in person for both parties.
Yeah. Okay, so question mark.
Lastly, we have a bit of a curveball. Ron Roottree isn't related to us by blood. Gwyn was definitely pregnant, so it's likely Robbie is.
What? His divorce from Gwyn was due to multiple affairs. An American reader on vacation claims to have overheard them arguing while she was holding a baby and visibly pregnant. Gwyn announced that she was divorcing Wild Bill and also that she was pregnant again, giving this rumor more credibility. Is Ron the oldest one, though?
When Ron and Robbie went to visit their mother at the end of her life, something
Oh, I
changed.
forgot to Google her or spider search her, whatever it's calling this. I forgot to search her. My brother and I, because I did read something that says she had passed away, and I was like, whoa, what? And then I got sidetracked. My brother and I, after spending time together caring for her and mourning, have finally made amends. It was a highly transformative few weeks when it came to our relationship.
Additionally, there have been a few rumors circling around Ron. RR Productions canceled the Guys Like Us remake due to the director's illness.
Our production seems to have no projects listed in development other than Guys Like Us remake. So Ron is the older one, so how is he not a Roottree though? According to leaked news, the remake has been put on indefinite hiatus due to its director, who is speculated to be Ron Roottree, dropping out in the wake of a serious medical issue, though that's only a rumor.
At the same time, Ron's wife Penelope began doing benefits for Huntington's disease, stating that she had become familiar with it.
Up until recently, I didn't know anything about Huntington's. In the last few months, I've gone from knowing nothing about it to learning more than any one person should ever have to.
Huntington's is the same disease that Gwyn's former co-star Leslie Florence had. It's passed from parent to child. It can't skip a generation.
After symptoms, somewhere between age 30 and 50, those affected by Huntington's typically live another 15 to 18 years. If a parent has the disease, 50-50 chance that their child will get it. If someone does not have the disease, their child will also not have it. Leslie Florence died of a genetic disease known as Huntington's in the late 1960s.
Because Gwyn and Wild Bill didn't have Huntington's, and Ron seems to, it's impossible Gwyn was his mother. I recently confirmed all this with Ron.
She died while being treated for a sudden severe case of pneumonia. Before that, she had apparently been in relatively good health. He's in his 70s, still lives in Paris, and he's still in perfectly fine health.
At the end of her life, Gwyn told Ron the story. Leslie and Bill had an affair the same year Leslie learned she had Huntington's. Leslie got pregnant.
And it stated he always went for blondes. So that's why he would look like them, because he had the blonde hair from his mom. A rumor that his divorce from Gwyn was due to multiple affairs, including one with another actress.
Leslie wasn't likely to survive to see her child grow up. And even if she did, she didn't want to be a burden. She begged Gwyn and Wild Bill to adopt her child.
So the whole time, Ron was trying to be like, well, my brother shouldn't be a part of it because he's technically born out of wedlock, and he actually wasn't even a Roottree this whole time.
Did. Mere weeks after she found out she was having her own son, she also took in Ron.
Oh, wow.
Wild Bill was a problem. unreliable, and a serial adulterer. Gwyn divorced him and never saw him again. Gwyn had already told Starlet she was pregnant, so it never really made waves when people saw her with a child in Paris. There was gossip during her divorce when she was discovered to be pregnant again. In actuality, it was the final months of her only pregnancy.
Gwyn divorced Wild Bill just before she had her second. Gwyn Roottree was often in Starlet. Most mentions were around the time of her divorce. In 1958, when she announced her divorce, she also announced she was pregnant again.
To lay low, she stayed in Paris long enough that even her own family never had reason to question the timeline.
Oh, yeah.
It's one heck of a story, and frankly, nobody could be expected to piece the timeline together. Not with what few mentions of Gwyn's past have survived. But the Huntingtons itself? That's proof.
Wow. I didn't expect that
Robin suing
curveball.
Robbie to remove him from the Clancet Trust was a huge moment in my story, and a major catalyst for this entire investigation. Finding out that it's been pretty much backwards this whole time has been a bit surreal.
Right?
So that's where we're at. Looking over the information you sent us was useful. Without your tree, I'm not sure we would have ever discovered Ruby. All this information, this entire story, it's a lot, in more ways than one. Some of it has the potential to destroy marriages and ruin relationships. We're handling it all very, very carefully, but we couldn't have gotten here without you. And with that, I guess our tale has finally, truly come to an end. What a strange one it was.
Yep.
No words can express how grateful I am to you for untangling this mess. Honestly, I've had enough of my family's eccentricities and scandals for one lifetime. I imagine you have as well. And if not, well, there's always Elias's and Gwyneth's brothers and sisters.
What?
Attention,
What?
This is 5-piece coming at you from the real world. You know.
Oh, wow. Do you think that's a hint that they could make another one?
It's the root of all your problems.
It's Eminem.
Man, y'all are hypocrites. Sitting back in your
So
massive
Eminem.
estates, built from the cash that your
Wow,
ancestors
this
gave
definitely
you.
felt longer than the the main game.
Family's creations. Yo, but look at here, sonny,
There's a lot of stuff to it. But I think the game is definitely worth the price point for it to have both of these.
Catching a sermon from a geezer who's never known hurt, but blurts out these claims that somehow we're sinners.
I was like, oh, is that gonna keep going? There we go. But I think it was an amazing game. I really like the mechanics and everything about it. The whole idea of like figuring out the family tree and whatnot. The next, like the Roottree Mania, I definitely didn't expect it to go this long. I definitely felt a lot more lost in it, so I did like heavily rely on that little ducky. And like I said, I really appreciate that it kind of like sets you up these prompts to kind of get you to think a little bit more. But I did try, or I did start to rush it a little bit towards the end, just because it's getting a bit late for me. But overall, a really great game, and I highly recommend it. I highly, highly recommend it.